Welcome one and all. We are returning again for some more Chinese Dota action here in the DPC, witnessing several of the best teams in the region competing for those 4 slots at the major and of course starting their journeys towards the international. My name is Snare. I'll be with you for some more Dota 2 action today. And of course, I'm going to be joined by the luminary of Dota, Lizard himself. How you doing, fan, today?
I'm very luminous today. I'm back. The true luminary would be Luminous, though. Do you remember him?
I do remember Luminous Inverse, of course. Can't forget Lumi.
Of course. And I'm just a humble reptile. Nothing more, nothing less. But I'm here to enjoy this good Dota with you, my friend.
Maybe some really good Dota that we have to bring you up today. Before we get into what the matches are going to be looking like this particular day of action, we should remind everybody where we are at the moment. We are about halfway through the second week, and at this point in time, the leaderboard is starting to look very clear. The team's playstyles are starting to solidify quite a bit, and of course, we're starting to get a clearer idea of who the best teams are within the region. If you haven't been able to catch some of these games yourself, let's take a quick look at what the beginning of this week looked like as we began the second week of this DPC tour. We had Piggy Killer versus IG, 2 of the 3 teams that we imagine are going to be vying for that 4th slot to go to the major. And this game, I legitimately thought that IG, this game especially here, Liz, this game was going really well for Piggy Killer, but you can tell that they're still a new team because when adversity struck, they didn't necessarily know how to paper over or to continue a good lead, continue the momentum they already had and turn that into a win. After a while, the pressure comes back in the opposite direction and they have a very difficult time adapting to that.
It's I shouldn't say never-ending story. It ends eventually in every of these games. I should say like ever-repeating story. Like I've seen it before, now I'll see it again. Teams that are a little bit fresher, teams that are a little bit newer, teams that are playing versus bigger names or bigger organizations usually tend to respect them a little bit too much, not end the games, not capitalize on their advantage. And it's happening very specifically in this patch quite a lot. Like in the old patch, teams that were considered favorites would very, very rarely drop the early game advantage, right? Like they would just be winning from the get-go until the mid-game, until the end, through the mid-game until the end. Right now, because of the new patch, anyone can surprise, anyone can come up with a good strat and start winning, but closing the games out seems to be very difficult for these teams. I've seen the same thing in Europe, by the way. Like teams that are playing Tundra, they can win perhaps early on versus Tundra, but eventually it just all falls apart.
They just leverage that additional experience, their understanding of how to come back from a difficult situation. And we, of course, saw that IG, they did that. They showed their experience. Even though they're less experienced than everybody else, they're more experienced than Piggy Killer, and that got them the W. Of course, Team Aster was up next, up against Team Bright. And this one, we didn't maintain any illusions that this was going to be a close matchup, Liz. We knew it was going to be very rough for Team Bright. But I don't think we were aware of just how rough it was going to be. When Team Aster can start off with mid Baboka just for lols, yeah, that's a very clear indication of how much further ahead they are than Team Bright.
Yeah, you think it's just for lols, but they're just preparing strats, man. Baboka is coming back to mid. Mid-god. Midoka. Mid-Oneka. I don't know where I'm going with the names, but yeah, it was a really rough affair for Team Bright. As we expected, a quick 2-0, nothing really extraordinary here. First game, Sumel was playing 4 Kotl. It's like, okay. I feel like Bright even had a couple of chances in this one, as all the rotations from Earth Spirit didn't really connect, but later on, Aster just grouped up and it all felt like they had a standard midder. But I have to say, I've been watching quite a lot of Tundra in Europe. Aster and Tundra look extremely similar in their playstyle and in their drafts as well. I'm not sure who's gonna copy who here. Not gonna call any names out, but heroes are similar, and also the playstyle is very similar.
I mean, we heard from Jawed last tour, just before the DPC ended, that he and other coaches believe that Tundra was the team that's always ahead of the meta. And when we asked him about the incoming changes to the meta with the patch, he says very specifically he's looking at Tundra. So I wouldn't be surprised if Team Aster also found themselves in a similar thing. It's interesting that you mentioned this because also during the DPC last tour, even before ROTK left, We had a conversation with Team Master where Kezu was talking to him about this, that they did go out of their way to try and steal some strats in terms of how to move around the map, where to ward, how to engage team fights. They literally have copied Tundra strats. So you're doing your job right, Liz. When you look at the games and you're like, yeah, this looks like Tundra, because that's what they're trying to do. And so far, it's been successful for them. Similar to Team Tundra, they are at the top of their leaderboard here in China with 3 wins on the side of Team Master. LGD has 2. Azure Ray and IG also have 2, but there's that third to fifth. It's a very scary place to be. Extreme, IG, Azure Ray, any one of them could change that up. Piggy Killer's also nipping at your heels, so nobody can relax on their laurels. Any surprises so far, Liz, about this leaderboard?
Maybe a little. Let me see. No surprises. I take that back. No surprises whatsoever. It's all kind of where I expected it to be. Piggy Killer maybe could have done a bit better so far. But besides that, Aster Aries and Team Bright expectedly on the bottom too. IG, Azure Extreme obviously have the same amount of games, same amount of points at the moment, so nothing really crazy going on there. You expect Extreme to drop a game or two, but you expect them to end up top 4 anyway later on. And you have 2 pretty strong teams in Azure Ray and in IG. So we'll see just how well they'll be able to perform. Azure Ray obviously stacked, like super stacked team. So we'll see. We'll see if they can maintain this top 4 position, because they'll have some really difficult matches coming up.
Absolutely. They still have to play some very hard teams down the stretch. And of course, another one of these teams that's going to be very hard to beat overall. We've seen Piggy Killer. They're not in the best position right now in the leaderboard. And for them to turn their fortunes around and stay in hopes of going to the major, they have to deal with LGD later on today. A very difficult affair trying to deal with PSG LGD. Although they haven't played that many games on the side of LGD, it's still LGD, It's 2 games. They could easily turn this into a 3rd win. For Piggy Killer, if they lose, suddenly they're worried about relegation. So I'm really hoping that they've gone back and looked at the tape, made some adjustments, especially found a way to no longer sack SRF Ava in the offlane. Allow them to play Dota, man. I don't want to see them for I think it was 3 games that we saw them start like tri-laning, trying to get something on the other side of the map, leaving him for alone for like the first 2-3 waves. By the time they come to help him, he's either completely out of regen or close to dying or has already died. And suddenly he has to play the game from recovery. So today, let's hope that they give him a leg up rather to start off his proceedings.
Yeah, the man definitely needs a bit of help, right? Like, and you need to have that offlaner. Offlaners right now, offlaners always were very important, but sometimes you could sack them, sometimes you couldn't. I think this is one of those patches where you can't sack your offlane. I think you need to secure at least a little bit of his game, and then if he's on a hero, if the offlane is on a hero that can remain alone, like a Timber or a Spirit Breaker, then sure, leave them. A Visage that already got 6, sure, you can. It's not good, but you can leave him. However, some of these teams have been focusing a little bit way too much, overcompensating on star matchups. Like, let's say there's some star player, king player on the mid lane. You kind of sack your safe lane and your off lane to try and shut him down. And that usually bites you back very, very early on in the game.
Speaking of star mid laners, we have one coming up in our first series of the day as we witness Team Aster taking on Aster Aries. And this is going to be a difficult one for Aster Aries. Yes, we've heard Team Aster in the past talking up Aster Aries and telling us that this is a squad to watch out for. There are a lot of hungry up-and-coming players, but the results haven't necessarily panned out in that direction just yet. Just between these 2 squads, Aster Aries, with mostly the same team, has played up against Team Aster in the past, and they've never won a series. The best they've done is they took a solitary game at IWO at the beginning of last year, but a full series, it's never happened before. So Aster Aries, we'll see if they have what it takes today. It's a difficult thing to do because Team Aster, they've been playing very strong Dota. They've also started to be a bit more versatile, right? Playing a lot of different heroes for Sumail. We've seen Baboka play pretty much everything. We have a lot of different heroes for XXX and Monet. It's kind of hard to do. So for Aster Aries, I am looking towards, generally speaking, when this team is doing well, we're thinking about Ulu. But of course, they also have XWY through the mid lane. So what do you want to see them draft for Aster Aries to give them the best chance of taking Team Aster down in game 1?
Well, just get techies first and foremost immediately if you can. For me, all of these universal heroes are just busted. Magnus looks like a top tier pick. Timber saw as well. I've been. You remember that game in which Timber soloed the team fight and won the game? It was LGD's Timber, right? Like since that game, I've literally been calling Timber in every game I'm watching. Like I'm like, yeah, Timber, don't don't put shade on this hero. Don't shade it out. Don't fade it out. Like get this hero out in the spotlight because I really think that he is looking extremely broken at the moment. Like even if you don't have stuns, even if you're not in the best position to pick Timber, I still feel he's good. But yeah, Timber, Universal Heroes, Techies, Aster Ares, that's the go-to, I feel like.
I imagine that Team Master is going to focus a little bit on Aster Ares' off lane because Shang-Chi lately has been doing fairly well from that position, especially when he's playing Doom. And it does seem to be the hero that Team Master has isolated primarily. They're like, play something else, man. Go for it. That being said, he does play a pretty decent Timbersaw, so he could try and whip that one out. I think in China it's been either this Magnus has been played a lot in the off lane. We've seen a lot of Dooms as well. We've seen a couple of Brewmasters here and there. Very few Underlords. Obviously, when we spoke to XXX the other day, he mentioned that he thinks the hero just tapers off in a way that doesn't feel good. But what doesn't feel good is that you're Aster Ares and now you have to deal with Techies. Yay.
Yeah.
Most picked hero all across the world, Liz. What a time to be alive.
Maybe Spirit Breaker Visage, Oh, shit.
Shang-Chi Timber, baby.
Let's go. Exactly what I asked for. They get themselves the Timber and the Clinks. Okay, so this is, by the way, most likely going to be your support Clinks. With the Timber being, I don't know what. He can be mid, he can be offlane. But most likely support Clinks. By the way, did you know the Shang-Chi, that his nickname basically means life or death?
Life or death. I like that.
Yeah, very dark.
I like this lore drive that you've been on with these names.
Dude, I've been learning some Chinese, going in there. So it's interesting to me. But yeah, like Storm Spirit picked up by Team Master. That's actually really good. I feel like not only are you picking, obviously, Sumail's best hero or one of the. Look, if you say Sumail, you think of Storm Spirit. Like this guy, can we stop fooling ourselves? Like you can play your Windrunners and your whatever else, Puck/Rax. Storm is always going to mark you. He's always going to be the Storm Spirit.
Hold on, Liz. You say these things, right? But remember, when we had the interview with them, and we asked them about the mid shenanigans, and Sumail said to Boboka that he should play mid, and he should play either Storm or Earth Spirit, and then Storm happened to be banned that game. So this could be Sumail playing something else. He could be the one playing Techies, and then Boboka plays Storm Spirit.
Sure. Yeah. I think that's a 0% probability, but why I'm talking about Storm is because he feels amazing in this game. Like Timber into Storm mid sucks, and then you also have Clinks to jump on. Throughout the game, you can hunt down the Timbersaw. You can hunt him as he's trying to Timber Chain away. You bring a lot of mixed damage against him. Like just overall is a strong hero here. So I really like that they've drafted that. I think for XXS right now, Visage loses a lot of potential. Like I don't think Visage will be drafted. Picking that into Timber just doesn't feel that great, but maybe there's a chance that they get it. Also, Techies, versatile, can be a 4 or a 5. Same can be said for Clinks. He's also versatile, but I do think it's most likely a 4. That's where Hero has been played the most, running around with some Orchid or Solar Crest bursting you down. And probably you don't want it core versus Storm Spirit anyway.
It's intriguing because if he does end up going for the Orchid build, you definitely don't want it core versus Storm, but then you could at least have the Orchid to apply towards Storm Spirit. Your team doesn't have that much hard and out disable at the moment, so having an item like that would help. Sadly, it's harder to make that work for yourself, Liz, because now they have absurd sustain coming in from Team Master. There's Io to back up the Storm Spirit. Between him and Techies, one of them will buy the mech. You have this Bloodseeker who also sustains himself throughout the entirety of the game. And Team Master, outside of like Timbersaw going ham in these fights, hitting you with the full spell combo, where's the burst damage, Liz?
Burst comes from Clinks as well. Like he dishes out a ton of damage. He's one of those heroes that can actually hunt down the IO. So you can always get in the backline. You should probably follow this up with some sort of a mid lane backline catcher like Puck. And there we go.
Perfect.
You get the puck to lock down the Storm Spirits. You get the puck to jump on top of Io together with the Flinks. Look, I like Astro Ares' draft. I can definitely see where they're going with this. You know, one thing that I've never liked, well, I'm lying. It's like whenever they're playing versus a team that's much stronger than them, I'm like, yeah, I never liked this about them. And whenever they're playing versus a weaker team, one thing that really works for them, switches according to the situation. But what I'm talking about is Red Panda loves crazy position 4s and 5s. Like, you remember, even when he got into the scene with Elephant, what was he picking for himself? Brewmaster. It wasn't the meta, right? But he was still picking it. Clinks, for me, is good. It's not on the techies level, like, at all. It's like a good support that can work, but techies is a support that has to work no matter what, I feel like. But
techies just does everything right now, it feels.
Yeah. Team Master right now. Two last bans. One is Faceless Void. Basically, they're getting rid of carries that they think are good against them. Faceless Void is one. What the second one will be? What's left in the pool? There's like some TB you're not too scared of. You don't have
TB, there's Fen, there's Monkey King. Oh, Monkey's banned now.
Yeah, Monkey. Nice ban. But overall, I'm not sure where Astro Ares will go with this. I feel like, what could they use? You can't have some of these heroes that are bad versus Bloodseeker. You also have to be careful about Bloodseeker's Shard and Aghanims when you're picking these tanky boys. Like, Bloodseeker can actually dish out a ton of damage to Timber as well because of that.
It's just annoying that Timber to play the fights being ruptured up. You have to worry about your positioning. The silence is also really annoying. Timbers don't buy the items to dispel anymore, really. So it's going to be interesting to see how he goes about it. This is one of his most played heroes for Shang-Chi. Like, this will be his 50th game on the hero, so he knows what he's doing with this. This is also going to be one of the most played heroes for XWI. I'm glad when you outlined the puck, I was thinking that they want a hero that's going to be comfortable for him in this matchup against Sumail and throughout the game. You do not want to put him on the back foot against King. Yeah. The puck is very good. Like, it's his second most played hero. Okay. He's played 89 games of it, so it's going to be his 90th game today. Good times. For Team Aster, we need a hero for XXX in the off lane. What do you want to see? Magnus, maybe?
Look, Magnus would be great. I think it's probably a best bet. Kind of bad versus Timber, maybe, but overall really good. I'd like to see that. Surprised it went through all the way. By the way, Brewmaster ban, I think it's telling. Maybe a Naga, maybe a Terrorblade. Okay, Ogre Magi. And that's the offlane, by the way, Ogre Magi. It's been picked yesterday in Europe. Who picked it? No, not yesterday. Not in the last session, but the session before yesterday, and it was Liquid. They played it on offlane. And it worked. So, Team Master obviously putting a lot of attention on the strongest region at the moment.
Stealing EU strats. The hero has been played twice across the world. So I played that one game he spoke about where he won. And then Prada for Team Infinity lost to Beast Coast as a support.
Wait. The guy's nickname is Prada?
Yeah.
He's bringing the swag.
That's a fresh name, bro. Prada.
I'm gonna rename myself to Dior, you know, like, let's go.
Well, I would say choose Lacoste, but it's already been taken.
Yeah, we need all the. Okay, never mind. Let's move on with the Ogre Magi pick. I think it's pretty solid. Does it push you away from picking something like a Naga or a TB? I don't think so. The zooming Bloodseeker probably pushes you away from that from more than anything else. Let's see what they'll pick up for Ulu. A troll. No, a Naga. Okay.
Naga Siren.
I think this was they waited a little bit before they selected her, but I feel like this was the plan all along, and it was apparent from their last ban.
Yeah, they protected this Naga Siren by taking out that Brewmaster, like you mentioned. There's so much setup for this team on the side of Aster Ares. One thing I've liked to see when I have teams playing up against a quote-unquote stronger opponent is give yourself as many opportunities to come back into the game and to play make, even if the game itself is going south. They have a lot of it here on the side of Aster Ares. Outside of the Clinks and the Timber, everybody else has some kind of disable. They've got a lot of magic damage. They've got some physical damage. They can scale throughout the game. And I'm still, this Ogre in the off lane, I've only seen it, like you mentioned the Zai game, I've only seen it in a couple of pubs, and it's been up and down. It hasn't like broken my heart and being like, oh wow, this hero should be in every single game. So what do you think here? At the end of the drafts, now that we see everything, Liz, which team are you favoring for game one? If you were to ignore the names on the team sheets, just looking at the drafts, who do you prefer playing for?
It's a rough one. Like, even if I removed all the names, I think I'd be very split between those teams. Like, very split. I really like the Timber. At the same time, you have Io, Storm Spirit, and Techies. I think that's kind of very strong currently. Storm and Techies, specifically. I think there's a lot of potential for them to shut down Sumail as well. Like some Dream Coils with Clinks rotating in. Like, you can burst him down before Io even shows up to the party. I think some things are redundant. Like Ogre and Bloodseeker don't really, maybe they do buff up each other. Maybe I'm just wrong. But the attack speed is already there for the Bloodseeker, right? He's gonna be strong versus the Naga. With all the Mjolnir charges just going everywhere, like all the lightnings hitting the illusions. But there is definitely that mid-game Naga and Timber Saw in which they can just roll out of control.
Let's see if Aster Ares has what it takes to roll out of control indeed, and to start to put the seeds down for their first win up against Team Aster. Or if King and the boys will just go back to doing regular King and the boys things on the side of Team Aster and make this yet again a 2-0 affair. Between themselves and LGD, both of whom are in action today, neither of them have even dropped a single map. Not a single game lost so far in the DPC. Aster definitely want to keep that run going. Aster Ares want to be the first opposition that they find themselves unable to get past.
Yeah, they're like, come on, bro, let us take this W. You're our big bro. let it happen. Let it go.
Let it go.
Let it go. Did you click the maiden instantly? You did, didn't you?
Of course, yeah. Immediately, bro.
Let it go.
Let it go.
Red Panda playing a normal hero. That's also
I'm disappointed. I mean, this is the guy, you were mentioning his Brewmaster 5. People often speak about Kuroki and him playing some off-kilter 5 heroes. They don't know what they're talking about, Liz. They don't know the tech we've seen from Red Panda. DP5 is weird. Razor 5 is weird. Y'all haven't seen what we've seen.
My friend, I love tooting my own horn, so you haven't seen my Meepo position 4, back in the day. Have you ever watched me play, by the way, in a competitive scene?
I don't think so, actually.
Are you fresher to the scene or just haven't seen me?
I think at the time when you were still playing, I was just obsessed with Chinese Dota. So I wouldn't watch any other region unless it's like a major.
Look at Clinks.
TK's about to be first blood.
My
he's
God.
dead, dude.
Holy hell. Oh my God. Okay. Sure.
That's bad, man. 2 blood grenades, right clicks. What can you do?
Two blood grenades and so much bonus attack speed, movement. Because of that, you get more attacks in, right, from the Clinks, from the Techies. I mean, Techies has a better right click now than Clinks, level 1.
That doesn't sound right when you say these things to me. I'm just like,
look, man. Techies has 5 armor and 53 damage with 3 branches. Clinks with 2 branches has 49 damage and 4 armor. You're outright winning the right-click battle. It's crazy.
The way that the tides of Dota change over time. Very intriguing. What hasn't changed all that much over time has been the matchup between Storm and Puck Metal. With this new patch, has anything emerged from these heroes that you would think tilts the lane in either direction, or we're still in this beautiful stalemate between these two?
Yep, completely skill-based matchup still. Puck eventually, has a little bit of an advantage because of the built-in disable in Dream Coil. But overall, it's anyone's game. What's interesting is that some heroes have started buying Orchid against Puck again. Because Orchid feels maybe a little bit better, so maybe it's an option for a Storm too. But besides that, nothing extraordinary here.
Speaking of someone very disappointed that Baboka is not playing the Storm Spirit. And top lane, we actually have TK in trouble again. XXX trying to chase him down with this Ogre. Blast off, held him in position. They just don't have enough damage as he pops the magic stick, but proof of concept being shown about how much pressure they can put into the top lane if the Clinks is not careful.
Yeah, like once this Ogre gets his Vanguard, you can pretty much safely leave him. I think that's a thing that you could do as techies. But you can also rotate the Timber Saw against him in the lane, and then the Ogre will not have a lot of fun. Bloodseeker, I think a bit lower, but not enough of mana on Red Panda to follow that through.
And Io's here. Baboka. One of the great things about Io that makes him so good in this meta right now, all these healing lotuses, these sources of additional free health. Makes it even better to play this hero.
As long as you take them.
As long as you take them.
Yeah.
You've been complaining a lot about players just leaving them behind.
I mean, it's a big deal, right? Like it's some bonus heals that are going to change the state of the lane.
Top lane. Speaking of the lane, we might actually have a death onto Ulu here. He retreated a little bit, but came back.
Oh, nice.
So hoping for a kill. He does dodge the sticky bomb using the illusions. PickU trying to avoid in the trees here. XXX finds the Fire Blast, and they do manage to bring down the Naga Siren. They do get PickU in the opposite, but who cares? Naga is the big target here, and she's the one that goes down first.
Yeah, he's like, hello, sir, I have 7 armor and Ring of Health, plus almost 1,000 HP. This Ogre is not gonna die. You will not trade well with him. And I'm surprised.
Look middle.
Yeah.
6 heroes here. They jump in onto Red Panda. They found him with the stun, but Sumail doesn't have enough HP to go up the hill to try and find that chase.
Can they kill Red Panda? Probably not, right? Like, they can't do anything to Red Panda, but they do secure the runes for Sumail, which is super important. He's already doing fine into the puck, but yeah, you generally want to secure his lane, at least with the runes. You don't have to secure the one-on-one battle, ever. The only way you can help Sumail or any other midder at the moment is by securing them runes. So please, in pubs,
go secure runes.
I don't think like there's like a clear cutoff when that starts happening, and right now it's like 7.5k MMR. At around that ballpark, people actually start securing runes as supports.
So everybody in chat, hear what Lizard is saying. If you secure a rune even once for your mid laner, you're basically 7.5k.
Yeah. And it's like being selfless as a support. And that's something that, like, if you're guiding supports, that's one thing that you can probably tell them to do and help them the most. The problem with being a support in pubs, by the way, I'll go on a rant. Sumail, dropping a bit lower,
should be
but
fine.
Yeah, he has
they don't have the Dream Coil yet.
Yeah. Magic Wand, 13 Magic Wand charges. So basically the problem with playing a support overall is that you're watching mostly streamers and learning from them playing for, right? But the problem with that is that they're mostly playing for entertainment as well, not only for just play game value. Double damage.
Speaking of entertainment, middle, Sumail might be entertaining us with a death. He does have 6 to try and get himself away. Beautiful zip back with the Vortex, but XWI still has the damage to kill him. Sadly, though, there's too many heroes around him for him to survive this. And as the Ares, they want more. PickU, gonna get frozen up. Should get killed off as well. So that is 2 for 1. Nice, yeah, this is very good for Ares.
Super word for them. Making sure that the puck is, having a little bit of advantage on that mid lane. He gets the double damage rune, he takes down the Storm. He almost dies before Storm, but getting that kill. Instantly rotates down bottom, realizing, okay, I didn't use Dream Coil. This can be used on Monet instead.
He only got Dream Coil during the fight itself. So let's see if he can deploy this technology against the Bloodseeker. He throws in the spell. The Blood Rite will get dropped down. Bloodseeker getting some reinforcements filtering in. With the techies be here in time. Blast off onto 2. Monet is still alive. Red Panda really wants an angle, but he can't find it. And they do end up losing Red Panda instead. Next to fall should be PickU, but he's standing next to the tier 1 tower getting so much bonus armor. He's not going to end up dead. And Monet covers him as well with the blood right. Says, I cover you, you cover me. As a team, we all survive and we punish Asta Ares for the attempt.
That was just ridiculous. How does this man live? How does he have the audacity to live through all of that? My God. 12 armor, phase boots and great band, plus a ton of time wasted by Puck.
Yeah.
Which is probably the worst at this point, right? Like you just got a nice skill, you TP down bottom, you want to get another one, and instead you just fall behind the storm. You got a kill on him, but now you're 400 gold behind.
Worst case scenario for them not being able to utilize the Puck's time and having it all be wasted. Before something else happens on the map, though, finish your rant, brother. What is it that people need to be doing to get better at support outside of just watching streamers who, like you say, are playing to entertain and to have fun, not necessarily to improve their own skill?
I think just watching some random people that are high MMR or watching pro games is the way to go, and copying that. Like you should, like the thing about support is you should be focusing. Well, you're supporting. It's in the name, so you should be focusing on not necessarily on only your own game. That's gonna make you better. Like because the hidden fact about supporting, it's more about the general state of the game than it is about you. So you can be some star IO player later. Just watch the map a bit more, play the game to help your allies instead of getting that instant mech as soon as possible because you never died.
But, you know, in my game, supports are the carries. So we'll see. Hopefully this support is taken, or this advice is taken a hold of by all supports listening. Right now, though, the supports on the game, at least on the side of Team Asta, starting to make some stacks for Monet to farm later. He's not that far from having his Maelstrom. Then he can start scaling into the game because the rest of the four on Asta, they can just keep fighting while this Bloodseeker's farming.
Well, they want to take him down once again before that happens.
They tried last time and it didn't work out. This time around, will it work out? Not necessarily. The IO is here. Beautiful blood right, starting out some heroes. And with the blast off, they end up bringing down both supports on the side of Asta Ares. Monet somehow still alive. They turn onto XWY and kill him off as well. And Shang-Chi, out of mana, they go back to the base with Sumail just to replenish his pool. Bring him back potentially for a further fight. But once more, they come onto Monet, and once more, they get sent packing here. Team Asta just will not give up the Bloodseeker's life. And because he keeps living, they also keep the tier 1 tower alive as well.
And the TP top with the storm to prevent the Naga from pushing or maybe even killing her. He doesn't have
she's actually gonna die.
Yeah.
Oh my god. That's actually so smart because they saw the relocate going in. So they probably naturally assumed, oh, Sumail will come back to the bottom lane with all this mana. And he just shows up to the top lane. Is that a solo kill? Heads up. What a player.
Yeah, that's man, that feels just very bad for Ares. Like Bloodseeker should have no business surviving through those last two ganks, and he still lives, and he's still standing up all alone, lonesome versus a Timbersaw defending his tower. His tower will fall eventually, but yeah, I think any other hero in that situation should be dying, not the Bloodseeker. Way too much armor, and the majority of that damage, I suppose, was physical, but I expected maybe more from Klinks when it comes to these early game skirmishes, early game bursts.
Haven't necessarily had much influence just yet from TK. It's building into the Solar Crest. It has just arrived, so we could potentially see them pop the smoke, try to deliver this damage outlay somewhere on the map. Puck has access to the Dream Coil again, not that far away from Witchblade. Definitely has been rough so far. Team Asta feeling quite solid. They're occupying all the top positions in the net worth department for their cause. What's really scary for me is just that Sumail is having what seems like it might be one of those Sumail games. We'll see if he gets another kill here through the mid lane, but he's just scouting information onto Red Panda.
Just a sorry afterwards. Sorry, guys. Didn't catch him. Not gonna happen. But Ogre rotating mid, and I think this is one of those 12-minute marks where all 5 will be on mid lane, or at least 4. You get this rune, and then you play off of that. Sumail, they're going on him.
They're going on top of him, yeah. They get the Dream Coil out, they lose your orb, and they actually do have the damage this time around to get the kill. You wanted TK to be present, this time he was, and he rained in some damage necessary to kill off the storm. The question is, do they have what it takes to kill Io on the retreat? Io coming back. And they're going to try go for him. But here comes the Bloodseeker TPing in as well. XWY forced to go onto the high ground, but still ends up dead. And they're chasing down Red Panda and Shang-Chi. They demolish Red Panda. Double kill for this Bloodseeker. Is there another target they want? They got the smoke or the dust rather out onto TK. So he has no way out of this fight. He ends up dead, giving over a triple to Monet. And for Asta Ares, it happens again, Liz. 1 step forward, 3 steps back as they end up losing several heroes and a tier 1 tower in this mid lane.
Yeah, they don't have a carry that can join. Meanwhile, Bloodseeker, at this point with the Maelstrom, he feels more than happy to join in the action, have some fun. But this is very interesting, and I've seen it from 2 teams so far. I've seen it from Aster and I've seen it from Tundra. This clump up, this convergence on the mid lane, 13 minutes in, like 12 minutes rune into mid lane fight. It seems to be something that they are just doing whenever they can. Maybe if they fall behind super heavily, they won't. But even when they fall behind, I feel like they do the same move. This 5-man move on the mid tier 1.
Definitely gotten some positive results for Team Aster in this situation. We've got them in the mid tower as well, so they have a bit more real estate to play with than what Asta Ares has available on their map. Stack's going to be finished off now by Sumail as he can begin building into getting BKB. What's the response on the side of Asta Ares to getting BKB on Sumail? What do you want to see, for example, from the Naga? She's going for the Orchid first. Given that BKB should probably arrive... Wait, let's see the gold distribution. Around the same time as this Orchid. Do you want to see any change as Red Panda will just be accelerating the timing of that BKB a little bit by gifting some free gold to Sumail?
Yeah, I feel like you can't really change that a lot. What you can do is slow it down. So perhaps some rotations to kill off Storm Spirit a few extra times before the BKB comes online. I think that's the best bet. Like, you're not going to be able to get anything that will just deal with the BKB this early on. What you can do, obviously, is always bait it out, play around it, kite it a little bit, fight afterwards, but it's going to be a huge issue. They don't have any BKB piercing abilities.
Also, down bottom, we see XWI still trying to come back into this game. Really rough time for the puck. The lane itself was okay. And then he gets the first kill onto Sumail, which is fine, but ever since that failed rotation towards Monet down bottom, XWI has just been falling further and further behind. His team might need him soon though, because there is a smoke gank coming in from Team Aster. Let's see who they're gonna find. Red Panda would very happily commit his life here if it means saving Ulu, but Ulu might still end up dead. Red Panda gonna be the first casualty. And Ulu realizes, not the place to be. Boys, I'm gonna go farm the other side of the map now.
Yeah, continue chilling. Bring down bottom, XYW and Klinks. This is something that I expected from the 2 of them. Like Klinks scouting, and then if there's an opportunity, Puck follows up. Relocate mid. Timber.
Yeah, they wanted to trap Shang-Chi here, but he got off the Timber chain. He was prepared. And now they know there's no reload. They actually might try to... If somebody shows bottom, maybe not the Bloodseeker is a bit too difficult. If it's another target, they can seem a little bit juicier because now you know they can't come and save them with the reload.
I feel like the only hero they should be going on is this guy going on Timber mid, Storm.
Okay, they're gonna jump this Timber. Do they have what it takes to kill him though? Yes, they do. Massive amounts of damage coming in from Baboka, but they're looking for revenge here. They get the song. 3 heroes have been snagged up here. Sumail is one of them. XWI, can he help out here? There is no way to drag him out with the reload. Freezing Field doing some damage, but maybe not enough. Blood Right will cancel it, and now they zip in onto Ulu. Sumail kills him off. They drag him back Red Panda. He should end up dead as well. Rupture onto TK, so his escape will be prevented. As 4 heroes have fallen. Asta Ares, they lose the Timber to start with. They're looking for revenge with the song, but who was being set up on who here, Lizard? They give up 3 kills and Asta loses absolutely nothing.
Ay. What was all that healing, by the way? Where did it come from? Like, Storm just got healed out of his mind when they initiated on. It looked decent for them. Sure, like, you want to make this play. Song, you ensnare the Storm while he's still asleep, it gives the perfect opportunity for them to use their spells on him. But Pavis, a little bit of heals, and he just turns. Not enough damage coming from Ares. I was expecting perhaps a little bit more from Klinks, but it's not happening. And they're building these orchids. Like Klinks is going for one, same for Naga, right? She's going for an orchid. You're gonna get orchids pretty much at the same time that everyone on Aster has a BKB, or at least these two important cores, the Bloodseeker and the Storm.
Actually changed his mind.
Changed,
yeah. Sanjin Kaya.
Okay,
yeah.
So he's gonna be tankier, but more susceptible to the Orchid ganks. But he's 10k ahead. His teammates are 10k ahead. It's a difficult
pretty
one.
nuts. To in one of those positions, fam, where you have to start looking at everything they have on Aster Ares. You start asking questions as to how on earth do they win right now. The problem is as we saw in that last fight, damage is hard for them to come by. The one hero that can help them with that damage outlay, the Timber, unlike most of his games, survivability is hard to come by for him. Doesn't feel uber tanky here. So this game is hot. 10k net worth lead right now with an Aegis in tow for Team Aster. They're going to try and take down the tier 2 tower, further control the rest of the map. And for Aster Ares, you just dodge for the next few minutes until you maybe finish off these orchids. I feel like, yes, it's not great that these are your only controlling items, but you don't have anything else right now, Liz.
Yeah, I think you're still trying to defend a little bit Sumail. He's scouting out, he has that Aegis, he'll just jump in.
Yep, he gets frozen up by Red Panda. Bloodright will be there. Sumail finding TK. Bloodright will also come out onto the Slinks, and that should easily be a dead Bone Fletcher. Red Panda follows him into the grave as well. They do stall up Sumail, but between the IO heals, between the Pavis...
Yeah, no, this just feels...
Baboka, you can't do anything.
Yeah, this just feels very wrong what they're doing. Like you asked, should they just stall up and go farm? I think so. I think maybe Timber should be the one just chilling on the high ground, defending a little bit with chakrams, but instead they go in. And it's not only that they lose 2 heroes, it's fine, you lost 2 supports. The problem is they're wasting so much time on their cores. Like someone should be output... it's like double loss. Your lanes aren't pushed out as much as they should be, and your cores weren't farming during that time. So you're losing quite a bit. Back bottom lane, Monet can't find the Rupture. He can find the full Mjolnir, by the way, now. So the illusions of Naga just become insignificant as well.
So full BKB Mjolnir on this Bloodseeker. Building into an Aghanim shot as well for himself. His partner next to him, XXX, has the full pipe as well. Building into the Crimson Guard. So if we thought they're having damage issues now, fam, once the Crimson is finished, they just will not have damage writ large.
Yeah, the pipe, the Crimson. A lot of utility coming from this. Midas boy, top lane.
Sumail zips in onto Shang-Chi. He's gonna try TP out right now. Can they kill him off in time? No, they cannot. Piku took a little bit too long to show up with the blast off.
Yeah, he TP'd, but he doesn't have a relocate to work with, so he wasn't really able to get there on time. Use that stun.
Well, game's about to get harder, Liz, because Monet is stealing a Wisdom Rune down on the bottom side of the map. They do silence off Sumail here. He has an Aegis. Let's see if they can at least take the first life. Yeah. They can. And they did it really quickly, actually. So that's just going to feel good. It might not restore the game state, but this is good for morale at this point.
Yeah, they proved to themselves that they can kill him. But to kill him, so far, what have they been doing wrong? So far, they've been focusing the Storm without focusing Baboka. And Io is the real problem. If you don't take him down, you're probably not taking down the Storm too. But perhaps that's something that they can think about changing.
Look at the items that this Io has. He knows that he can rely on the techies to be the one to build the mech for him. We spoke about that a bit in the draft, so as a result, he can buy the other util items. Solar Crest, we have a Pavis already. Just between these 2 items, putting them onto Sumail in the midst of these fights makes the Storm very, very hard to kill. At least they don't have an Aegis though for the side of Team Aster, so Aster is probably not afraid that the high ground is going to be sieged upon soon. Gives them a little bit of leeway to try and finish off their items.
Yep. Just chill out for a while, farm up some more. Your Clinks is slowly and steadily becoming an issue too. Like he's scouting out PQ.
Okay, might get free gold here. PQ, thanks for your contribution, my friend. We appreciate. But let's see if these heroes get out though, as they did drop the reactive taser onto TK. So TK will die for this.
Yeah, I like how Puck, while he was killing the techies, he was also using Illusory Orb to get away. So he knew, okay, as I finish him, I need to be already out of this place. The relocate will come in.
Still though, at least you're forcing this team to play on that side of the map. They're further away from your base. And you gotta kill. First Tormentor of the game taken out now. So Asta, they got a free one for the techies. And that's always a little bit nice. Upgraded reactive taser. This is cool.
Yeah, every Tormentor that I watch, I'm just waiting for someone to die.
Looks like you're the bloodthirsty one today, Liz.
I don't know. I just like seeing people fail on the Blood Tournament because I don't understand it yet. I don't know when it's gonna kill me, when not. Like, I know that if you're a Visage, you have to drop down your birds instantly, or they just get zapped to that in a second. Yeah. If you're a Meepo, you can solo it almost at any part of the game. But yeah, it's an interesting one. Techies. Once again. Actually, Ogre is coming, yeah.
It's an awkward place to be for our Puck right now. Does have Blink Dagger. Gets in the trees. Okay, should be fine here. Bloodseeker is on the other side, hopefully trying to catch down TK, but because his supports were bottom, there was no reveal to deal with the Slinks.
Does Storm have big? Yeah, Storm has a BKB.
Does, yeah.
He should feel much safer from those Naga Clinks combos. Yeah, you have...
Man, Sumail, so scary.
Now you have the BKB on him, you have the BKB on Bloodseeker. There's a Lotus and Ogre to get rid of the Orchids as well. All your items are kind of coming together. Do you really want to pressure high ground? Well, they're pinging it, but I felt like they might not. There's a Tormentor on the right, though. That feels like a good objective to steal.
Monet pings it out. And he's like, boys, let's go get a free Aghanim shot. So this one would go either towards our Io or towards the Ogre, and it goes towards Io. Okay, so we get some of that free overcharge, which is pretty nice, and a free kill onto Red Panda. Sumail just killing these heroes for fun at this point, honestly.
Yep, it's just the high mobility that he has, and also he's one of the best players when it comes to watching the map, knowing where he should be, at what point to snatch a kill or two. I feel like he plays really damn well up front. Like when he has an advantage, he really pushes it.
They're gonna try to use that advantage because he just picked up a DD rune and his team is thinking about a high ground siege. If they catch any vision of these heroes, they will relocate and kill them. And they have an observer ward that just caught XWY bottom. They're pinging him out right now. There's the TP starting in from XXX. Goes in towards the tower.
It's gonna be too late.
XWY.
He'll probably TP out, yeah. Storm! Oh,
is he too late? Is he too late? Is it too late, Liz? No, it's not. Sumail is here, my friend, with a double damage rune. Super easy. They kill off the Puck, and now they're going to try and take the Twin Gate in the event they have a date with Roshan. The big man is potentially up in 10 seconds. Lately, we've been getting some fairly long respawns. So let's see what he gets. But yeah. XWI, you know what he's gotten out of this game, Lizard? Absolutely nothing.
Nice ward. Like that for scouting exactly where he went. And Sumail just goes in afterwards, catches him. Very unfortunate for the Puck, but that's what you get for being a rat.
Rat Dota. I'm glad that those eras of every game being a rat game are over. It's awful.
I mean, they're 15k behind and they're playing with Tanaga, so they kind of have to be ratting. The problem is... how's Timber doing, actually? He's got the axe. He's going for the shard next. I'm looking at Timber to maybe be the difference maker on Ares. It's not going to be Puck anymore. Like, this Puck, he almost has as much net worth as the Io. Like, he will bring the control. He also needs to use his tier 3 token. It's just chilling there in his inventory.
Puck. XWI is certainly having a difficult game. And the thing is, I was kind of hoping that he would step up in the series, because we saw last season that every single time that we had a player who got kicked from a team playing up against that team, that player would do really, really well. It happened with Lu against Extreme. It happened with IG with Pashangye versus PSG LGD, incidentally grabbing them the win in that particular instance.
Smoke up.
But so far, XWI has not been able to show that them losing him in favor of the King was a mistake. And they're going to smoke, but they're too late.
Yeah.
The Roche is gone. The cheese has been taken. And honestly, they are just... I can imagine them taking a successful fight inside the pit, you know, this massive choke point. We get these chakrams out with 2-3 heroes caught inside Dream Coil. But in open space, you can't take this fight anymore. You have to back off and wait for
especially
the high
not
ground.
versus Aegis, right? Like, it's not going to happen. But the Puck TP'd bot, and he's going to have to move back. He doesn't have that TP anymore. 10 seconds, they will be pushing your high ground.
Yep. Chakram is going to try and stall this up for now, but they have the right-click damage. No fortification of pop either. Now they're just going to zip in. Shang-Chi in danger. Song of the Siren. Going to bail him out of trouble. All 5 heroes caught. Will they do anything with this on Aster Ares? They jump in with Sumail isolating the supports and immediately killing them off. XWI can't even get off a spell before he's forced to retreat. Shang-Chi stunned up, dragged in, and brought down by the blood rat of Monet. 3 heroes die. 1 of them buys back. But all these heroes from Team Aster still very, very healthy. And I don't know about this. I don't know how you stop this. The only thing they've been able to do, though, is that this creep wave is very far back. TK has illusions in the top lane, dealing with this wave a little bit. Unironically, he might have just saved his game with these small shenanigans up on top.
Yeah, actually, it was Puck as well that helped out with it a little bit. He was top, but he did help out, but Ogre.
Can't do anything to help out Red Panda, though, sadly, as it's a dieback right now onto the Crystal Maiden. XXX with this Blink Dagger, just blinking up, throwing in these Fire Blasts, pretty much daring Ares, go on me. See if you can get past all of my HP before my team helps.
Yeah, he's got that Lotus Pipe. It's... and an IO, right? So, very unlikely that they kill him.
Yep. Lotus Pipe, they've got Greaves on the techies. There'll be 3 heroes caught inside a Dream Coil, but Sumail just past BKB, jumps in onto Ulu. They find and kill the Nagasai, and she's dead without buyback. Sumail not done just yet, though, turning his attention towards Shang-Chi. And as they kill off this Timber, it's another double for Monet and another victory for Team Aster. GG, well played. Aster Ares throw in the towel. King and the boys still on it. And today, Blizzard, they're not even laughing because this is just another day at the office.
Yeah, they're not laughing. They just destroyed their little sister, brother, or whatever you want to call them, team. So have to show respect. Have to be like, you know, like you're hiding your face, but you're smiling actually. Yeah, it was an easy one, I would say. Sumail, he died on the mid lane, and because of that, XYW, he got a little bit of an advantage going on there, but that advantage was squandered, unfortunately for him, on these 2 ganks on the Bloodseeker. These 2 ganks just needed to go right for them. I feel that the game was pretty much broken right there and there. You're trying to kill off the Bloodseeker, you get punished. First time, you lose 1, second time, you lose 4, and then you also fall back behind the Storm Spirit as you've been, instead of just farming up mid, like he was, you were trying to gank, and those tries didn't work. I can't blame them for attempting these moves. They felt really natural and they felt really good, but they just didn't pan out the way imagined. Maybe they needed to wait for Timber to come in a little bit closer so that he can be that extra damage dealer. But yeah, it's kind of snowballed off of that.
Yep. We get to see that cascading effect. The replay just before this one was where Monet showed up middle, gets a triple kill. He doesn't have Maelstrom in that fight unless he gets all those kills and is involved in all that action, surviving down in the bottom lane. Because those ganks go badly, he gets that extra item. He can show up to help his team when areas are supposed to be advantageous and the game just feels impossible. I will also say real big shout out. Baboka played really, really well on this IO. Always very clutch with which heroes to target for the tether to give them the necessary heals. XXX also had a really solid game on this Ogre. Had a very quiet game, but he didn't die at all, Liz. He just was chilling. Had a decent time in the lane, got a decent amount of net worth, initiating for his team with this hero. You'll love to see it. This was one of those games where I really don't want to give anybody an individual MVP from Asta because this was just a solid team victory. Everyone did exactly what they were supposed to do to meet out this
I just
W
know
for
we
game one.
shouldn't give it to Sumail or Techies or Pichu because obviously they've had 4 and 2 deaths.
They've had a lot.
They've had deaths. Like, you can't be dying in this game. Come on, what are you doing, man? Step it up. But no.
Let's give Baboka 21 kill involvement on an IO, no deaths.
Yeah, I think
when the enemy team has Puck, Timbersaw, and Clinks, he played very well.
Yeah, he's definitely the silent player of the last game, right? Like, you couldn't really see him a lot, but he was doing his job 24/7. Healing up the Storm was pretty much all he had to do. Run around with him, relocate properly. Everything was on point. Storm did die once on the mid lane, but I was there as well trying to heal him up. Just didn't work out that time around. But yeah, overall, could give it to him. Could also really give it to Sumail. He had a fantastic Storm game. I think we aren't giving it to Sumail because we kind of got used to him playing the way he's playing.
Yep. I mean, this is Sumail's Storm Spirit. If he's doing anything less than this, he's a disappointment and he's getting lowest valuable player. But this, just good stuff. Good Sumail's Storm Spirit. This one thing I also loved about how Baboka played this game, we sort of mentioned it in the cast as well. The fact that they have the techies who can build the greaves for him changes up the itemization. Also allows him to play a bit more on the front foot, right? You're not just waiting for Storm Spirit to go to this very low portion of HP and pop him back up. You can give him tools so they can jump deeper into the fight. Give him that Pavis Shell, you give him that Solar Crest. Suddenly, there's like 3 or 4 seconds that you can spend not tethered to the Storm Spirit, just sort of waiting on the edge of the fight, deciding who to go in on. Makes life not just easier for him to play, but much more difficult for Asteris, because you mentioned in the draft that they have to isolate Baboka and kill him. But if he doesn't have to be right next to the Storm Spirit all the time, it's even harder to make that happen for yourself.
Yeah, and it was hard. They never killed him. Like, they never got on top of him. It was really hard, but also they weren't trying. So that's something that they can definitely improve on.
Well, want to see Asta Aries improving certainly into Game 2 and try to make this a competitive series, because so far, Team Asta is treating them like they've treated every other person they've taken on thus far in the DPC. But Asta Aries, before in the past, they've at least been able to take a game off of Team Asta. Let's see if they have what it takes in Game 2. So don't go anywhere. Some more DPC action coming at you in just a minute. Welcome back, one and all, here to the Chinese region DPC as we continue the day's action, witnessing the Aster sisters taking each other on. And so far, Big Sister has been smacking around the Little Sister a little bit as Team Aster took a very dominant Game 1 victory. However, the story is not over just yet, and Aster Aries can still make a name for themselves here in Game 2. Lizard, the adjustments have to begin in the draft. In retrospect, the Clinks didn't necessarily work out for them with TK. They didn't get that much currency out of the Naga Siren. Should we see Aster Aries step back into what we saw from them when they were kind of doing well in Tour 2, playing high-octane heroes from 1 to 5 and pretty much leaving nothing for their late game, trying to put as much pressure onto Team Aster as early as possible?
It's one of the ways to play the game, definitely, versus teams that are stronger than you. It always was. It's either... For me, it's like never go middle of the pack, never have the middle ground when you're playing with someone stronger. Either go full late game or you go full early game aggression, snowball, and win the game 25, 30 minutes in. Naga, for me, falls into none of those scenarios. Like, she used to be 5, 6, 7 years ago, she used to be this ultimate late game carry that no one could deal with, but at the moment, she just isn't. She's this hero that has a very specific power spike, in which you have to start rolling and controlling the map, and that's like Manta Orchid. And with Manta Orchid, you start getting some kills, getting towards the heart, and you slowly choke out the map, but it's much, much harder to do than before. I feel like that hero is difficult. Also, I feel that Techies is difficult, so ban Techies, please. Or pick it if you have first phase.
They have second pick again. So they have second pick on Dire once more on the side of Aster Aries. Once again, we have Team Aster with first pick Radiant. If you have first pick, probably going to be trying to get the Techies into your lineup. The hero remains, across all regions, the most contested hero in the game at the moment. And that particular game, we saw an example of why. Just good at all stages of the game in a bit of an unfair fashion. Given that they do have second pick, like you said, should they just ban Techies and then maybe try angle towards getting the Shang-Chi Doom where they kind of look their best when they have him on that hero?
I didn't mind the Timber as well. It didn't do a lot, but I didn't mind him. I don't mind the hero overall. I think the problem was he was playing into Storm and Techies. Like, Techies. Why Techies? Well, Techies because of the spell amp, right? Like the amp that you get from the mines, it's quite significant. So he dishes out a ton of damage, and his teammates obviously get helped out by that. So maybe Timbers could still be picked up. Doom as well, like you mentioned. It fits his nickname, Life or Death, playing Doom. I don't know, just, get these dark boys in. But but overall, it's hard to say, man. Like, just getting rid of one support isn't going to change the state of the game and how you played. I think what they got caught off guard is still the Bloodseeker and the amount of sustain that he had in that lane. I don't think that they were playing poorly. I think the lanes and the rotations, everything was more or less okay. The Ogre lane also suffered a little bit. Like, your Naga wasn't having the best of times. She got killed. But they were playing their lanes fairly well. Timbersaw was free farming. Your mid lane, Puck, was doing well. He was even winning versus the Storm after that kill. But the rotations just didn't pan out properly for them.
Regrettably, they did not. But we're going to see in game number 2 if that's going to be easier for them. And of course, they don't have to deal with the Baboka Wisp just yet, which was a large component as to why their rotations did not work in game 1. But here, they've already done the smart thing here, Liz. They have banned out the Techies. They say, no, sir, we don't want to deal with this. Team Aster, they've removed Doom as well as this Shadow Fiend from proceedings. So what's left now? We have Magnus. There's Storm Spirit still. They can, okay, just pick Storm. All right, we've seen this from them before, Liz. First overall, pick Storm Spirit. If it ain't broke, don't fix it.
Are they going to get bored? That's my only question. Like, at some point, if you're picking the same hero over and over again, you get bored by it. Like, maybe that's going to happen to Team Aster, but probably not. Like, Storm Spirit is just a really solid hero for them. Makes a lot of sense. Aster Aries, can they counter it immediately? Well, they tried to with Puck last game. What can you pick this time around? You can pick a co-op maybe and try for that way, like co-op Spirit Breaker and just gank him 24/7. Like, that's an option, but nothing feels very easy when it comes to countering Sumail. So far, at least in the region, we haven't seen anyone counter him hard. But let's see, Silencer and Puck. So you get the Dream Coil. And then you get the silence after. Is Io here or Pugna? Okay. Pugna though. Well, how do you feel about that? Interesting one.
I kind of like Pugna here. I like the battery aspects of this hero. I think like you already know that there's spell casters on the enemy team, so the ward is even stronger than it would be otherwise. If they go for some hero for Ulu that's like high octane right clicker, then suddenly Decrypt feels very good. I think if you play this Pugna correctly, and Piku is generally quite good at the hero, I think this could be a very, very, very strong Pugna game.
Okay, yeah. I can see it. I can also see it not doing a lot though. I feel like this Pugna, you're dealing with global silence, you're dealing with all silencer spells, you're dealing with Puck that's jumping you and Storm Spirit. Like it doesn't, for me at least. The way the fights are gonna go is Puck Dream calls the Storm, right? Then you follow up with global as the Dream Call is ending or during Dream Call. Pugna doesn't necessarily have items that can deal with global, so he will be most likely useless during those global silence seconds and dream call seconds.
Yeah, definitely. But I think you just play after that, right? Like after that fight, you go and you push down towers a bit. You force them to fight into you because you don't have any cooldowns really on the side of Asta. They have all of them on Asta Ares.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. So that's one of the things that you can do, right? Like play off of the cooldowns. Take one bad fight, take one big L for many small Ws afterwards. So, yeah, that approach is in general very good versus heroes with long cooldowns, silencers, faceless voids, anything like that. And Pugna is one of Pugna and Storm. They're heroes that literally have no cooldowns. You just want to be fighting 24/7.
As there is, though, they can try and pick up some other heroes to try and deal with this. Like you mentioned, if they ever do get on Pugna, this hero can evaporate in this game. So I wouldn't mind too much if they also make sure that they still damage with their other supports. With Asta banning out this anti-mage and the Nyx Assassin, man, they are going all in to protect Sumail. They're like, we are not going to get blown up. We're not going to have to deal with any massive issues where him dying suddenly changes our entire team fight. I feel like that's enough though, right? Do they also ban like some PL, any diffusal carrier, just to make 100% sure?
Then you have to ban out so many heroes. So I think these two are your safest bets. I think that's enough of coverage, but just ban out something that you think Aster Ares are good at right now or something that's going to mess with your future picks. I think the Nyx and the AM are good enough versus Storm and Pugna. Like they really destroy both of these heroes, so banning them out was necessary. Yeah, when it comes to Team Aster, they're lacking a little bit of control here. Stuns, these two are pretty squishy. Getting some X-Success hero here would be maybe a good bet. Something that doesn't really care too much about the silencer as well. And they ban out the monkeys, so some melee offlane probably coming up next for Team Master. Maybe a Magnus, maybe an Ogre again.
There's lots of options. Magnus is there, Ogre's there. He could play Timber himself if he wants to. On that side, it's a bit annoying into this Puck, but it could still be a decent game overall. Aster Ares has to pick first, though. With Visage being banned, what feels good? What would you ban if you're trying to pick Visage next? Some squishier support that doesn't want to get like completely zapped down all the time?
Wait, let's see what they go for. Enchantress instead. Okay, like some more control, lane control, that is. Like, she isn't that great when it comes to stuns, but now you get a hero that can actually dispel Decrepify, and you get a hero that can move on the other side of the map, make stuff happen. This should be Pugna or Spirit Breaker cores. What do you think?
Spirit Breaker? XXX?
Probably, right? Like you banned out the monkey, so it's gonna be like some Spirit Breaker and Pugna offlane, or Spirit Breaker and Mirana offlane. Like, interesting one, I would say. Interesting that they picked Morphling too. Like Morphling is okay versus Spirit Breaker in the lane, and in general he's good, but you always have that risk of being jumped on by Storm Spirit. Like he can dish out a lot of damage, and they're playing so fast on Aster. They have Storm, they have Spirit Breaker, Pugna. Like they really want to step up the tempo.
That's what I'm worried about right now. When is this Morphling going to find the time to farm to get him into a very good position in this game? This hero is definitely different than he was in the prior patch. Because they changed where the attribute shift is, feels like the hero, his timing's a little bit later. I don't know about this morphling. I do like that they don't have that much disable on the side of Asta, so you feel a bit more free as the morph. But the time he needs, and like you say, dude, they just have all Octane on Team Asta. Like, when do these heroes ever have to rest? When does anybody have to stop off and say, wait, boys, I can't fight. Give me 30 more seconds. As long as they have any items and spells online, they just go.
Yeah. What can be a problem for them? Perhaps the fact that they lose the lanes. Like, if they lose the lanes, the game can be a little bit rougher. But besides that, I think the Team Master, if they do just fairly well, if they even out, they should be able to just go, like you said. Where can't they go, though? Like, Spirit Breaker ganking Puck is going to be hard, right? Like, you have to really time your charge properly so that he doesn't phase. I think Slark is a really good ban from Aster Ares. They don't have a ton of real control besides Ringcoil, and Slark into Morphling has been generally really good. Another ban maybe is a PL, but I don't see it as this massive problem for Morphling. Like, for a long while it hasn't been, but maybe right now with the recent PL buffs it is again. So basically because Morphling just gets Ags, snatches your attack speed away later on, and doesn't feel that great.
So let's see, what options do we have here for Monet? They have to reveal first. It's going to be a hero that can probably play with the rest of the squad. I can't envision them picking up some heavy farmer at the end.
They could
play as Bloodseeker again.
Yeah,
I mean, they could, but why would you, right? If everything looking as it does, I mean, I guess you could do that thing of these four fight for you while you just soak up the space on the map. But I just feel like right now, Team Asta just feel better. And historically, Monet's always felt better when he's playing an in-your-face hero. Like some Ursa. Ursa, I think, is a very good ban as well. I think he could have easily played Ursa this game. That's just the profile of hero I think they need. Oh, wow. Didn't see that coming. Muerta. Isn't this only like our second Muerta we've had so far?
I didn't see the hero once so far in the DPC, in the games that I have watched. So, yeah, okay.
Yeah, it's our second one in China.
A different thing than what I expected. Like, calling the Ursa was good. I think Ursa would have been really solid. Why do you pick offlane into her now, though? Aster Ares, not a ton of time left remaining for them. Actually, 40 seconds, never mind. A lot of reserve time.
So what do they need? They need some laning prowess, a little bit of extra damage. Some catch wouldn't go astray, so it's not just a puck responsibility. Is there any hero that does all three things for you right now?
Yeah, Timber is still left in the pool. They don't have catch, and they have been hurt by Timber in that last game. It would be into Storm again, but I feel like it would have been maybe a little bit easier of a game than that last one. There's Underlord too, with some catch, being tanky, giving you a lot of utility. Let's see what they go for. Okay,
Batrider.
Never mind.
Okay.
Yeah, they go
so
for
that. I actually like this. It's not going to get demolished in the laning phase against Muerta. It does provision some damage as well. Some more catch. It's a bot spire. So that because last game we also saw that Team Asta just started playing better numerically around Aster Ares. But at the very least, you can itemize to try and deal with that a little bit with this Batrider. Okay. I think this is okay. It's probably the best hero they could have gone for at the end of the draft year. I wouldn't want to see like some axe or whatever. Is it good enough, though, to give you some faith that they have an opportunity here, Liz, to take game 2 and force us to a decider against Team Asta?
I'm thinking I do like the bat. It's like this new changed bat with not getting sticky napalm at all, just running people down. I think it's pretty solid versus Muerta in the lane as well. It comes down, though, on the supports. You have this Mirana versus Ench matchup on the safe lane, and which support comes out on top, his core will also do well, because it's gonna be a wild one. TK on Enchantress can do a ton here. I think it's a good lane for Enchantress to dominate, as long as you aren't getting all your camps blocked, and as long as you aren't having your creeps killed by arrows. I think you can really dish out a lot of hurt on Monet.
It's actually funny. This is the region here in China where last time in Tour 2, we started seeing a lot of Mirana responses, primarily to the Edge because of how well she was doing. But then we've also started to see now in 733, more and more Enchantresses are actually beating out the Mirana and showing their mettle in that fashion. We'll witness today, is it going to be the Enchantress or Mirana show? Because like you say, that determines our lanes as well. And probably determines if Aster Aries has a hope in Game 2. So let's find out together as we get into it. Game 2 of Aster and Aster Aries. It's a family matchup here. Big sister so far has just been kicking ass. And I would love to see Sumail Storm Spirit lose, man. You know, just so that the rest of the Chinese
Sumail
region...
hater? Snare is Sumail
No,
hater.
I love Sumail.
No. Snare, Sumail hater. Confirmed.
Confirmed, bro.
Confirmed, right here, right now.
Confirmed.
Yeah.
Sumail. Gotten some vision out for themselves on the side of Aster Aries. They weren't caught doing this. So Team Aster will not be able to get some super early D-wards.
Aries chilling on that tier 1 tower. Just waiting for the runes. 2 top ones going their way most likely. They could cross the river, but moving into this high ground, probably not the greatest idea.
Just be patient, boys. More important to get us these runes,
I think,
over and above anything else.
Yeah, but I feel like Aster might contest it. Like the river rune here with the arrow. They should be able. They should be able to contest it.
Aster Aries are scared of the same thing because they actually just leave it. They completely back off, so that's gonna grant. They actually get the 2. All right, they got the one on the other side. Red Panda managed to claim it. He outclicked our boy XXX.
Yeah, he wasn't really close as well to outclick. But they get him. Is this starting as a tri-lane on bot? Yeah, they're going to start as tri-lane and then move one of the heroes through the Twin Gate. It might hurt.
So we're doing the picky killer strats.
It might hurt Ulu a little bit. The Red Panda, he TPs instead. Okay, this makes more sense. Like, you really have to be in the lane instantly. And if you show yourself, like, your Morphling would just get crushed.
Morphlings, you don't get the stats anymore off of the attribute shift. That particular buff up has moved elsewhere. Changes the laning prowess of the hero quite significantly. And speaking of lanes, where do we expect the action to happen in this game? It definitely won't be mid. No, Puck versus Storm, we just saw this matchup, but where else on the map do you envision the first bloods taking place?
I think down bottom feels like a really good place to get that first blood. On top lane, maybe Red Panda can fall. Like, once you get a couple of lucky bashes on the silencer, maybe a charge going in. But on bot lane, Enchantress and Batrider, they can kill either one of these two if they get a good dive going.
Took a little bit of time for us to get action really off the board in Game 1. Looks like we're going to have similar circumstances in Game 2. I want to see what Monet is going to build as well on his Muerta. We haven't seen much of this hero throughout the DPC. This is only her 7th game overall, her 2nd one in China. So still a lot of questions in the air as to her viability, but also as to how to build her appropriately for these games.
I'm looking forward to learning a little bit as well about her. I guess it's going to be some Maelstrom Dragonlance Spike. That's what I'm seeing, at least. Usually. You need that range farming item, and later on you... By the way, why is she int?
I don't know.
What's the reasoning behind, like, most heroes that they switched from their attribute to universal, I agree with, right? Like, most of them. She just doesn't strike me as an int hero. I feel like she should be universal, Red Panda top, but she would be too
universal
broken.
Or edgy. Yeah,
or edge.
She'd be busted as a universal hero.
Exactly.
Top lane, they do get the first blood by bringing down Red Panda.
Yeah.
Took them a little bit of time, once searching right click, but they get it. Baboka, he's playing top this game. Game 1, he was playing the IO from the bottom side, but now he gets to start off top. More experience, more gold, baby.
Yeah, I feel like only reason why some of these heroes aren't universal is because they'd be absolutely, completely broken. Like Enchantress, for me as well, feels like a universal hero. She's not really intelligence. She's more of, I don't know, I'm gonna go into the lane and hit you with my right clicks impetus later on as well.
Imagine Edge as a universal hero.
It would be absolutely broken. But I'm just talking about how it feels. It feels more like a universal hero. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I get what you mean. I definitely get you.
But look, if Windrunner can be universal, I think Edge can be as well.
All right, here's what we need to do. We need to add a fifth category of hero. Hero, it's a not universal, but would be busted if universal.
Yeah.
So Pew, busted if universal. Yes, Pew class. There we go.
And also, by the way, I'm definitely not an Edge spammer. That's not what I'm trying to do here.
Mid lane. We might actually have a death onto Sumail. XWY 1v1 and TK showing up, throws in a blood grenade. XWY has spells coming back in a couple seconds, and Sumail knows he's dead, just hoping to get a kill onto the Enchantress before he goes down.
They got 2 kills on the runes, and Puck gets both of them. Like it was actually the Silencer that soloed. Enchantress does fall in the end to the Mirana, but Silencer soloed the Pugna, and then they kill Sumail as well. Like, really nicely done by Ares. Once again, these rune controls and these movements around mid are really good for them. It's what happens after that I'm worried about.
Yeah. We'll see what after looks like for them. In the meantime, they're playing a bit aggressively into XWI, so they will demand reinforcements, which will come. And they were just glad to put some damage out onto XWI. Not as much damage onto the tower as they would have liked, however. In the meantime, though, bottom, that does mean that Shang-Chi is a little bit isolated since the Ench is at nearby. Do they have kill threat onto him between the Mirana and the Muay Thai? Can they punish his Solitude down bottom?
Maybe.
Before the Vanguard comes out?
You can't really in normal circumstances, but maybe if some arrow connects, then you can take him down. Then it would be possible. Sumail, Red Panda, mid lane, they're just trying to make his life hell, it seems like. Rotating in.
It's drawing attention.
I think
lots and lots of effort towards him.
Yeah, what could be cool about this is that Puck is getting his 6 a bit faster. So if you force them to have 2-3 heroes on the mid lane, it could hurt Storm in the long run.
So far, Storm is still a little bit ahead in the CS department, but that's going to change soon as well. And they're going to try and secure both runes. Or the rune, not both runes. Water runes are done now. They get a haste for TK. Sadly, they cannot replenish the bottle of this Puck, but they'll take it.
Now, the top lane, by the way, nothing really happening. It's the standard Spirit Breaker game on offlane. You just let him be. You just let him go after a while. You can't really kill the Morphling, and you don't really have to help the Spirit Breaker, so yeah, you just move away, let him get his stuff up.
Just doing a really great job so far on the Spirit Breaker. Building into a Silver Edge potentially. Gonna start with a Shadow Blade though.
Yeah, it's like I don't think it's Silver Edge. Usually it's just the phase boots into Shadow Blade. Maybe some drums after. We'll see. Maybe even Silver Edge eventually.
I think Edge could be good this game versus the Enchantress. And speaking of Enchantress, she gets brought down in this bottom lane, or gets a kill rather onto Mirana. They pick up a Wisdom rune as well. All right. So here and there, they're finding small little kills on the side of Asta Ares. And we don't have a massive gold lead. Team Asta, yes, they are ahead right now in the network departments. But these heroes on Asta Ares, outside of Shang-Chi's Batrider, nobody's really far behind right now.
Yeah, it's like Mirana is one of those heroes that goes in and snatches the Wisdom Rune. It's one of the easiest heroes to do that with. So they anticipate the movement, they protect it, and they kill Mirana off. Nicely done. They don't have Dream Call for 30 seconds, but once that is up, I'd like to see some rotations from the Puck. Like, he got hurt really badly last game with those rotations, so I feel like there's some PTSD there. He doesn't really want to move from the lane anymore, but I feel like it's a good game to do that. Maybe leave the lane to Silencer a little bit, let him get his 6. Mid lane.
There's gonna be a small fight that happens in this mid lane as they were potentially trying to camp around this rune spot. Sumail ends up getting a kill onto this Enchantress. Will be able to escape as well. Red Panda might not be so lucky as he's being chased down. Nether Strike will be there. Nether Strike finishes him off. And that's 2 heroes brought down. XWY also in some danger.
Oh, man.
Sumail snatches away a regen rune, and it's a regen rune here. They maybe want to turn around with it, but not regening him up fast enough. They'll decide to let the puck live, and he'll use the rune instead to clean up some camps and get stronger for the game overall.
Man, this game just caressed Sumail in the rightest of ways. Like Puck, if he was just a second earlier there to the rune, I think he gets a kill on Sumail. Maybe snatches the rune, maybe not, but he gets a kill on Storm. Instead, Storm lives, gets a regen rune, goes back to the jungle, farms up the Ancients and a stacked up hard camp. Like, he's just back. He's just super back after dying once in the lane.
As the Ares recognize how things are going and they want to try and turn the game state. They smoke up with 3. No Vision was tracking this movement from Aster Ares or from Team Aster. Let's see if Monet knows what's coming. He doesn't need to know what's coming because PickU is going to go and find out. Probably going to cost the life of our Mirana, but... Oh, it actually isn't. Wait, what? No way. You're not allowed to live here. You're not allowed, Red Panda. Okay. So Red Panda does manage to find the kill onto PickU. Not allowed to let him go.
Yeah, it's one of those movements that you really want to be doing as a position 5. Well, he wasn't really moving a lot. He was standing in place, but he was standing in a really good vector where they had to go through to get to Muerta.
The back of that kill, Team Master. Well, I have lost the tier on tower in the bottom lane. Unlike in game 1, this time they're the ones to lose real estate first. Now, 10 minutes in, there's gonna be a contest over the shield rune. Sumail does claim it, can activate it now and turn his attention towards TK. Very easy kill there. And at the same time, they also lose Batrider in the bottom lane. Shangxi was playing 1v1 versus Monet.
The Spirit
ends up dying with the help of XXX.
Yep, the Spirit Breaker. Doing Spirit Breaker things now. Like, one of the best things that you get from him is the fact that he can be making ganks anywhere on the map, and then he's so quickly back into the lane farming with the charge. He's not...
There's like no downtime for the hero.
Yeah, his lane is pretty bad though. Like, this is probably one of the worst lanes for Spirit Breaker. You just don't do anything to Morphling. You can't pressure him whatsoever. But once you get the Shadow Blade and stuff, you'll get a lot of control.
But that's why Sumail is here, Liz, because they're like, well, if I can't deal with this guy alone, I need some assistance. Sumail shows up. They also pop the first Moonlight Shadow of the game. That enables them to bring down Ulu, so the Water Boy is dead to rights.
Yeah, I feel that Ulu, in general, mid lane charge with... Okay, the Moonlight Shadow disappears, so they couldn't really go for that. I feel like in the last game as well, he's been a little bit too cocky when it comes to staying in the lane. Like, yeah, okay, you should dominate Spirit Breaker, and you have been dominating him so far. You've been farming, he's been farming, but he wasn't able to do what normally offlaners do, right? He wasn't able to zone you out. That doesn't mean that ganks can't happen, that Storm can't rotate in.
It was a very dangerous place to be. He was also there without vision. There's an observer ward that's been planted down to cover him a little bit, but not sure exactly how much work it'll do as XXS takes out TK on the other side of the map. Monet is indeed building like you were talking about earlier. We have Maelstrom getting D-Lance, so nothing extravagant, sadly, coming in from Muerta.
Yeah, I think one thing that needs to happen on Dire and PTP was just showing us they need to hit the jungle a little bit. Some of these heroes, like, that's 3 neutral items missing on their side.
Oh no.
It's not massive, right? But still.
I think XWY is gonna die here as he gets nether struck. The arrow won't connect onto him, but he can't get far enough away. So he does still end up dead.
Oh, look at this.
And with his death, they're gonna siege the tower.
Look at this. Unbelievable.
12 minutes.
12 minutes. They're on the tower mid lane. I haven't seen this before, ever.
That's gonna be your thing. Every time you watch Asta from now on, you're just gonna be watching the clock.
Yeah.
And be like, 12 is coming, boys.
Yeah, it's Aster and Tundra, I would say. It's like they just do the same move. And it feels good. It feels significant. I'm not sure. It just opens up the map. And like ever since the new patch, most players have been discussing the value of tier 1 mid. How do you feel about it?
Tier 1 mid, I think it's a lot less strong than it was, but I still think it's useful. Like, it's like, I think it's now like the third most important tower instead of like the number one be-all, end-all.
Okay, yeah, I agree with that. Mirana once again eating the gank.
Super dead. Double damage rune from XWY. Some impetus shots from TK.
Mid lane.
Yeah, it's okay for them to get this kill. Mid lane, we do have a charge going in. They found Red Panda, and Sumail throws his body in with a zip, and they kill off the silencer.
Yeah, he's just there to pick up the glory, really. XXS did most of the work top lane.
Action everywhere on the map right now. There's a charge going in towards this puck at the moment. Spirit Breaker doesn't manage to get the full connection because there was a young jaunt, but now you're going to be in a very awkward position. Where's the phase shift to keep you out?
Well,
Nice jaunt away with the Illusion Orb, but Storm is coming. Storm zips in. Storm reveals his Orchid and kills off this puck in the top lane.
He's really enjoying the battery from Baboka as well. Full mana once again.
Oh.
And another
Storm
kill.
is like, oh, y'all thought I was done? No. This is why we picked Pugna, bruv. More mana for me, less life for you. And looks like another game being in favor of Team Aster if nothing changes. And they're not, dude, they're just gonna charge everywhere, no matter what. Like, he's not allowing any downtime on the map, XXS.
Yeah, that's what you were mentioning, right? Like, they have almost no downtime. They just move across the map, getting kills 24/7. And it's like Ares, seemingly, they were having a better game because, oh, Puck.
Oh, no. Well, this game's gonna get rough right now. Puck, Global Silence is there to cover him, but he still got stunned up. Look at this damage from the Spirit Breaker. He does manage to get away onto the high ground, though. Ulu has also shown up for this fight. Sumail, out of mana, does have to pop the magic wand. Shang-Chi, hoping to catch somebody, will not be able to do so. Okay. So best case scenario, it's a bit rough for Lizard that what constitutes success right now for Ares is just not dying. That's a successful fight for them at the moment.
Yeah, they use that global to save themselves, but it's not going to get easier. Spirit Breaker getting towards his Aghanim Scepter. Should be able to get a point booster now and should be maybe able to get the bat with Storm. Let's see if they go for that. It's a bit dangerous. Yeah, they were under vision, so maybe better to just chill out a little bit. Charge and morph.
No way. This is not gonna... Okay, he hits him with the charge. Here comes Sumail as well.
This is not gonna
what? What are you supposed to do as Ulu, right? Because that's one of those deaths where I can't fault him for it. He's sitting with a decent agi in front of a tier 2 tower. This is not where I'm expecting to get just ran at like that.
No, for sure, for sure. He had 1,000 HP.
Yeah.
It's not
Damn,
a small
feels
amount.
bad,
Yeah. Edge, arrow, connection. Also
Combo,
that.
she's dead. But that's what this drop does. We spoke about it, man. You just... There's no tool that S Ares has that stops them from doing this, right?
Yeah.
Global is still going to be down for another 40 seconds. All the spells they've just used to kill all of these heroes are available.
Yeah, and you don't even... The worst thing is, you don't even know what vision they've got. And the worst thing is, they're not charging you under some vision. It's just that Spirit Breaker, let's say that Ange kill. He was just in Shadowblade there.
Yeah.
Look, XYW, there's a ward on top.
XYW did miss the Dream Coil, unfortunately, onto Sumail. So Sumail has drawn out a spell from the puck. Well, that's another cooldown expended on the dire side without getting kills, which means more fighting from Aster. They might turn this around with Moonlight Shadow.
Okay, that charge. They're going in. Okay, he stops it.
Charge?
This ward is insane, by the way. The cliff ward that's scouting the area. I'm pretty sure they're not expecting that one. And when you're playing versus some heroes such as Spirit Breaker and Storm, you want to be farming in the safest spots, right? Well, that spot isn't safe anymore. They'll see you.
Game is not easy at this particular moment in time for the side of Aster Ares.
Do you think it's going to get easier? Spirit Breaker, look at him.
No, it gets much harder.
Yeah. 500 gold away, and he's got it.
At the very least, Ulu does have Lincoln Sphere. So that protects him from being the priority target in the charge. What sucks is that you can still get stunned in the fight if they charge somebody behind you and you get clipped. The Lincoln's offers no protection against that.
And he's going to have, like, his Aghanim, so the charge is going to be on what, like, no cooldown?
No cooldown, yeah. Bro, it's a 4-second cooldown. It's kind of nuts. Still think running on the bulls would be a better Aghanims, but Ice Frog must still wait to receive our notes, I guess, on that.
Do you know like how Beastmaster's ulti looked like in Warcraft 3? Like not Dota, it's Warcraft 3. Do you remember?
In Warcraft 3,
Yeah.
oof. Oh, with the old Rexar, remind me?
Yeah, Rexar. So basically, he would stand in spot and he would like drum his drum and like swing his axes, and there would be a lot of Kodo beasts running.
Oh, yes. Yeah.
So Spirit Breaker should do the same. Just stand in spot and some big AoE.
And then these beasts, the bulls just come out.
Yeah. The herd of bulls just running, charging everything.
Right. The bull himself is not here for this Roshan attempt, but his team doesn't need him. Very easily able to mop up the Roshan without the aid of the Spirit Cow. So that's going to be an Aegis for the Storm Spirit. Best Aegis carrier in the entire game of Dota 2.
A puck? Is he gonna zip all the way? No way.
No way,
He loses
dude,
mana.
no way. But he wanted to. He thought about it. He actually doesn't even have mana for an
Arrow.
Orchid. Arrow, though, almost connected.
Man, he was on the low
Almost
ground.
connected.
He was on the low ground. That could have connected easily.
Oof.
Didn't see it.
This Observer Ward, you called it out earlier, how much work it's doing. We see more of it just now. Barely escaping with his life XWI. That ward doing even more work for Team Asta.
I wonder if Sumail got on top of him, if they would be even able to kill him, because he'd have no mana after, right? So probably Puck survives no matter what.
I think what probably happens is you get on top of him after the zip into the Vortex Arrow. They probably pop global, and then you're still okay with it. You're like, well, we didn't kill him, but
Yeah, but I mean,
got them a forced global
there's
out.
no arrow there. The storm was zipping from Rosh. Mirana can't zip with him. Charge.
Onto TK. Nether Strike will be there. Look at the damage coming in. Monet just pops off the calling, throws in the right clicks, and they find the kill. Sumail jumping in as well. They go for the Batrider. Shanxi is also dead. Sumail on the far end of the fight, finding out Red Panda and killing him off. There will be a charge from Ulu with the stolen Spirit Breaker form, enabling him to kill Piku at the very least.
This game.
A 3-for-1 affair here, but still massive success for Aster as they win that fight. They take the tower, barely breaking a sweat in the process.
This game truly feels much harder than the last one. But overall, I do have a bit more faith in Morphling than I had in the Naga carry. I feel that Morphling perhaps in this game could scale a bit better. This top lane was a disaster. XXX was even saving his ulti. He didn't want to use it really instantly on Ench. Uses it in the end. Batrider jumps in, gets silenced instantly by Muerta. So wasn't able to do a lot. The two cores do survive at least. The Puck and the Morphling.
Well, the Morphling might not be surviving for much longer as they are smoked up on Aster. Oh no, look at this. There's a courier flying in. Red Panda, what a god Red Panda is. Bro, Uru, please buy a Red Panda lunch today. You owe him your life. Well, never mind,
does
might be
he?
dead
Does he?
regardless. He's gonna try and get himself out of trouble
Arrow?
here. He's morphing for all his life, but they stun him up. They're draining him down, and they will be able to kill him off. And they steal the Dire Slide Tormentor as well. All right, never mind, Red Panda. You're going hungry, my friend, because they're just eating everybody up on the side of Asterius.
Yeah, a couple of tips there on the Spirit Breaker as well, and all his charges, all his bashes straight into the arrow. That was so much damage it took, by the way. Morphling was sitting on top of 4,000 HP in the end, and they still took him down. Yeah, I mean, when you don't have anyone to help you, of course you're going to be falling. By the way, you can charge the Tormentor, of course, you can do anything to it, but it gives a nice target for Spirit Breaker to charge on and get, let's say, a Wisdom Rune.
I mean, I also can't believe that we were speaking about it earlier with the Lincoln Sphere and how it's not going to protect him as the secondary charge person. I can't believe the time it comes into effect is on a Tormentor. Middle, we're going to have a reveal on the Blink Dagger as they're going to go onto Storm Spirit. Sadly, though, reinforcements coming in from Aster. Nether Strike will be there. Shanxi, he's going to be the first one to die as Monet has triggered up the Pierce the Veil and is just throwing out right-click damage. Red Panda barely survives this fight. Okay, so they made the counter jump onto Sumail, but you would never imagine that that actually happened, Liz, because he's at full HP, full mana, ready to go again.
Yeah, Baboka just running behind him, healing up.
Oh, wait, what? XWY? XWY?
What?
Oh my god, dude, he jaunted back to the Lucio orb. He threw an orb like through the wave. He was going north, back to the tower, to the tier 3 on high ground, and then he jaunted back to the Lucio orb. I think he made a mistake.
But Sumail was
And it
jumping
got him
him,
killed.
right? Like he saw Sumail moving in on top of him, so maybe that's one of the reasons why, but yeah, it happens.
Oh no.
Rough game, looking like they're out of options at the moment. Batrider jumping in, catching anyone with the Blink Dagger just doesn't net them the kill. They don't have the damage. I feel one of the problems that their two supports have is, at this point, they just feel like 2-5s. TK is trying to like help out a little bit. He's going for that Dragonlance on Enchantress. He has the Grove Bow as well. But it's just not fast enough. Like the amount, anything that you do is negated by Baboka and his heals.
Yep. The speed of this damage, I think, is a very good point. Can be there for Master Ares, but not there in time. They're gonna smoke up again right now.
Maybe this is the
Only
play.
person revealing is PickU, but they also find Monet. They drag back Monet here. He should be the big target. They've already killed off PickU, but here comes Sumail as well. Him and XXX kill off Red Panda. Shanxi drops to Ulu there to just try and run himself away. The charge onto the creep wave, but they know exactly where he's going, so they can chase him. And here comes XXX. The Lincoln Sphere is
GG.
back online, so no Nether Strike, but they don't even need it. And oh no, Lizard. It's the classic. It's the classic. As the Ares are struggling, and guess who's the one to throw out the early GG? It's our boy Ulu.
I mean,
Team Master yet again on top, 2-0 win.
I really don't think that felt like too much of a tilt GG. I think that GG was just very well warranted. It's like the game didn't feel salvageable at all. When you're losing versus Spirit Breaker Storm in this fashion, you're just gonna get ran down, and that's exactly what was happening. Left, right, and center. Any move that they tried to make with the Batrider didn't work because they fell way too far behind, way too early on. So yeah, you're trying to jump in, do some lasso shenanigans. I feel like he needed the BKB as well at some point because he couldn't jump to Muerta. He just AoE silences and you can't get on top of him. Like you can't use the lasso properly. Like really nicely done. XXS gave me a lot of inspiration after this game to try out this offlane Spirit Breaker. Like he wasn't doing a lot. He had a lot of downtime early on, until he got his like level 6, 7 Phase Boots and Shadow Blade, and then he really stepped it up. Then it was just XXS show. Every single
At that point,
move.
just didn't stop.
Yeah.
Forcing Ulun to having to buy this very early Lincoln Sphere. Always present for these fights. These Nether Strikes as well, I must say, were super clutch in almost every single situation. Always finding the right person. And he managed to several times over charge through multiple opponents on the way to his actual target on the edge of the fight. Excellent stuff done. There's the moment where he jaunted back. Very sad situation for XWY. And Team Master, just in general right now, feeling like they are, well, I wouldn't say undefeatable, but finding the cracks in this armor is going to be extraordinarily difficult, Lizard, because each game they just look closer and closer to the final product. They're getting cleaner. They're into, like, the way that they're also moving around together, I think, is very impressive with this team. They play very well as a team, more so than anything else, even though they have superstars on every position.
Yeah, it's looking a little bit too easy at the moment, even versus some of these teams. Team Masters so far, I'm wondering though, who do they have left remaining? Let's see, IG, PSG, LGD, and Extreme. Okay, so they got literally the bottom 4 out of the way. Right? More or less.
Yeah.
Like they got all the easy teams out. So maybe that's why they're looking so dominant. I think still that they're in a really good form. I still think like in comparison to how everyone else is playing versus these teams, they have looked the sharpest. But they still have to play the big guns. And they have revealed, maybe not most of their strategies. They have revealed some things that they're really strong with, at least for now.
Yeah. They certainly have demonstrated so many of these different ways of approaching their game that look very solid for them. MVP, we have to give it to our Spirit Breaker, the Moon Cow, XXX. Like you mentioned, it was his show after the laning phase broke down. Itemized perfectly, always on point with the charges. Just a massive, massive nuisance. And this gem that he ended up buying as well also created so many problems for Ask the Ares. They didn't have any map presence. Red Panda and TK can't necessarily recover it either for them, given how their game was going. They don't have any money. They don't have any damage. Ulu also just takes too long to get to the point where we needed the damage. Like, the Morphling for me was still, in retrospect, I think this was definitely not the hero. Wasn't that fond of it even at the time. But honestly, wait, let's talk about Morphling for a second. Do you think this hero is actually good? I actually feel like this hero is not good right now. I think the change with the Adapter Strike and the movements of the values really hurt this hero, slowed him down way too much. What do you think? Where do you think Morphling sits in the meta right now?
I feel like I need a bit more data to be super decisive one way or the other, where I'm leaning on Morphling. I think he's solid. I think like there's definitely games in which Morphling looks pretty good. Like the Aghanim Scepter versus Universal Heroes looks bonkers. It just looks a little bit broken. But yeah, in general, maybe he's not as strong as some other carries, at the moment at least, in the patch.
Yeah, there's a lot of strong carries in the meta right now in this patch that we're playing on. And currently, we've seen a couple of them emerge from the side of Team Aster. They've played with some melee heroes in the safe lane for Monet. They've played these more range-style heroes. I like the fact that they have a huge amount of heroes. Versatility is going to be the name of the game for them. Hell, they could even just shift Sumail back into a support role when needed. Sadly, though, for their opponents, Aster Ares, having lost out on this game, it doesn't necessarily get easier because Aster Ares still has to take on the big guns you were mentioning earlier. And at this point, we're starting to think of, well, does Aster Ares have a hope of going to the major? They have now lost 3 games, not a single win just yet, Liz. And now the question for them isn't, can we get to the major? Can we stay in the division? It's, yo, guys, are we alongside Team Bright for relegation all of a sudden?
Yeah, I feel like it's them and Piggy Killer battling it out for that slot to remain in Division 1. But yeah, they only have 3 losses so far. 4 is, for me at least, 4 is that sweet spot in which, yeah, we're not getting to the major, we just have to stay in. With 3 losses, you can still make it 4-3. You can still kind of clutch it even for the major. Very unlikely for Ares, considering who they're up against and what these next teams that they're playing up against will be. But it's still possible. Like, we have seen IG clutch it out super bad last season, so maybe that something like that is possible for Ares too.
I mean, Ares, they still have to play IG, Extreme Gaming, Piggy Killer, as well as Team Bright. So there is hope. It's possible for them. It's just very, very difficult for them to achieve that. And speaking of Piggy Killer, they will be in action next year up against a team that is occupying one of the top slots in the division in the form of PSG LGD. We've, of course, seen a lot more of Team Aster, and that's why we can more confidently claim that they are one of the cleaner teams in the division so far. With LGD, still some question marks. We've only seen 2 series out of them. Going into a game against Piggy Killer, given that Piggy Killer has already been struggling, I do envision LGD being an advantage in that series. What do you think? What are the odds of the side of Piggy Killer being able to make a comeback in that series or make an upset happen against LGD coming next?
It's gonna be very unlikely, considering how Piggy Killer has been playing. I'm not even saying this because they're playing against PSG LGD. I'm just saying it because of the way that they have played in the last couple of series. It hasn't been looking too crisp, but maybe they found their form now.
Well, we'll be witnessing, of course, in just a little bit of time exactly who is going to have found the form on the side there of Piggy Killer. Of course, right now, a team that is in very fine form is Team Aster. So we have a moment to chat with them. We have Monet on the line, a big man, the carry himself. Master Monet, congratulations on the victory, on the dub. You've been playing quite a lot of different heroes so far here in the DPC. Is this a call that you made that, guys, I don't want to play the same heroes day in, day out like we did in Tour 2. Let me experiment a little bit and expand my hero pool for Tour 3.
首先恭喜你拿下这场比赛的胜利，然后看到你最近在银行位上玩了非常多的英雄吗？这个是你的想法，还是说队伍这边是想让你多尝试一些？
就一般都是打出克制关系吧，就克制对面英雄的时候，就会选出来很多1号位吧。
Yeah, we mainly focus on the counter picks, so we pick the whichever hero we feel like is good against our opponent.
Speaking of picking, actually, right now, we've seen obviously some changes to the map, not that many changes to the draft order. Do you feel like there has been, with the changes to the map, does Dire or Radiant feel more strong to you? And party to that as well, do you prefer being on first or second pick? Or is it one of those things that you don't care as long as you get your hero to play?
然后我们也看到这个版本重做了地图上很多的改动嘛，然后 DP 的顺序是没怎么变的。那你觉得现在这个版本，天辉和夜眼，你觉得谁会更强势一点？然后另外的话，就是因为 BP 顺序没变，你觉得先后选的话强度还是跟之前一样，还是你觉得队伍会有自己的这些喜好，能跟大家分享一下吗？
我看过，数据统计上是天辉比夜眼的胜率高了很多，然后对线可能是因为对线的原因吧，感觉天辉的对线比夜眼好打，然后现在好像是先选可以想杜牧啊，然后白牛这些英雄比较强势的版本热门吧，感觉可能先选也更好一点。
Yeah, I've seen the statistics, and it shows Radiant has a very strong lead than Dire. I guess it's probably because of landing stage. I feel like in general, Radiant has better lanes than Dire. It's easy to play, and also I think I prefer first pick, because you can pick heroes like Doom or Spirit Breaker, those meta heroes, which I feel like probably is an advantage.
Okay, getting the buster stuff is always good. One more question that I actually have for you as well. Given the state of the game right now, obviously things are very different and you require a lot of input and insight into all the different changes. Since ROTK has left the team and Matt is now coaching, has anybody on the team stepped up to help Matt out with the strategic insights into the game so that it's not just his input and his brain determining everything?
那我想问一下，因为这个版本确实改动比较大嘛，可能就一个人的话，教练可能这方面准备战术啊，就也不是很忙得过来。现在 R 生已经走了嘛，然后麦的执教的话，有没有就是队伍里有其他的兄弟帮麦的一起分担一下这方面比较大的工作量？
其实这个队伍里面，大家的个人游戏理解都挺好的吧。教练其实就负责选好人，然后跟大家多讨论关于英雄细节上的东西就行了。
I feel like in our team everyone has a good understanding of what we want to do, and as for coach, as for Matt, I think he can just mainly focus on drafting, and then we will have some discussion together, share each other's ideas, and focus on small details.
Okay, makes sense. Mr. Liz, what you got for him?
Congrats on the win once again, Monet. I'm wondering, you guys are finishing games really fast. Do you think that this is a patch in which players should focus more on the early game than going late? And what do you think about carries? Like early to mid game or more late game oriented? Which ones are better?
然后看你们最近，首先恭喜你们拿下这场比赛的胜利。看你们最近就是赢比赛都时间比较快嘛，那你觉得是不是因为这个版本最好就是大家还是前中期决胜会好一点？那从你的角度来说的话，1号位的话，你觉得是可能前期发力会好一些呢，还是说去保证自己后期会有一个比较好的成长？
我感觉现在这个版本的1号位最好是能把对面的3、4号位打得比较难受是最好的，然后其次才是就是克制对面的1号位吧，最好是克制对面的对线，是这样是最好的。
那前期还是后期？
前期比较重要吧。
Yeah, I feel like you wanna end the game fast, and I feel like the priority for carries at this patch is to make the opponent offlane have a hard time, and it's not really about your own farm or about to counterplay their carries in the late game. It's about landing stage and early game.
Okay, interesting. Yeah, like you guys are definitely demonstrating that. And one more question, like Sumail has been there for a while. Be honest, how many Chinese words has he learned? Can he form a full sentence yet?
然后 Smell 在队里也打了有一小段时间了嘛，他能不能跟我们说实话，就是他学了几个单词，然后他现在能不能说出一句完整的中文句子？
他会说 我要买眼，然后其他的好像还在学习中吧。
One sentence he can speak right for now is I want to buy wards, and he's been learning others and others. Yeah.
It's good enough. It's a good start. Thank you. From me, that's all. Yeah.
Oh, I have one more question, Monet. Besides yourself, who do you think is the best carry player within China right now to try and carry the standard of the region?
那我想再问一下莫奈，你觉得这赛季的话，除了你之外，中国区哪个海尔选手你觉得和你一样是在扛起1号位大旗的？
我觉得楼和西肉打都很好啊，他们都是很强力的开瑞选手。
Yeah, I think Low and Shiro, those two players are extremely good. They are very nice carry player.
Well, we like to see them as well, and we'll be seeing Shiro in a little bit of time. Thank you so much for your time, Monet, and we hope that you continue to have good results. So good luck, have fun for the rest of the season.
感谢你接受我们的采访，希望你们后面的发挥能更好。
没啥掉，我都操到包了。
Thank you so much. And that is, of course, Monet with Marshall helping us out on the translation. Carry player extraordinaire for Team Aster. Has been there for many, many, many years, playing at a very high level. Right now, like you mentioned earlier, Lizard, they only have the difficult opposition to come. I think it probably helps them as a young squad that they got the easier games out of the way. So now looking into this next series, LGD versus Piggy Killer, that one is going to be very fun to watch because LGD also trying to demonstrate that they too can be as clean looking as Team Aster. Piggy Killer, yeah, pretty much lost bite of the apple unless y'all want to be in a really awkward position regarding a relegation. Sadly though, because this series went so fast, we have a very, very long break going into the next game, about an hour or so. So before we go, Monster Lizard, what should the people be practicing in the meantime to improve their Dota before the next series starts?
I won't be practicing. I'm gonna go make myself some eggs. Put some cheese on top, and maybe some omelet. Get a couple of slices of bread. Not too many carbs, obviously. Pepper, salt. Mwah. That's what I'm imagining already. But what should people be practicing? I don't know. Just play Broken Heroes. Enjoy life. Enjoy yourself. Go dominate some pubs. Don't pick these off-meta stuff that don't work. Just go for the easy points. Like these teams, they're all demonstrating what's good at the moment.
I mean, Monet said it himself, right? First pick, get the broken stuff into your hands as soon as possible, and follow the advice of Lizard of go have some breakfast. Healthy mind, healthy body, all comes together to make you a better Dota player. So we'll see you in about an hour to continue the day of Dota. From Snare, Lizard, Marshall, and the PGL crew, we'll be back in just a bit. So see you then on the other side. Welcome one and all here to some Chinese Dota action as we witness the DPC continuing the path towards the Bali Major as well as the path towards TI are all underway as we speak. And Lizard, we have a pretty interesting series on our hands here as PSG LGD are going to be taking on a Piggy Killer. Piggy Killer who's not looking so hot, LGD who's looking phenomenal. Tell me where you think this one is going to go down, exactly what's going to be happening in this upcoming matchup. Oh no.
Yeah, I'm muted everywhere, not only on women. Yeah, okay. So we're gonna have a good one. Piggy Killer, they've been struggling to find their form, but there is no Piggy Killer form because they're kind of a fresh stack, right? Like they haven't really been around for way too long. But all of these players, like they're not all of them. They're all known more or less, but some more than others. And some of those, like this man right here, that's, oh my God, look at that biceps. Mercy, have mercy, man. That first picture. But yeah, like I think we both of us, we came to the same conclusion, right? They really need to step it up when it comes to enabling their offlaner. Like he might be a little bit less of a star in comparison to the other cores, but he deserves as much love. And I think it's something that Monet was talking about in this last game as well. You have to make you're picking your carry to make the offlaner's lane as hard as possible. So that in retrospect means that you need to make your offlaner's game as good as possible to be winning games. And so far, that's exactly what's happening. If your offlaner is having a good time, you're winning Dota.
Yep. I mean, a very good example of that is the opponents of Piggy Killer in the form of PSG LGD. Since getting new on the team, they've only played 2 series, but he's looked very, very clean throughout all of those games. We saw an excellent axe from him, an excellent timber sword from him. Just so many options of how they can approach Dota right now with him in the team. And it's just as usual with LGD, when they look good, no matter who's the offlaner, they're just playing the LGD brand of Dota. So here he is, new himself. Very different in terms of his own success relative to SRF Ava, because one team has been making sure that their offlaner only has good games. The other team has been struggling to try and get their offlaner off the mark. So speaking of that, do you want to see, is there any particular drafting tips and tricks that you can see happening here for the side of Piggy Killer to ensure that they get a good game in the offlane for Ava?
Tips and tricks. I don't know. I've been looking at PSG LGD, and they are the ones that gave me this full confidence in Timber Saw, and then I saw Tundra as well with that Timber, so maybe that's something that Piggy Killer can also snatch up. Maybe try that one out, because so far the heroes that they haven't really done well with are heroes also that need a little bit of assistance, a little bit of stack things going on. As you can see, most picked heroes for LGD, Magnus is up there as well. They're, I mean, most picked ones, right? Like there aren't that many games, but that's something that Piggy Killer have drafted as well, and maybe that's something that they can avoid. Or if they do pick Magnus, who I believe is a really strong hero, by the way, if they do pick it, make sure that his lane is a little bit easier and that he has some stacks to fall back to if the lane isn't that good.
Yeah. I mean, we see here and there most picked heroes. When we saw this Magnus on the side of LGD, only one game, 100% win rate. Piggy Killer has played more often than LGD, and sadly, the results have not been coming in their favor, as they've only won a solitary game with this Magnus. To be fair, that's exactly what Lizard is saying. These are situations where Ava has mostly been sacked in every other game. So you give them a little bit of a grace period when it comes to some of these stats right now. They're also still acclimating towards having a new support player into the mix, as they did kick outside Victoria after their successful tour in Tour 2. Coming into Tour 3, they brought on Mercy instead, taking him a little bit of time to show his mettle. That being said, his Disruptor games, when they have been able to put that into the draft, have won them their series, the only series that they have under their belt so far. So there's still good stuff coming out of this team, even if all the things haven't completely aligned just yet.
Yeah, you saw his biceps, of course. He came in, he single-handedly kicked Victoria out. He was like, yeah, get the hell. He lifted him out, threw him out of the chair, sat his ass back in, and started winning with his Disruptor. Like, what does a position 5 need? Like, maybe you can talk about the performance on the hero, but the rotations early on and some shot calling is probably what's the most important. Like the first 10 minutes, the way the map is played, it mostly comes down to the position 5 and position 4. Right now, I guess there's a ton of position 5s that aren't truly 5s anymore. Right now, I see a lot of players just being, just as farmed as a 4. Like a snaking. Let's say he's playing techies. He has just as much farm as his 5. And you can see something similar in Chinese region too.
Yeah, I mean, this one of the teams that we have witnessed is LGD doing that between Planet and Why You Smile. Why You Smile getting an absurd amount of net worth. There have been some games where he actually has more net worth than Planet does. Of course, it does depend on the hero that he's playing. However, the fact that they can distribute the net worth that well leads into them having a dearth of items, like everything that you could possibly need to go into an engagement. The only thing that they really struggle with is experience nowadays, but obviously the better teams are also doing a better job on getting the kind of heroes to steal those wisdom runes and make sure that you have experience and the enemy team supports do not. So that's probably going to mean like some mobile hero might emerge. I could see like a Phoenix here. I could see some Maranas coming in for LGD because they have already shown in their very small amount of games so far, Liz, that they are very happy to run onto your side of the map, not just steal your wisdom runes, but always contest for your tormentor as well.
Yeah, hide everyone. They're coming to snatch your wisdom runes, your tormentors. They're snatching everybody out there.
I see what you did there.
You got me. Like, no, it's what Monet was talking about as well. Like, you have to be playing aggressively. You have to be winning the games early on, and you have to be playing on the enemy side of the map. And I think teams that are able to emulate that do the best in the post-major 733 era. Like, it's just play on the enemy side of the map as soon as possible. Clump up as 5, take down the tier 1 mid lane and tier 1 top as soon as possible with like sub 15-minute mark. Play the game off of that.
We see the player comparisons right now. We see NTS and XM. I'm very much looking forward to how that mid matchup is going to go between these two guys, because we did see earlier on that a successful mid lane can really turn the game around, but not just the lane itself, the rotations that happen thereafter. And XM, for the longest time when he was at the top of the leaderboard in China, he was playing all these spirit heroes, he was playing your Pucks, he was playing your Queen of Pains, tempo setting pretty much every single game. And those are the heroes that are currently in vogue in the meta. So I can imagine that he's going to be utilizing most of them. That being said, NTS, what I find very interesting about him is that even when all these spirits are in the meta, he can play them, but he always prefers to play like these primal beasts, these pangos, especially in the mid lane, these more strength-oriented heroes, rather than just everybody else's cookie cutter. It does make it a little bit easier for LGD to draft because they have that in the back pocket and they still have the spirit meta to fall back on if those heroes are more necessary for the draft.
Yeah, it's a little bit easier for PSG LGD. It always has been, at least in previous iterations of LGD with NTS, because he can play lots of things from that mid lane. Like you mentioned, the Pango. I remember when he played Pango and he sucked on it. I remember those days. I remember like he had 5 games of Pango, 6 games when the hero, when he was just practicing it, starting to play it, and it looked really bad. And then suddenly, oh my God, just whole different level. Just starts playing it like a maniac. It was a sight to see, like such an improvement on the player. But yeah, like you said, there are other things. There's the Primal Beast that he has played recently. There's also a Tinker that he can play, right? So he has his, like, why he's so good is that he has all these heroes that are currently in the meta, but he can also bring out something different and still win with it, still have a lot of impact with it.
Lots of impact. Of course, if he does go Primal Beast, that makes Marana even scarier because there were a run of games in Tour 2 where they were demolishing teams with that particular duo of heroes. I'm wondering here if they have any duo picks prepared for themselves or if they're just going to, just allow yourselves to just witness what's happening. It is Xiao though, so he's probably prepared extra hard to make sure that they don't drop any games because they have to find themselves in an interesting position where hopefully they don't lose anything, but they're playing Asta, the best team in the league, at the end. The final game of the tour is going to be that particular series. So that means that up until that point, you know that anything you give up in between could legitimately cost you the chance of getting top 1 in the region. And given that so far no Chinese teams are in the top 12 of DPC points, you need everything you can get right now. So we'll find out if LGD can start themselves off to continue the trend of winning, or if it's going to be Piggy Killer arresting the slide and making this an interesting series, as we do have a draft on our hands right now. Piggy Killer, first pick for the side of LGD. Piggy Killer have Radiant. So what do we want to see banned here, Liz? I'm sure neither of us want to see techies. I don't want to see a Doom either. And I could probably be happy with a Timbersaw ban as well in the early phase.
Yeah, Doom, Beastmaster as well. Like a lot of offlaners should get banned out, but Monkey King very early on, interesting one. Like Piggy Killer have drafted it before. Fly has a pretty mean monkey, but really first phase.
Bro, they want Timber, I think, with this. Like both Bat and this Monkey King ban, you get this Timber as your opening pick. And then you're like, okay, cool. Oh, okay, never mind, no Timber.
Yeah, like I think that's the case, right? Like if you ban out the Monkey King this early on, they will ban out the best heroes that he deals with. So Timbersaw probably was one of those, and you saw what the offlane of PSG LGD he can do on the Timber. He literally carried the game on his own. Beastmaster, however, is usually the hero that gets picked up if you have everything open, if there are no bans, you're picking up Beastmaster, right? Like you're picking him over almost anything.
What a hero. Piggy Killer will though come back with a Spirit Breaker and a Crystal Maiden. So they leave the Doom completely in the pool right now, and they leave the Medusa, who I was going to bring up. I was kind of surprised they went for SB Maiden instead of Medusa Maiden, and then try to angle for the SB in the second phase. But they do have these. The question is, Liz, is this tools enough to deal with Medusa? This hero has just been something else of late, honestly.
These two aren't really. Like, these two cannot deal with her. You need more. You need some mana burners. What's in the pool? There's something like a Pango with Diffusal. There's Nyx. There's a Windrunner with Diffusal. So you can be thinking about these guys, because these two that you have really don't deal with Medusa. And okay, Anti-Mage and Pango go out.
Yep.
So you have to be thinking about the last ones, the remaining ones. One hero that I really like though into Medusa, and it's kind of good versus Beast too, is Terrorblade. I really like the TB. I'm a big TB enjoyer. No matter how much mana she's got, no matter how farmed she is, TB is just a stronger carry. And eventually he pops those illusions, he starts hitting you, and you lose your mana, hence life as well.
Reflection is also pretty phenomenal against the Medusa as a hero. So you get a lot out of having this TB. I definitely like that. I hope that Piggy Killer maybe angle towards that in the second phase. Because LGD could still run this Medusa in a different role, but I don't think there's enough space for Beastmaster, Dusa, and Terrorblade. So for Piggy Killer, I think you can maybe leave the TB pick until 18, and then on the 15, you get yourself... what do we want to see here? What supports did we see in the previous game?
Yeah, you can show if your Spirit Breaker will be offlane or not. I guess that's one thing. PSG LGD, they're not sure as well. They banned out the Darkseer because it's just a good combo with Spirit Breaker. But let's see. They just picked the TB. Yeah, okay, I like this.
I was thinking maybe they go... They could do, dude. They could do what we saw the other day, the Terrorblade Silencer. I wouldn't be too upset about seeing that lane. You give some global silence to cover the Terrorblade in the event that he's getting jumped on. And it's a spell you can play with when you're trying to kill Medusa, so she can't use the Stone Gaze in the event that she doesn't have Manta at the time. I would definitely like to see that from Piggy.
Yeah, you could do that. You can also, like, if you want to put the Maiden on 4, you could pick something like an Oracle. Get some saves against the Beastmaster Roar, which are nice. Like, just Oracle TB is always good. But maybe the problem is that they already have the CM. CM Spirit Breaker lane is good, but the problem with it is CM is not the fastest hero in the game, as you might know, as you might be aware. And because of that, she doesn't really leave him and rotate well. She kind of has to stick with him. So I'm not sure if that's the best thing to do with ET.
All right, some new stuff happening. This is going to be our first Elder Titan pick or ban here within the region. All across the world, how many ETs have there been? There've only been 4 that's been picked, but it has 100% win rate. And I imagine that a lot of these must come from Talent Esports. No, actually, Talent hasn't played it at all.
This is some old school LGD support combo, which I haven't seen with Planet, at least I haven't seen them run. But yeah, Elder Titan and Mirana seems pretty solid. Elder Titan versus TV in general is okay. Like you get a lot of AoE, the minus armor, well, the natural order aura that is. And then you are a decent laner into the Spirit Breaker. If you are laning into him, you can be the bully that protects Medusa, right? She really enjoys having that hero up front. ET enjoys having someone behind him, but sort of a slow. So the two of you together versus a Spirit Breaker, you should be able to lane quite well. And Mirana, just a Mirana, right? Just a solid hero together with a beast.
They did these three heroes last season, where they played with Zelo still in the team. Zelo was playing BM, YU Smile played the ET, and then Planet played Mirana. I forget who the carry was in that game though, but obviously they did end up winning. So I like that they're still sticking with this. I also think ET is just a fun hero to watch in general. Very engaging. In this game, Piggy Killer come back for the XM Queen of Pain. We were talking about his hero pool earlier on. So now they just need to cover him in the mid lane.
Yeah.
So what do? You already gone ban Puck, they ban Ember now. Do you just ban Storm or Void Spirit? Which one is scarier for you?
I don't think you should be banning Storm if you have co-op. If you are banning Storm, I don't know, that doesn't feel that good. I think maybe Void Spirit as the last one. Maybe a DK. Like some of these heroes that can just sustain themselves through the spam. I think those are the options. But okay, Storm as well. Like we've seen Storms recently, they can even go for that Orchid. One big issue that you are going to have on mid is if Piggy Killer rounds this draft up with an offlane, and then you have some crazy cow running across the map with Queen of Pain mid, that's very difficult to lane into. So you need to find a midder that can actually sustain himself through all the Spirit Breaker charges and Queen of Pain harassing you constantly.
LGD seem to fear the same thing, as they have banned North as Underlord as the penultimate ban of their team. What else are they going to remove here? Because they could either ban another offlaner or a support, but probably just cover SRF heroes. Jawade's really thinking about it. And Visage is gone, so no Phylactery Solar Crest builds today. The second Visage ban that we had today, actually, interestingly enough.
Well, I think the hero deserves to be banned in every game. So if someone needs an offlane and there aren't many left in the pool, I think Visage is a safe bet. Is it great versus Medusa and Beast? I think so. I think it's very good. Like, it gives you a lot of control. Yeah, Medusa has split shot, but it really doesn't work that great into the Visage. The mana shield is really good against him, as he doesn't get soul assumption charges, but as long as anyone else is taking damage, you're gonna get them. And okay, Piggy Killer, they ban out the DK as well. So all of my ideas for mid lane are gone. I don't know, like Void Spirit, maybe like heroes that are good versus TB are really bad versus co-op and Spirit Breakers. So Zeus or something like that really isn't an option.
Let's think, what NTS heroes are here? So Void Spirit, Primal Beast, Kunkka. Okay. Kunkka, the Pirate Man. He's been very much liking these strength heroes through the mid lately. Makes sense that we're going to go for something like this. I mean, it's tanky, it elongates the fights. Now it's even harder to kill the Medusa through Coco Rum. It's catch for Queen of Pain, which has been the traditional thing through mid, right?
It's been losing a lot as well. So
it has been, yes.
They can give this Kunkka maybe a little boost when it comes to win rate. But so far, the hero has been looking terrible. Like you said, damage mitigation is insane. Between the Kunkka and Medusa, it's going to be very difficult to take her down. You get that catch for co-op, you have set up for Yarrow. It's good. It's really not bad. It gives you that tanky one that can sustain himself, but if they start rotating the Spirit Breaker in, even a Kunkka can fall.
Spirit Breaker is going to be playing from the offlane, as the last pick for Piggy Killer was the Snapfire to be played in the pause 4 for Frisk. Before this, their team fight wasn't that great, really. They were wholly reliant on Mercy getting a very good freezing field. Now they have some Morty Kisses, it's an additional stun as well, some armor reduction for when they want to go into the Roshan pit eventually, makes it easier for Fly. Lately, Snapfire, this hero just felt weird for me. Like, she's looked so good in some games, and other games just feel so lackluster. I kind of am on the Sumail train that I think this hero might do better as a core right now. We were speaking earlier about the nature of supports being very, very lacking in terms of experience and generating experience on the map. And I think Snapfire is one of these heroes that needs experience to be effective, like a lot of it, in fact. So what do you make of it, 4-position Snapfire? Is it going to help Piggy Killer? And what assistance does it give to the laning phase with the Spirit Breaker?
I think it's okay. Like, Spirit Breaker will be the core. You get Snap that can rotate mid, that can leave him. You also get a hero that dishes out a ton of damage together with the Spirit Breaker later on with the charge and ulti. It's a lot of setups. In the lane itself, there's a lot of damage, a lot of stuns. I don't mind it. I think it's solid. Overall, I think it's solid. My dog agrees.
Lizard Dog gives the bark of approval for the draft that we see from Piggy Killer. Of course, PSG LGD. Yes, they have a lot of very strong heroes. You've got Beastmaster, you've got Medusa. But there's also some X factors here. Our first Elder Titan, but crucially, we have our second Kunkka of the division. This hero is not looking good. Not here, not anywhere else in the world. It's played 7 games, only a single victory. But if there's anybody that can make this work, it's probably going to be NTS. So let's find out what they've got on the side of LGD with this Pirate as we head on over into Game 1. Do you remember, actually, even back when Somnus and them were on the team, Liz, that for some reason, this LGD team, this organization, they just always had a love affair with Kunkka. Even when the hero has been abysmal, they will never stop picking it, no matter what.
Maybe they are planning to put it on their logo or something. I don't know, but yeah, they haven't had a lot of success with Kunkka recently. No one has, and also not with Medusa. So they're getting a lot of new stuff here. LGD, that is, they're getting a lot of new heroes into the midst.
Medusa, what a hero! What a hero! What a hero! I really wanted to see what Ava's going to be able to accomplish here. We were speaking about him at length in the pre-show, and very important for Piggy Killer to have looked back at the replays and say, well, we almost never get impact out of this guy, but it's almost because we almost always sack him. So maybe this game they give him a better start. And if he's off to a good start here, this could end up being a very good game for the Spirit Breaker to just create havoc all across the map.
I agree, but also one of the good things about Spirit Breaker in this game, or just Spirit Breaker in general, that you can sack him, you can leave him. So if you're having like this mentality in which you still need to sack your offlane, which they have been rolling for the past couple of series, then he's going to be a one that can be sacked. He buys that Vanguard, gets the or Ring of Health even, and Phase Boots is just able to creep skip, farm the small camp with the charge. Like, yeah, I can see it working for them.
Yep. Frisk will eventually head on over to the top side of the map. In mid lane, Kunkka versus Queen of Pain. We used to see those Kunkka, those pirates, being picked particularly to deal with the Queen of Pain. Does the advantage still stick in the hands of our Kunkka, or has Queen of Pain gotten a little bit of juice from these recent buffs and lanes better against this guy?
Yeah, I think overall Quap is in a better spot right now than Kunkka. So I think it should be a little bit easier for him. The itemization as well is better. Oh, look at him. He's doing I do this trick in every pub, literally. Look at the damage. Yeah, look at the damage on Elder Titan now. Like,
yep. Go through the Twin Gate, baby. Give me that bonus damage. Feels good.
Yeah, so usually I'd be doing it with a TP, obviously, but now you can actually do it with the Twin Gate. Feels solid. He didn't get a lot of damage, by the way, not way more than he'd get in the lane. And also the lane is pushed in, so unfortunately for him, he couldn't use it. Like, usually you want to have that as the lane is back and in your favor, and then you can actually dish out some damage.
But it's about style, is it? Whether or not it's effective doesn't matter. It looks cool.
Yeah, it really is. It really is about style. Frisk chasing that courier, gets it in the end.
Nice. They should actually do like courier first blood, so that the first courier you kill is like worth more.
He drops the item that he carries.
Oh gosh, that would be too strong. They might find first blood in the top lane normally. Why you smile? Beautiful Echo Stomp though. Catches both heroes and will be able to get off himself behind the tree, so he's A-okay. Not gonna die in the top lane.
Has to be careful, like he's one of those brawlers. He really likes to get in very early on, but before level 3, he doesn't necessarily carry that much damage, so he can be taken down.
Small little skirmishes. People are poking and prodding one another, but nothing big just yet. In top, they're just content to keep harassing the Medusa. And without Why You Smile being nearby, they're trying to get through her mana pool, but Echo Stomp will come out. And now look at this. Ava's the one that's very low. Blood Grenade drops down onto Spirit Breaker. Not enough mana, though, for a Mystic Snake. It finally comes off, and that's going to be a kill for Shiro. Oh, no. How many times have we seen this, Lizard? You go onto Medusa hoping to kill her. Instead, she turns it onto you and gets the free gold out of your corpse.
Yeah, you probably don't want to give that first blood to Shiro. One hero. Mercy does get killed down by New on bottom lane as well. So lane's going already really damn well for LGD.
Good start for New. Good start. And as expected, good start for Nothing to Say through the mid lane on his Kunkka. Well, classic times, LGD, good laning start. And you were saying in the previous series that nowadays we do see the less favored teams better able to represent themselves in the earlier portion of the game, and things just fall apart in the mid game. This is a problem, Lizard, where the team that's favored is having a harder start than you. Then you have real difficulties recovering later on.
Yeah, they're heroes as well. Crystal Maiden again, man. Like, he's dropping really low. Spirit Breaker on top lane might die again. Let's see. They have there should be a stun from Snap, right, Frisk?
Okay, charge back for Ava. Not sure about this one.
Why so deep though? I felt that he could just charge the ET and run away. Because
Flyfly's also in trouble down bottom. He has to run away. They end up losing the life of Planet. But New knows that he has access back in a moment, throws them in. Flyfly is dead. So 2 cores dead on the map here, Liz.
Okay, guys, you need to win a lane. My expectations have lowered, you know. Sometimes it's win one, lose one, even out one. No, you have to just even one out, even one lane out.
No. Well, it's getting worse because middle, they're going onto XM. And we saw why we see these Kunkkas often picked against Quap. She almost died. Lizard, look, click on the Queen of Pain. She's just about to hit level 5, right, off of this creep. NTS is about halfway to level 6. So the next time they try that X combo, if he has both, they can land that onto Quap and kill her off.
Yeah, he won't even need anyone. If she's like 70% HP, he can solo her even. And he's constantly on 20% HP, so XM needs to be really careful not to get texted.
What's he going to be able to do about this one? Fortunately for him, the tower pressure from Kunkka, we don't anticipate that much of it. So NTS is going to have to rely on the Siege Wagon to put any hurt on the structure. Bottom, we see Mercy yet again. As you mentioned earlier, still just struggling. His pool of health is just so low. And there's so much harass on the enemy team. Middle, there's actually a small engagement. XM got X back, and I think he's going to get himself killed off. Well, no, NTS didn't throw in the torrent on that one. It was still on cooldown. So XM should be okay.
Do you think it's good that Medusa can now solo for LGD?
I mean, very good for her, yeah.
Right? You just leave Shiro on top, but at least Spirit Breaker is gonna get something.
They might actually get a kill onto Mercy. So they were really struggling to find this kill onto XM. They're like, fine, we'll settle for the Crystal Maiden.
Yeah, I don't know. That felt like an overkill a little bit, but what they can do after is just roll down bottom. There's that TB, and he'd be a better kill. He's got the TP, but and the Twin Gates, but where does he go? That's the thing, like, he can't really go top and pressure it. Medusa feels way too strong. I feel like Piggy Killers, they need to make a massive move with more than a single hero rotation. New?
Yeah, well, they're bringing the Queen of Pain down bottom because they want to go onto New here. They triggered out some damage with the Metamorphosis, and XM, with the jump in, able to kill off New. The Observer, what they have, spots out Why You Smile, but Frisk unable to connect with the Fire Snap Quickie. So they end up not being able to find the kill. Did XM get experience out of this? Okay, he did, so it's justifying the rotation.
Okay, that's pretty damn good, I would say. Like, your Spirit Breaker is getting a little bit more now on top lane. You rotated the co-op. But look at, actually, LGD are the ones that make a 4-man rotation down bottom. Nothing to say, gets his bottle refilled. Fly is safe for now, hiding, farming these two camps. By the way, these two camps feel so damn good to farm.
Oh, dude, I can literally live my whole life on these camps. It's so good. Sadly, though, these camps have also scouted vision. Oh no, the ogre stunned Fly. But NTS and the crew, they don't follow up in time. If he died from that, I would, if I was him, I'd just quit the game and be like, today's not my day. It's fine, boys. Just tank the L. But fortunately, he does survive, although his tower will not be so lucky.
Yeah, imagine if they could stun lock you. Like one hits you, then the other.
Oh my God.
If you have some stacks, 4 stuns in a row. But yeah, they lose the tower, and LGD, like, they can chill out for a little bit now, get some levels on their supports because they've been rotating together for quite a bit. Once they get those levels, they can do the 12-minute. Let's see if they'll do the same move down mid, like the 12-minute mark, rune into mid lane push.
That'll be interesting. Couple of minutes before that happens. Also, earlier we were speaking about which towers are more important with the changes to the map and the demotion of the tier 1 middle. It feels like if you're on Radiant side, safe lane Radiant tier 1 is crazy important. Like, it always feels uber bad when you lose this tower.
Yeah, I can see it. I agree. It doesn't cover any ancients, but it does cover the Roshan. So maybe early on it's not, like it's not massive, but later on it definitely is. Same goes
Also, I
for...
feel like one of the advantages for Radiant is their positioning around this outpost and the Twin Gate. And it's easier to play around those things when you have the tier 1 still alive.
Okay, yeah, definitely. You can move across the map easier, gank top.
Speaking of ganks, they were trying one on the side of Piggy Killer, but sadly, they do not find any willing customers for their damage services. So they just have to get back to farming. This doesn't feel like it's only been 10 minutes in this game.
It doesn't. There has been a lot of action. They're smoking up, but Medusa on top lane actually TB all the TPs after the charge. Okay, Kunkka actually cancels his.
Yeah. Only ET showed up for this, but she wasn't under that much of a threat. Maybe now it's time for her to start thinking about the value points into Stone Gaze, or maybe just holding a point. We'll see. But she could just back off deeper into the jungle farm there. Middle in the meantime, we are jumping onto the Queen of Pain and XM. Ooh. Jump away. Not going to be caught out by the spell damage, the spell combo from NTS.
Yeah, a little bit of a fail boat there. Now XM has a double damage rune. So they're the ones actually making a very aggressive move now on top. As Beastmaster is still busy pushing out bottom, farming up.
Should be able to take out this tier 1 tower.
It looks like a free one, freebie.
Yeah. They're not pressuring either from the side of LGD elsewhere on the map. So it is 100% free. That being said, they are posturing middle as if they want to take this tower. And there's no Radiant heroes nearby here for Piggy Killer. So it looks like it's going to end up just being a somewhat trade. Unless the charge connects.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Because of the trade, Eva, there's no follow-up right now. He's kind of alone.
Yeah, gets arrowed for his troubles as well. He's going to lose a lot of HP. New is there with the wild access. Does pop the magic wand, but eventually ends up dead with the primal roar pushing him closer to the enemy lineup. NTS dies as well. And they went all the way in for that one, Lizard, and it did not pay off for them. They lose both heroes and still end up losing the tower anyway.
Yeah, NTS getting a kill, they're losing the tower. I'm not sure why he charged the way he charged. So basically, I was thinking, yeah, they can charge and then TP in with meta and stuff. Like, they have more than necessary to defend this tower. But that really looked like some miscommunication. Like, he charges in. You're a Spirit Breaker, you're extremely tanky, but you're not that tanky.
You're going to try to get to that tank ability level as time goes on. However, he is not there just yet. And it's not like he's going into easy customers. These heroes on the side of LGD, the squishiest hero on their lineup is Mirana. And Mirana is not a squishy hero. So killing them off, quite hard to do. Several strength heroes, lots of damage mitigation. And it looks like we're going to be having an aura build up from New. So that's probably going to make Piggy Killer a bit happier. You don't have to deal with a pipe or a Crimson Guard. But you still have to do something right now to help you out with damage. And probably it's not going to be, you probably have to like overwhelm them with numbers at this point.
Yeah, he's just waiting for his overlord, right? And he gets that. Then suddenly Beast is completely online. He's already online, but what really strikes me the most about this hero is his ability to farm and how much space he gets. Like usually when he's played on offlane, I feel like Beastmaster, when he's played, he is the carry. Like he gets more space usually than your position 1.
Gets everything. We're gonna see him. I'm just watching his team from afar as they pick off Frisk. They try to jump in and save them with Ava, but sadly not gonna find anything. We'll see if they can attain some revenge as Planet thrown back with the Nether Strike after the Frostbite hit him. But now all of a sudden it's Spirit Breaker that might be a bit too deep. He got hit in by the ET Splitter. Can he escape this charge in a second? No viable target, however. And you will end up dead.
They still have Roar, and Medusa is coming in as well. So they're pretty much bringing everyone here.
And at this point, why not, right? They've already got the tier 1 tower through
Shiro.
middle. Arrow bottom catches onto Mercy, and Shiro's gonna clean up Mercy. Planet will be able to claim the kill itself. But with all these heroes here, this tier 2 tower is certainly gonna be forfeit. The Medusa with level 2 inner beast aura and some illusions. Lots and lots of damage available.
Yeah, the way that they played right now, after getting these couple of pickoffs and Medusa moving behind the tier 2 tower, it reminded me of Dota AI. The open AI, if you remember.
The open AI bots.
They're just moving. Somehow they're moving closer and closer to you, and you can't do anything. Like that's how it felt the last couple of minutes.
Also, speaking of the last few minutes, we had an answer to your question. Will LGD all collapse middle at 12 minutes? That didn't happen. But at 13 minutes, they all collapse bottom. So maybe that's the new
Wait, when did they
next
kill
level
mid?
tick.
When did they kill mid?
They killed mid just after 12 minutes. Just after they lost the Spirit
So
Breaker
there you
as he
go.
came charging through.
It still happened, right?
Yeah, but it's not because they didn't plan on it specifically for that.
They had 4 heroes.
They were just responding.
They had 4 heroes there. But okay, yeah, they were responding to the push top. That's true.
And that was when tier 1 was being pushed top, right? So, yeah, exactly. So if you're looking for a trade, doesn't necessarily count. But still, I do like the idea of around this time in the game, group up somewhere on the map, en masse with all your heroes, and just try to show off your strength and maybe get an objective out of it as well.
Yeah, it's not usually that you see a tier 2 fall that early on, but they already have a 10k advantage 15 minutes in. Ooh.
Yeah. Game is hot. We have this Overlord available for this Beastmaster. We're not that far away from Tormentors being online. But Piggy Killer don't want to leave the game in its current state, as they're going to smoke up with 3 heroes. They'll avoid the Beastmaster Hawk. Sadly for them, NTS is also nearby. Not an easy customer either. He has a haste Junior pop too, so there's no way they catch him. Who can they go on? Why you smell? Shows up to break the gank. And now that he has, maybe they look for some revenge on LGD as they find the chain disable out onto Frisk, and Frisk is going to end up dead here. X marks the spot to cancel out the freezing field, enables them to bring down the Crystal Maiden as well.
Oh, Fly.
New. What can he do here? He's surrounded by 3 heroes because Fly is here as well with the meta, trying to beat down onto him. It's all the cores, but these cores need to be careful. Sunder goes out onto the Miranda, but here comes Shiro with the the Stone Gaze. Sonic Wave flies back, but unfortunately, they cannot get Fly out of here. And the Medusa will claim the life of this TB.
It just felt like it was such a bad position to be fighting in. Like on the enemy high ground, all your heroes are in the river. Like you already used too many of your spells. I feel like they used too many of spells to kill the ET. Like Elder Titan ate everything. He ate the ulti from Spirit Breaker as well. And I think that's a big control that they wasted. Like I don't think he even had to do it. I do believe that Elder Titan could have died without it. Like, look at this. Why you smile? They go on him with 3 heroes. He's already kind of dead. You don't have to use that. But okay, if they don't, maybe he survives, pops some stick, uses his stomp. Better safe than sorry, I guess.
Well, there was no safety there. And also there's no safety in the real map because Frisk is a bit of danger. He did scout out the Mirana for a second, but she knows where he's at too. This arrow, okay, we should have a dead Snapfire, but can't close the gap for Planet to throw in the Yules either. By the way, what have you made of NTS's build? He's going for Blade Mail, Solar Crest, no BKB being picked up on this hero, no Heaven's Helm.
I think maybe Lincoln's later down the line. You are playing against Spirit Breaker and against TB, so I think that's maybe an option. Like BKB has value, but it isn't amazing. I think Blade Mail is pretty damn solid as well. Nice idea. Meanwhile, it's all about the Medusa, right? And Shiro, how far is he? 700 gold, more or less, from the Butterfly being completed together with the Manta. And you're already looking at ending the game, really, once you get that.
Yep. Our Intrepid Terrorblade on the other side only has access to a Manta, and he's building Diffusal now. It seems like we've seen quite a few Terrorblades struggling to deal with this immediate Butterfly itemization that these Dusas go for. Because this is the second time I think we've seen a Diffusal attempt. We saw an MKB second item once, and so far none of them have been successful, sadly.
Yeah, if you are doing this Diffusal, it just feels like you're always one step behind. I think Diffusal maybe is not the right option. It's great versus Medusa, but yeah, we'll see. Perhaps it's not really about the itemization, it's about who gets where faster, right? Like if TB was getting his items faster, it would look completely different. But this is literally the game plan. Go for Rosh the moment Butterfly is completed. Take Rosh, use that Aegis until your Scuddy is up, and with the Scuddy you're kind of safe, you can end the game. But until the Scuddy is up, just use the Aegis to push a couple of tier 2 towers.
Still 2 tier 2s that they can claim through middle and the top lane. Shiro has ported middle, but look where everyone else is going. They're smoking up and taking a twin gate. They're going on a small adventure, coming through the Radiant side of the map. And XM, oh no, XM is underneath an observer ward. They see him flush. They recognize the blink. They need the Beastmaster to want to be there though. He does not have a blink dagger, so getting the Primal Roar out might not be as easy as they would like it to.
Nice positioning by XM and the boys, like running away and staying on the high ground. Like not too many teams would have recognized that Medusa is most likely alone mid. Well done.
Any other play that they do there leads into a death for this Queen of Pain, and the game just gets much harder, but that's the one play they could use to save lives. Sadly though, Liz, Medusa is still very happy to just take your tier 2 tower anyway. And here they are on the high ground, looking for a tier 3. You said they want to maybe get the Scotty. They can't wait that long. Somebody's got a date after this game. They need to hurry up.
No, I mean, you don't have to wait as long as you have Aegis. As long as you have Aegis, you can continue pushing.
This Ancient Thunderhide making a huge difference. Morty's Kiss is raining in by Frisk, and they will enable them to kill the Elder Titan with the Sonic Wave as well. Stone Gaze, though, even better. And the roar onto Queen of Pain brings her down. Ava dies quite easily as well. And Shiro is still looking menacing in this fight. Buyback from Ava. He's charging in onto the Queen of Pain. They really want to get the kill onto Kunkka, and Kunkka will die. Mirana gets another struck by SRF, and Ava kills him off too. A double kill off the Spirit Breaker. And with those 2 heroes dead and no Primal Roar, they don't have enough control to hold him in position. So maybe he's looking for a turnaround here. Stunned up both heroes. Shiro now in danger, lost all of his mana and now his life. Frisk will get brought down by a very nice arrow. As we see Fly running down the Beastmaster. Elder Titan throws out the splitters. Not going to connect, but they have still isolated Fly's Terrorblade. Ava can only do so much. But Fly still alive for now. Planet has an arrow, but no real angle to throw it out just yet. It looks like they're going to let him live. Splits the wickets. They can't keep the chase going. All right. Buyback was taken. Does end up losing some very important lives, but ultimately they defend the base, get a couple of kills. It's a lane of Rax loss, but after a deficit like this, you expect to lose something big.
Oh, that was incredible. Like, really nicely done by Piggy Killer. The buyback from Spirit Breaker turning everything around. Like, what this hero does is just ridiculous. Like, he finished off the Kunkka and instantly killed the Nirvana afterwards as well, netting them a double kill, then pushing back the ET and the Medusa back into Terrorblade's hands. Really nicely done. Well played, Tuava. Huge impact in that last fight.
It is sadly still going to be a lane of racks claimed around the 20-minute mark.
Yeah.
And LGD, they're not afraid, dude. They're just coming right back. They're like, all right, boys,
Well,
we did it. Let's go.
there's no meta, right? That's something that they're very well aware of. So how do you defend without it?
30 more seconds before the meta will be back online. 10 more seconds before they have freezing field, but their push on LGD goes much faster than that. Got the Beastmaster army. We've got this additional HP from the Granite Golem. Let's see what Picky Killer has got to defend the second lane. Yules will cancel out the charge from Ava, so no way for the Spirit Breaker to reach the Medusa. Boat now will crash down onto XM. Beautiful tidal wave to drag these heroes back. Fly forced into an early Sunder onto Shiro, but Ava doesn't have a Sunder, so he dies outside of the base. Shiro now turns his attention back towards the racks as they melt down the melee racks. There's no buyback for the Spirit Breaker. There's a death right now happening onto Mercy. So it's going to be 3v5 no matter what. Shiro and the boys trying to mince down XM, and XM is dead. Shiro is just killing everybody. Come on, give him the rampage. As they wipe out 5, they take the W. Picky Killer tap out. GG, well played. And 23 minutes, 29 seconds is all it takes for LGD to just demolish PK in game 1.
Whew, that was a disaster. Like they just destroyed them. The laning stage itself wasn't that great. Like they lost pretty much all 3 lanes on Piggy Killer. I thought that they might find a way to grapple themselves back into this one, but definitely not. Like LGD just being too strong. They gave them no mercy. Like the Medusa farming up every item is pretty much on the checkpoint of where you want that item to come to you, and the way they played around it was perfect too. Like they get the Manta and Butterfly instantly into the pit. After the pit, just non-stop aggression, just going from one objective to another.
It was beautiful to watch, honestly, coming in from the side of PSG LGD. The entire game just felt very crisp from them. They took over the map. It's just checklist Dota, basically. It almost felt like the game was playing itself. How do you deal with this though, Lizard? Because normally you'd say, well, here's where LGD made a mistake or two. You can try and exploit them in these areas once you head into the second game. I can't, in good conscience, tell you a viable mistake that you can exploit going into the second game, because this was almost perfect gameplay from LGD.
Yeah, maybe you could focus on making less of your own mistakes. That's something. I believe the Spirit Breaker charge on mid lane hurt them a bit. They lost the mid-tier 1 tower off of that. Then they fight afterwards instantly in the Radiant jungle. They lose a couple of heroes and then they lose a tier 2. So it wasn't like one big mistake that was being made on Piggy Killer. It's a lot of small ones that just dug the hole deeper and deeper for them. You could see later on, like even the Spirit Breaker, he's so far behind, but the hero is damn good, so he still does work. He still influences the game, but yeah, it just wasn't good enough at this point when you're so far behind.
Exceptionally far behind, and they end up unable to really turn that, get any of the big moments to turn the game around. Fly did get quite a bit of farm on his TB, tried his best, but a far cry from what the Medusa was able to accomplish in this game. Just Terrorblade, under these conditions, just can't do the work that he needs to. And sadly, Piggy Killer, back to the drawing board for them. For LGD, I guess just more of the same, right? So it's like, normal times. We're back at home, boys, rinsing the region, except for like T-Master or maybe Extreme Gaming. Nobody else comes close. We can just do whatever the hell we want.
Had this arrow in the end as well. And the Rampage, going for Shiro, just a cherry on top, finishing the game off as, what was his score? 9-0-5. Yeah, the only one without any deaths on his team. Do you think that that an MVP is necessary because of that, or do we give it to someone else? Planet had a pretty good Mirana game as well.
Let's give it to Planet, actually, because Planet did a lot of good movements on the map. He had the most kill involvements, 21 out of 24. He also itemized properly for the game. Didn't have to buy that many items, but he just realized, if I just buy a Yule Scepter, that's kind of all I need, right? It sets up all my arrows. It sets up not just for arrows, but it makes life difficult for Queen of Pain. Did the right thing. Played a nice, solid game. Early gem pickup as well. Also, have you noticed that LGD, the one thing that they do every game, so as the thing that you've noticed they do every game, 12 minutes, they're going to make that big rotation middle. LGD, if they feel like they have a goal advantage, pre 15 minutes, Planet will buy gem every single game, no matter what, just to make sure that they can take away not just your physical map movements, but map vision as well. So you can't make moves on the map, even though you feel like you want to smoke.
Yeah, it's hard because you don't even know where the wards are anymore, right, on the map. So jump is necessary for almost any team. But I did like it. I liked it a lot. I like the Yules. I think Yules is, in general, it's a good item on Mirana, but it's really good versus Spirit Breaker. Like, you get to disrupt his combo, you also get to dispel him with it. So Yules makes a lot of sense when playing against Barator.
Yule Scepter was instrumental in this game for Planet. Just in general, the entirety of LGD's play, their decisions and itemization, decisions of where to fight, have gotten them yet another victory. However, Piggy Killer have another bite at the cherry. It's only game number 1. Hopefully for them, game 2 is a little bit more kind, and we have a more competitive series between these two squads. We'll find out in just a moment as we resume the series after a small break. So don't go anywhere. Dota 2 action continues right here in just a few minutes. Welcome back, one and all, to some DPC action here within the Chinese region as we witness PSG LGD taking on the side of Piggy Killer. And so far, LGD are looking like they're going to make this a very short day at the office because they were exceptionally clean in game one, Liz. We're already into the draft here with the side of Piggy Killer having Dire first pick, LGD have Radiant second pick. And to make it even more difficult for the side of Piggy Killer, the NTS Pango is already available with a Keeper of the Light to back him up. Talk to me, Lizard. What's the strat? What's the plan? How do we deal with this? Especially because it doesn't feel like we can justify this early Medusa. They already have Pango in the mix.
Yeah, they can still get the Medusa afterwards if it's not banned out. I hope Piggy Killer, PG, I almost said PG Killers. I hope they pick it up themselves or something. It's not great into a Diffusal Pango, but you don't want to give it away. So if you don't pick it, then please ban it out. What other heroes that are left in the pool are really good? Doom is left in the pool, and he's kind of left inside. There's Bloodseeker as well versus the Pangolier. You could instantly counter him with a lane dominant hero, Quap or Storm Spirit. They go for the Quap. I like this, like Spirit Breaker and Quap. Pango should not have a good game, at least not a good lane.
Well, that's presuming he plays from the middle because New can play this hero, but much higher likelihood that it's going to be an NTS Pango from the mid lane. And Piggy Killer, they've just gone ahead and ban out this Medusa. Not going to deal with the Snake Lady. I mean, it would be insane to give away Medusa with Keeper of the Light together, so good ban on that. And LGD just covering this Pango as much as possible by also banning out a Bloodseeker.
I think that's it, right? Like, you don't have to ban anything else. Bloodseeker is it. Because you see that Queen of Pain is the lane counter already, so you don't have to worry about Storm or Ember Spirit. And now Piggy Killer, they're just banning out what they think PSG LGD needs on that position 1. Medusa is a good ban because they cannot pick it. They can, but it's not great, like I mentioned earlier, against Pango. Naga and what else? Shiro likes to play some Morphling. Probably not going to be picked up or banned, but it's an option.
What did we have in the previous game? Planet played the Mirana. We saw Elder Titan, Piggy Killer. They removed the Monkey King from the mix as well. So some beefy melee offlaner. It could be either playing the Spirit Breaker again, or it could just be them nabbing the hero up and saying, we'll figure something else out later for the offlane.
Yeah, it could be a 4 as well. It could be just very flexible. I do like the hero on the offlane a bit more. I think with the golden experience, he does quite a lot. I think that Crimson Guard that he built in the last game was maybe a little bit forced because the game was going so poorly. If he has a good game and he gets like a Ring of Health without Vanguard into Phase Boots and Shadowblade, you saw in game 1, in series 1, that is, you saw just how much Spirit Breaker can do.
When he's having that kind of performance, it really is kind of magical witnessing this hero do his thing. The LGD, we come back for a more normal quote-unquote support as we get the Silencer here. Gives them some cover when they're jumping onto the Queen of Pain to bring her down. Some potential laning options. We've seen Silencer contributing to some lane dominance for his team. Just an overall okay hero right now, it feels like.
Yeah, I'm overall not the biggest fan of Silencer plus Kotl supports, but it's like it's still a really good laner, Silencer. Later on in the game, these two kind of do the same, but they already have this Pango to create chaos, I guess, so that's fine. What I dislike about them is they're both these sideline squishy boys that can get jumped on very easily, so they need a lot of coverage. This Pango probably isn't enough. They need some Faceless Void or something like that. But Silencer obviously really strong versus Queen of Pain. Like, she hates playing into that global silence.
Yep. She doesn't buy Yulzes anymore. She doesn't want to buy early BKBs. Hell, she doesn't even want to buy a BKB. Might be much happier just buying Lincolns. Piggy, go for the Skywrath Mage. Okay, normally when we see the SWM, we see him with a hard disable of some kind, right? That allows the Mystic Flare to get a hero from 100 to 0, whether it comes from the offlane in like Legion Commanders or Axes, or from middle from like Primal Beast or whatever. So far, they actually don't have any setup for this hero. So whatever hero they get next, I would like a more hard disable. And Doom is a great hero, but it's not a hard disable. I don't. It's still a lot of damage in the laning phase, though. I will give them that for the side of Picky Killer.
So are you relegating your Spirit Breaker to like a 5 here?
You have to.
That's what it feels like. Yeah, and LGD, they just snatch up the Alchemist. The Alchemist as well could be offlane here. It could be safe lane. We'll see what they decide. Because like Doom and Skyra, that can be a scary lane too. It's a lot of damage, especially if Doom goes for Scorched Earth Infernal Blade. I'm kind of sad that they relegated Spirit Breaker to such a low position when you have two of these squishy sideliners that you can catch. But Blinding Light is a problem, like you can't charge through it. It can be difficult. Yeah, let's see what the last two bans are from both of these. Like Picky Killer actually expecting that Pango on the offlane, or at least banning out the puck, so that they make sure Queen of Pain has a good lane in case Pango goes offlane.
Yeah. And then LGD, of course, doing the wise thing. Every time you see an Alchemist in the game, you can anticipate the enemy team banning out the Terrorblade, so it won't have that big outlay of damage. And Picky Killer, yep, now that they've covered the matchup against Queen of Pain, they go back to banning offlaners, removing away the new axe. We have already seen it within the DPC thus far. So they are relying on the history. So he's going to be playing a hero he hasn't played yet from the offlane, won't he?
I think so,
no
yeah.
Axe, no Beastmaster, no Timber. Yeah, he's going to be playing a new hero. Wonderful.
Maybe.
So what do you want to see from PK at the end of the draft, though?
I'm not sure. They need They need a carry here in the end. Position 1 into the Alchemist. What's left? Ursa? I think that's a good option. That's a good bet. Yeah. They go with it.
Nice.
They go with the Bear. I mean, it's just one of those carries that can actually scale well into him. The lane itself, like Ursa and Spirit Breaker, doesn't strike me as particularly great one. So maybe that's something that they can abuse. I'm not sure exactly how. Nothing comes to my mind instantly, but something ranged that can kite both of these or something similar. Like you already have the Kotl, I guess, on that position 4. What could you combo it with that can spam them down?
They could do the old switcheroo and put the Kotl into the offlane and then get some other beefy boy to just body for him. That'll give him the spam, I guess, in the wave. Just keep blasting and blasting and blasting and blasting.
Guess it's an option, yeah. I'm just thinking what else they could do. Like in the current patch, what else is picked? Batrider, maybe? On the offlane? Banned? First ban, yeah, I see it now.
No Visage, no Bats, no Darkseer, Bloodseeker, Beastmaster,
Get some good old
Timber.
Venomancer, just make things spicy a little bit.
Dude, Venomancer's actually lit. I actually like that call. I don't like the fact that it would leave them quite bereft of abilities to start fights outside of Pango, but it does crush the lanes. Team fights would also be very, very solid, like Global plus Venom.
Never mind.
So solid.
Never mind. Go back to the hero that's in the meta, even though he's not considered great versus Ursa. It's great versus Ursa with Kotl, because you're just gonna spam, right? Like one Firestorm, Blinding Light, Chakram, Firestorm, Blinding Light, Chakram, and Fly isn't gonna be a happy bear. However, you never feel too safe even with the Vanguard. So that's something, because you have that Ursa, right? Like he can go through you even when you get the Vanguard. So maybe it's not the greatest pick, but it's the pick that they thought they needed. It gives them a lot of roots, a lot of disables versus the Quap. The map is big, so that portal is really nice as well. But I'm worried because I'm not that worried for LGD after the way they played game 1. But Underlord has been figured out a little bit.
We haven't had that many Underlords within the region. I believe this is our third one only that we've had within China. And this Ursa we have seen in the past eras doing a real work up against these Underlord heroes. I personally do really like this PK draft. I just don't like their support duo all that much, but I do like their cores, and I think they can play the game relatively quickly. That being said, LGD just looked so clean. They looked so good after that first game that it's very hard for me to logically justify going against them. So despite the fact that their heroes don't have that many stuns, despite the fact that their team fight is somewhat lackluster, and despite the fact that there's some very good laning prowess from Picky Killer, I still think LGD wins. They're just a better team.
You are so brave, Snare. like with your predictions. You're so brave. Like, and no one could have predicted what you have just predicted, that LGD will take game 2.
I stand a low lizard.
You
I'm an icon class.
You definitely do. You were always like that, you know, you anti-meta. Anti-meta man, anti-meta with predictions. But yeah, after that game 1, it's kind of hard to go against LGD, right?
It also looks like they swapped out their support. So Frisk is actually going to be playing the 4 position on the Spirit Breaker, and Mercy will have the Skywrath Mage as the past 5. Do you like this switch up? The way that they've ran this? It gives more priority to the Spirit Breaker, at least.
I think it's about the lanes as well, maybe. Because Ursa and Spirit Breaker, yeah, it doesn't strike me like the best lane, best combo. But Ursa and Skywrath, I feel like it is a little bit stronger. However, the question is, who do you want to do better or worse? Do you want to support Ursa or do you want to crush Alchemist? 'Cause I'd say both are as important.
Let's see what the plan is from the side of PK. Also want to see if Why You Smile witnessed them actually propping down this observer ward across the river. So we'll see if he goes to try and deal with that. Does have a sentry at the ready. So here we go. The horn will sound. And the second game, a critical game for Piggy Killer. Because if they find themselves on the back end of this one, then their prospects not only, well, firstly, it guarantees they can't go to the major. Then their prospects for even staying in the division come to immediate question, as they'll be 1-4 at that point.
By the way, this lane down bottom, like Silencer and Alchemist, this is not an easy lane to play against. They're pretty damn strong. Like even though they're tanky, Spirit Breaker and Doom, Silencer and Alchemist, on level 3, they can take you down.
There's a lot of damage down here. They certainly need to be careful. Mid lane, XM versus NTS. Here is where XM has to prove why they picked them those co-op. Like you just cannot lose this laneless. You have to not just come even. You know, I know you brought down your expectations during game 1, but for game 2, not just the expectation, the requirement has to be for the Queen of Pain to win her lane.
Yeah, they picked it in the last game. She got kind of countered by the Kunkka. This time around, you're playing a winning lane, so you should be doing well.
And at bottom, the place you outlined as a potential source of action, we already see Why You Smile. I'm very happy to just lop in this damage. What's intriguing about the build is gone for. The last few games of the silencers that we've been seeing them more opt for the 202 build by the time they hit level 4. Very atypical nowadays, in China at least, for an early point into glaives.
Yeah, I don't see that very often. You're completely right. It takes a lot of mana as well to harass that way, but I guess versus Frisk on Spirit Breaker and versus Doom, it does make a bit of sense. Like you're hitting them with pure damage, so it is helpful.
Definitely some tough customers to deal with, just in terms of how tanky they are. And in the top lane, New One is Underlord, just gonna try farming away, as Fly does the same on his Ursa. The two supports playing ring around the roses with each other, but does feel like a not easy lane to find kills for either lineup, really.
Yeah, I'm just looking at all the lanes, bottom and top. I feel like it's not easy, but they are volatile. Like, well, you can find kills on both, and Mercy already dropping low, but yeah, probably the fastest hero in the game, right? Without boots. Even faster.
Isn't Carl faster?
No, he's faster by 5.
No, he's 5, yeah. By 5.
Skywrath, the fastest. Like, that's why...
and then they nerfed Ench, right? Because Ench used to have like 335 or something. How much is she now?
They nerfed it. I'm not sure how much it is, but yeah, you don't have to... Like, these heroes, you don't even need boots on. Like on Skywrath, you really don't have to buy boots.
Enchantress is now also 320, tied up with the Aquaddle, so this should be the fastest hero in the game. Bottom, you see Why You Smile fell a little bit low, but happy to take this harass. Just walk back behind the tower, stays completely safe. A bit of a farm fest here today. Even though everyone's like hitting each other, everyone's just like staying with enough HP to just go right back to farming.
I had to check this because I should know it, but I didn't straight off the bat. You know who's faster than Skywrath?
Who?
Meepo.
And you're a Meepo player.
Yeah, Meepo.
You should have known that
Yeah,
one.
well, I checked just in case because I knew he's really fast. He's got a 330 movement speed. He's insanely fast.
It's a very speedy boy. He doesn't look like he should be a fast hero though. Like if you look at the hero design.
I mean, if you want to look at it that way, sure, but he's short, but he runs fast.
Make him taller. Like double up his height, then it makes sense to me. It makes sense for like Enchantress, Gareth Mage. One of them has 4 legs, or one of them has wings. I can understand why they're fast, but Meepo doesn't make sense.
Shh, it does. Shh.
Well, another thing that doesn't make sense to me, Liz, is how is NTS doing this well through the mid lane?
Yeah, and they're even harassing him. They're bringing in different heroes to mess with his lane, but he's still doing well. It's crazy. He's finding a lot of farm.
What a player. They are sending us Gareth Mage, who was middle, back to the top lane. I don't think there's any easy opportunity to find a kill here, so he's just going to come back, happy to send out some harass. Fly, though, is starting to find himself playing a little bit on the back foot. And you mentioned how difficult it can be playing into Coddle plus Underlord. One or the other is one thing, but both of them together can create some issues.
Yeah, it's like 1v1, you think Ursa is good versus any melee, and they might... Yeah, Blinding Light. Can he escape,
He
though?
might still die, though. He's getting himself in an awkward position. Earthshock frozen forward, but Fly has to be careful. The Firestorm almost killed him, but Mercy eventually finishes off the Underlord and draws first blood for his squad. Planet has no more spells remaining. He did not level up the Illuminate. So Mercy won't die for this either. So very good grab in the top lane. Fly doesn't die. He gets to go back to the tier 1 tower.
Yeah, good job,
Okay.
good job. They definitely played on the edge there, but they did get the kill on the Underlord. They both survive in the end. They're really damn low. I don't think he'll be able to really lane here any longer. Because once the Underlord comes back, you probably need to move back a bit. Silencer is here as well. Why you smile? Fly.
Fly.
Bye-bye.
My God, dude. Why did he play so risky? Dude, he has a courier coming in with a salve and phase boots. He could have maybe just ran back to meet it, but instead plays super far forward on the Ursa. Gets punished very hard, and now the tier 1 tower might not even be here by the time he respawns.
Yeah, I'm not sure why, because the lane was about to push anyway. It's an Underlord you're playing against. He's gonna Firestorm it.
Yeah.
He decided to stick around. Doom is TPing top, by the way.
Okay. So they are putting a lot of resources into protecting this tower and denying LGD from just easily opening up the map.
Yeah, but is that...
That does mean, though, that Alchemist is alone.
Exactly. So is that okay? I guess they're sending Ursa against him. Like, Ursa against Alchemist is good if you start the lane off of that, right? Like an Ursa into an Alchemist. But this Alchemist is already level 6. Free farming. Pango.
Yep. We'll get Sonic Wave through middle, and they finally find a kill. On to nothing to say. You mentioned it earlier, how many resources they've committed to continually try to kill him. Finally comes good. And the kill also goes the way of Mercy. It would have been a little bit better if it was for XM, but, you know, we'll take it. It brings Mercy closer to level 6.
Yeah, he's been working hard, as well as Cobb, to make NTS's life a bit harder. And yeah, these two supports, they can help. Nothing to say, like giving mana and stuff, but they can't really make kills happen. So they won't be able, like, look at the other side. You have Spirit Breaker and Skywrath, the ultimate kill combo, right? Like, or even alone they can take down heroes. But Kotl and Silencer, they're more of, yeah, we're passive, we're chilling in behind, we're making some stacks, we can't really make plays on the map.
Yeah. Wholly reliant on their cores doing all the work for them. Speaking of set cores, NTS might have ended up in an awkward position here. You will go in for the Rolling Thunder. They're trying to bring down Frisk. Unfortunately, they can't chase him onto the high ground. And he's also generally quite a tanky boy. So he will be able to survive this.
He might die. NTS?
Nah, they're going on to NCS. They got the silence out with the Ancient Seal. They dive him underneath the tower. Charge will come in. He dies before it lands, so the charge goes to Why You Smile instead. The Silencer might also be in danger here. He needs to be careful. Frisk, one more bash will do the trick. He gets it.
Planet
even through the blinding lights.
They have
and now
Blink.
Planet's in danger. They are able to kill off the Mercy Skywrath Mage, though.
Ah, come on.
And with these heroes running low on health, they decide to retreat.
Come on, XM, you had that one. I really think Wop could have went in and killed him off with a blink and some sticks, but of course it's way too risky and unnecessary. This is a problem with the supports that they're having. I mean, nothing to say is charged again and again. They're charging him. They're just making his life living hell. And okay, Planet at least has stacked up quite a bit, so they will be able to recover slightly or nothing to say. I think the main point of this draft should be to play around Underlord. Like Pangolier on his own just isn't enough. You saw the control; it's there, but it's not good enough versus the Spirit Breaker versus these tanky guys. You need the root.
Down bottom, one thing that they also would like to have on Piggy Killer is a bit more damage to kill off this Alchemist, but they don't find it. They even stun up XM, prevent him from TPing out. And here's the Underlord. He's going to try and leverage his net worth to kill off the Quap, and indeed they're able to make it happen. Stealing some intel for the Silencer in the process. Fly. Not sure if they scouted him, but I think Planet knows. Planet does know indeed. No, they missed the vision. It's nighttime. Oh my god. If this was daytime with the bonus vision, Cuddle definitely gets a bead. But because it isn't, Fly allowed to escape by the skin of his teeth.
Yeah, and to continue farming. This map is so big. Frisk.
Should Frisk die here? Nice
shit.
one.
Nice charge.
That was quite nice.
Yeah.
By the way, actually, Liz, the interaction with Spirit Breaker Pango. If I nether strike a Rolling Thunder Pangolier, which goes through first? Do we both get stunned, or do I stun him and push him away from me?
I think you're both gonna get stunned. Like, he's gonna be pushed away, but you're both gonna get stunned. I think that's how it works. I've done the same thing like a couple of times, 100%, but I can't remember exactly. I know that the rolling boulder gets pushed and the Pango is stunned for a second, but I think Spirit Breaker too.
We'll probably have a chance to see it in this game as time goes on. But Piggy Killer have done a very good job of recovering their net worth. They're going to try and push it into the bottom side of the map. Top lane, Ava, I mean, they're putting some pressure on him, but he's still defending this tower quite well. And this game here, Liz, they've ensured that this offlaner has a good game. He has a ton of net worth to himself. He's in large measure the reason why they're not falling too far behind in net worth behind the Alchemist.
Yeah, what's that Flying Midas, right? Like you called it. With the Midas, that farm is going to continue. Getting even more of it. I like what they did with the Ursa going bottom. I was doubting and questioning the Doom tipping top, but now when you think about it, with Ursa rotating bottom, pressuring down their tier 1, Doom defending top tier 1, yeah, it makes total sense. And they're gonna take the first tower of the game.
Nice. They get the tower for themselves. Just some free money into their coffers. And now there's a charge going in onto Planet as well, so they might just get a freebie on his life. And it does seem like that's going to be the case. Sonic Wave
Underlord,
to help
though.
finish him off. NTS came in, but here comes the Underlord as well. And they found Queen of Pain in the perfect place. In this position, it's pretty much impossible to get away from a Pango. Rolled down, and Underlord didn't just show up himself. They came through with Why You Smile, so they steal some int in the process. Great trade there for the side of LGD.
Yeah, that's the second time they're taking int away from her. And not a happy Quap when that happens, but I maybe they should have killed the Kotl faster with Sonic Wave instantly used. Then you can get away. But LGD is such a fast team. They just respond so well to all of these small little pickoffs. 90% of teams, that happens, they just leave the Kotl to die, right? Okay, whatever, you got charged, they're gonna use Sonic Wave on you. It's okay, it's good enough, but no. LGD actually answered.
Yes, GLGD, man. Gotta love to see it. And they're gonna smoke up as well. They wanna reveal some new items in the bottom lane. They have this diffusal blade. Ursa's right in front of them. But Fly, not an easy hero to bring down. It'll be great if they kill him before this Battle Fury arrives. Sadly, though, doesn't seem like that's gonna be possible with just these two heroes. finally, those Piggy Killers turn to get a bit more aggressive. As they smoke up. They have a mech now on Doom, so he's going to be itemizing in a more utility route. Greaves queued and a Blink Dagger. They have perfect vision of NTS and Planet thanks to this Observer Ward in the jungle. So let's see what they're able to find. NTS, he just swashbuckled. Oh no. He gets doomed up. He got hit with the Mystic Flare. And here comes Fly to find the cleanup. Earthshock. One more right click from Doom will kill him off. What a time to be dead. That Q literally got him killed.
Yeah, what a time to swashbuckle. In the wrong position at the wrong time.
Nice play.
Very nice. Like, overall, Piggy Killer in a much better spot than they were in game 1. I'd say in a better spot than any team was versus LGD so far. 15 minutes in. They're finding farm.
Bro, I told you their draft is good. I told you I love their team.
Yeah, I heard it. 100% I remember those exact words. Spirit Breaker.
Mid lane. We're gonna have a kill onto Spirit Breaker. One more right click. Don't even need it. Why you smile just gets the kill. Some additional intel is quite nice. And Spirit Breaker doesn't have that much intel to be losing. So this is an awkward way to die in front of a silencer.
What happens when you steal int from Augur?
That is a very good question, my friend. Mid lane, we're going to see if they're able to get a kill onto Shiro. Global Silence will cover him, but nothing can keep him alive after all of this. New ported in with this Fiend's Gate from the back end of the fight, but realizes that he's pretty much all alone here. Fly has now shown up to this engagement to find this Underlord and punish him. Sonic Wave will be what puts him to bed, and now they get the charge forward onto nothing to say. Swashbuckle back, won't protect you forever. The Nether Strike will be there as well. Doom throws in the War Stomp, but Fly and XM are not there to throw in the damage. So the Doom needs to get out somehow. Frisk, he's also falling low, will die during the Solar Bite. XM, though, jumping back in. He wants the Pangle here, and he will get him. No, he gets denied! Why you smile? What a player. This is why this man won TI. They get the deny out, but they still end up losing the life of the co-op afterwards as well.
And he gets the deny, and then he gets a co-op -2. He takes her int. It's like, here you go. This is your reward for going on my Pangolier. -6 int so far, only on the Queen of Pain. And you can really see that the draft of Piggy Killer is coming together right now. Maybe LGD a little bit too eager to join the fray with Alchemist. I think he should be farming a bit more, just getting these stacks around the triangle, which is what he's doing right now. You need at least a BKB or a Blink. One or the other or both. And when you look at the net worth even, like, he's not far ahead of Ursa, and he's actually behind the Doom on Alchemist. That's never a good thing.
Not at all. Obviously, he was dead throughout this fight. I feel so bad for XM here. Had he gotten this kill, this would have been such a huge play for them. But why you smile? Although he does end up dying and gifting a lot of gold away, still very happy with what he accomplished there. And now they might get a kill onto Ursa as he's smoked up. He's in the wrong part of the map here, Liz. He comes across these heroes. He will pop the enrage. Ava also nearby, though, to try and render some assistance with the Guardian Greaves. So this Ursa is still alive. NTS silenced up right now. They even doom him up. And there we see it. You get bounced back in both directions. There's a stun and a top. A Sonic Wave finishing off this Pangolier. Fly. He has now started to flee this fight because he can't stick around anymore. New. Slowed down by the Shadow Strike of XM. Charged through, going on to Why You Smile instead. Mystic Flare will follow him. And he does get off the Global Silence. And beautiful Illuminate heal keeps him alive as well. Ava, him as well as Frisk, caught inside the Pit of Malice. And demolished by Shiro. Gets a double kill off of this. Okay, Piggy Killer. This time it's them who bite off a bit more than they can chew. They taste 2 deep healers. They got a phenomenal kill on the Pango, but they got greedy and they got punished.
It's so hard, right? Like, it's so hard to stop when you're playing Spirit Breaker and you're in front. I think it's one of the hardest one of the hardest things on the hero is to know when you have to chill out and stop, not go any further. They went a little bit too deep. They went under the tier 2 tower, which enabled the Alchemist to TP from top lane, join the fight, and get those 2 kills. So perfect engagement for Piggy Killer. Ended up tasting kind of sour now that Alchemist got experience and gold off of it.
The more important thing about that fight, though, is that we got to see our interaction with the Rolling Boulder or the Rolling Thunder rather, and the Nether Strike. Thanks, boys. But now Piggy Killer, with this battlefield on the Ursa, you need to be farming towards getting the BKB for him. What items are we looking at for LGD for them to start making more moves on the map? I mean,
Maybe.
do we just want this Halberd for new?
Yep, Halberd on him, maybe a Blink on Alchemist, and you're pretty much set. You could be buying a Yules or someone or some Force Staffs to kite the Ursa even further.
I could definitely see more 4-stars. Planet has one. I think the Silencer needs one as well. That way they can also play around this Doom.
Bot lane?
Make it a lot easier for themselves.
See the Ursa.
Fly. Thinking about going onto this creep camp, and he gets it. The question is, can he get out? Oh, he has Blink. He should be okay.
It's not that speedy.
Oh, he's not. They're coming from the other side. Oh, no. Shiro sprung the trap. He was trying to get away, but then they just showed up with 2 cores from the Twin Gates and just kill him off just like that.
And that should be a Blink Dagger now. I mean, it already is a Blink Dagger. Shiro has it. It's just that it's been on the courier following top, and then as he TP'd bottom, it went bottom. Like a very great kill. Like killing off that Ursa as he has completed the Battle Fury and the Blink, slowing down the BKB timing.
All I can say is, uh-oh. This is very scary. By the way, it didn't happen this game either, right? From LGD. 12 minutes stack up middle to try and force a push.
Yep, it didn't, but they were really far behind. No, it did happen,
Yeah,
but they got punished for it, I feel like. And yeah, it's not LGD, I guess. It's Aster and Tundra mostly that do it, but... Let's see.
Right now, the game is even, which is a problem for the Alchemist, like you mentioned earlier. But they're still getting ridiculously strong on this hero, and we're very far from an MKB for this Ursa. I think you need BKB plus MKB, because this Alchemist is going towards a Butterfly next, which will create some huge problems in the evasion department.
Yeah, interesting build, right? I think this is something mostly to play against the Ursa. MKB just becomes super high value. Or because he won the game as soon as he built that Butterfly in the last game, so... He's gonna try and emulate that. And Butterfly, Skadi, Ursa, let's go. Alchemist, sorry.
Just build the same items on every hero.
I mean, Manta Radiance, if you had to build every item on every same item on every carry, Manta Radiance sounds good.
Yeah, that's true.
Especially now.
I sort of miss Manta Alchemist in a way. Just a little bit, not that much.
You don't really miss it. You miss the times where it was being bought. You miss the young snare. But you don't necessarily miss the item build, I'm sure.
This is actually a very good point. Those were good times. And we're about to see Alchemist maybe jumping onto XM. And XM has BKB though, so he is A-okay. Chat, you see why we buy BKBs? Situations like that one.
I mean, let's be honest. If it was any of us, we'd be dead there. The reaction time on the BKB was on point.
Yeah, any of us, even if it was me, I could have had BKB Lincolns and I would still have died there. Other side of the map though, despite failing to get that kill, LGD is like, well, another objective to claim. We have a date with Roshan. Let's go say hi to the big man. Make sure that he's dead before his vacation finishes. And who do you give this one to? Do you give it to the Alchemist or to the Pango, the Aegis?
I think you still give it to the Alk. Let's see. Nothing to say is they're gonna take it actually instead. I still rather have it on Alchemist because he can still fall, right? He can still die. I guess the idea is if he doesn't have Chemical Rage, it doesn't matter, but... Okay, it is actually Alchemist that takes it. I was worried because Nothing to Say actually took out a bottle. He put it in backpack. So I was thinking, okay, sure, maybe he's gonna take it, but no. I really do think that it's better on Alchemist. He is charged right now, so he might have to use it very soon.
It's only the one hero coming in though, the Spirit Breaker. So he cancels the charge. They have an Observer Ward down bottom, so they saw that he had reinforcements with him. I will say though that Piggy Killer in the second game has been a lot better in the vision department.
I think that's partly because of the way the game went, right? Like it's always easy to have good wards if you're winning, if you're moving on the map, and so far they're 2k ahead versus an Alchemist, so you can still consider them being in a really good position.
They're gonna smoke up now to the top lane, despite the fact that there's an Aegis to play into. There's some items they want to reveal as well. They have GG boots on Doom, and they have a Blink flying in. They get the Doom out onto New. First and foremost, he's getting charged in as well. But it's a very difficult fight to approach. Shiro, he's coming onto the high ground as well, fighting the stun. It catches Mercy, and Mercy not gonna be able to survive this. Rolling Thunder, he's still alive for now, but the blast will eventually kill him off. Centaur stop made that delay a little bit longer. But now that the Centaur has been dealt with, they just turn their attention towards the Doom, bring him down with the swashbuckle.
Okay.
And that was a fight Picky Killer started, Liz, and they just get bounced away from the area.
Sometimes Gaben just does not allow you to do well in a game. And this is just one of those. Planet was charging up Illuminate as that fight started. That Illuminate was supposed to hit some creeps. But who it hit was an Ursa that was running in and about to blink. Because he got hit by Illuminate, he couldn't follow up on the Doom target. And then afterwards they get stunned by Centaur as well. I mean, that Centaur didn't contribute as much as the Illuminate did at the beginning, but still.
Poor Fly, unable to get involved in the fight like that. He's coming in on the wraparound though, as they pop the fortification here. They really want the backline jump. They're going onto one of these heroes. Beautiful global silence. Planet might still die here as they pop the dual BKBs on XM and Fly. They want New as well. He's trying to get out with the Fiend's Gate. Will not be allowed any entrance there. You didn't pay your taxes, my friend, so they get the kill onto him. Charge onto NTS. Will cancel out the TP attempt and kill him off as well.
Yeah.
3 heroes dead. More importantly, the Rax defended, and a big fight for Picky Killer.
Yeah, just insane difference when your Ursa can jump in together with the Disable. Like, he jumps in together with a really, really great charge coming from Fade.
Let's see that. Take a look at that one again. The global silence did come out, but they had the dual BKBs for that exact situation. And they can just start cleaning up on the edge of the fight. So it's a lovely engagement from them. And they did this without having to pop the Doom either. Doom was still on cooldown the entire time. So the next time out, they'll have access to that spell as well.
Yeah, I think the angle was very important. They found a good one. Pangolier's role, I feel like, was on cooldown still. So LGD maybe lacking a little bit of discipline when it came to that high ground push.
Got a little bit ahead of themselves. Gave even more gold away. It's still the Alchemist at the top of the net worth charts. However, one of the things with Alchemist, Liz, that we talk about is when you get those hot starts, eventually you cap off before your opponent does. The smoke, not gonna find anybody just yet as bottom. They're losing New. The heroes from LGD not gonna be able to respond in time. There was BKB charge popped by Fly, so maybe they try to catch them on the retreat. It's still hard for them to do though. Fly? Oh no, he's gonna get scouted. I think they know, but he also knows that something is up and he goes towards the left instead of the right. That 100% keeps him alive and he gets to leave the Radiant side of the map.
Yeah. What about the Doom though? Alchemist is hunting down.
Does he have BKB? No, he's dead. Oh, is he dead? NCS is coming. Yeah, he's dead.
Jeez.
I think though, had he tried to TP as soon as the stun had ended, he might have lived.
He didn't have a TP, I think.
Oh, hold on.
Yeah, that was the problem. Like, he didn't have it at all. So, yeah, he gets easily picked off by Shiro. Shiro, who has now 4.4k gold, probably thinking about what to buy next. He's got that queued up Abyssal, but maybe he changes his mind. Let's see.
I mean, in a game where your team doesn't have that much hard disable, I definitely would love Abyssal. Would be excellent against the Queen of Pain as well, before she has the Lincoln Sphere to block it off.
Yeah, and he did get that Basher, so the Basher flying out to him will be a little bit easier to fight off the Ursa. But man, Ursa, what a hero in this game. Like, he's single-handedly making every gank work, and just their draft in general works because of Fly. If they didn't have this Ursa, how would they deal with the Alchemist? How would they deal with the Underlord? It would be next to impossible. And speaking of Ursa, he's kind of deep.
I think he wanted to steal Ancients and the Wisdom Rune, but he is uber deep. He's gonna TP out with the BKB. Honestly, I would have preferred it if he went to steal the Wisdom Rune first before going in for this play. And they're not done because the fight might break out on the other side. That's where the Fiend's Gate was. They just drag in the rest of LGD. They want the tier 1 tower. And it doesn't seem like Piggy Killer have any interest in defending it.
Yeah, no one took the Wisdom Rune.
Okay. If Frisk somehow gets this thing in the top lane, that would be great. But why is Malice here? Wisdom Rune? Innocence? To the left?
What level is he? He's 13. He's the lowest level, right? Is it the waste if he picks it up?
No, I don't think it's fine. The 15 talent is super good on this hero.
I mean,
like
because
the global silence cooldown.
Because it.
Oh, because it's gonna distribute to like the bottom 2. I see what you mean.
Yeah. Do you get double if you're the lowest? Or no, you don't, right?
No, you don't. No, you don't. Yeah. Yo, that would be buck. I would be very much in favor of that change, though. You just see like some hero go gets both Wisdom Runes, gains like 3 levels of experience. Would be great. PK Killer are gonna smoke up now. Let's see, what are they revealing to us? They have a Blink Pipe, BKB with a Guardian Greaves on this Doom.
They've got a lot,
Also has an MKB. Yeah, I think that's the big item. This MKB could be huge for this fight. He's also sitting with the Vindicator's Axe, so that's a lot of damage as well. Nice little charge, goes onto the back target, stuns up NCS as well, and here goes Fly. Will he pay up the BKB in rage in time? He's being stunned up by this Alchemist, but he finally gets off his spells, escapes away from the Pit of Malice. XM jumping deeper into the fight, but in the meantime, nothing to say. He's trying to break this all up. He's all by his lonesome here in the middle of the river against 4 heroes on the dire lineup. He will eventually die. While all this was happening, though, XM left behind in the middle of LGD as New and Shiro are able to clean him up. 3 for 1. Piggy Killer, though, very happy with this trade, especially because they got the Pango, even though Alchemist is allowed to live.
Yeah, NTS, like, he was trying to control the Spirit Breaker, and he did. I think that was a big deal for the whole fight, but he wasn't able to kill him. Like, he was controlling him, but Frisk was always on, like, 50% HP. Queen of Pain in the end does fall, but not before dishing out a ton of damage. There is no Doom, which is a plus for PSG LGD now, but at the same time, there's no global silence. So the next fight is going to be on even terms once again. And Piggy Killer, their advantage just grows. 6k hit now. If you're PSG LGD...
You have to remember.
Yeah.
Now, I'm just going to say that we're playing into an Alchemist game, so if you're 6k ahead on an Alchemist, it's like a 10, 11, even 12k lead in a normal game.
Exactly. Like, LGD, to win this game, they need to make some magic work. It's not going to be a simple, easy execution. Just run at them and outplay them in team fights. They need to figure some things out. Because so far, these fights, the way they're taking them, it's not working and it's not going to get easier. Like, you're going to have an Octarine Doom soon.
We're also starting to see the problem that you outlined when looking at these drafts about the supports on LGD side. Both of them sort of doing the same thing in these fights and, more importantly, not contributing damage. There's a lot of responsibility on the Pango and Alchemist. And Piggy Killer. Roshan's going to be up in a minute, but they want to have control of the area right now as they smoke up through this bottom area. They don't have vision on anybody just yet.
They scanned the silencer. They know that someone is inside. They might get baited too hard for this. Why Smile?
Woo!
Does have buyback, remember. Can global.
He does. He pops the buyback, and this is on Radiant side, so he can come in to this outpost. The Doom was propped onto this Alchemist, but NTS creates some space with the Rolling Thunder, so Piggy Killer can't chase off of this. Now they're the ones on the back foot. There's no more Doom. They have to worry about a global. Things are very, very scary. Roshan up in 20 seconds. Jump onto the high ground. There's going to be an Abyssal Blade here. But Shiro, he might be too far forward. He's getting eaten alive by Fly, and he will end up losing his life. He went solo on the high ground there. New trying to TP himself away. Will he be allowed to do so? He is. Not sure about the rest of the lineup, though. Planet. There's no vision on him at the moment, but there is now as XM has jumped forward. They find the additional slow. Will he be able to get out of here? Ancient Seal Silence, and there's the charge. Mystic Flare and a kill. The second hero has fallen. And they don't even need to go for the tier 2 because now they know the path to Roshan is 100% open, Liz. They're going to get a lot of goodies for themselves as well as a team fight win that they already claimed.
Yeah, nothing to say already. Out pushing. He wanted to push mid, but he's afraid a little bit of the Spirit Breaker Ghost top. Like, they're not gonna even consider contesting this Roshan any longer. That jump from Alchemist, I don't know what that was. I think he forgot to channel up stun or something. If he goes in there with a stun channeled, then it does make a little bit of sense, even though he's jumping blindly. Whoever he jumps on, he can use that stun. Probably he can get a kill off, right? But he just gets obliterated. That just looked silly in the end.
And unfortunately for him, because the build that he went for after picking up the BKB is this butterfly, it's not like some hard, some AC or whatever. It actually is not that tanky when Ursa's right on top of him. And he's fairly easy to kill and bring down. Doesn't have that much strength either with the pure stats.
Yeah,
Game is hard.
The game is hard, and MKB is just having so much. Like this Ursa, as a pick, he had so much value. And then this MKB on top of it had too much value too. As you're playing into Blinding Light, you're playing into Radiance, you're playing into Butterfly. Charged up.
They find Planet, but he is a bit too far ahead from his team, so they won't be able to find the kill. That being said, they do find it now as Ava closes in. Planet very peculiarly stuck around like he wanted to stack that camp. He had to have known that the fight was coming, and now in this mid lane, there was a charge onto New. Frisk wants other targets. Mercy, though, gets brought down by Shiro on the left-hand side of the fight. NT is forced to flee away from Fly, though. The tier 2 tower is still standing strong, and Shiro now has a nullifier. Could try, blink forward, and force a fight. He is channeling a stun right now, so he really wants to get somebody. The stun lands onto Frisk, however, he throws in the Echo Shell, bounces the stun back. So there will be no fight that develops off the back of this.
Yeah, the nullifier is kind of, I guess, the most important against the Spirit Breaker, right? It's good versus Ursa too, of course. Whoever he jumps on, and it gives them that extra oomph of damage. Surprised he didn't disassemble Radiance for it.
Yeah, he just kept it up. I suppose he still wants to have the freedom to farm with this item for a little bit of time. He's building into the overwhelming blink next, so there's gonna come some of that strength that we need for him to tank him up a bit, increase his profile and his influence in these team fights. For Picky Killer in the meantime though, they just want the tier 2 tower down bottom, potentially through middle, to start closing in LGD. We've got a 13k gold lead here. The Doom is only 4k behind the Alchemist. Dude, Ava is so farmed, and so is Fly, of course, on this Ursa.
Yeah, the tier 2 falls. Ava, like you said, with the Octarine core, with the Midas that's been... It has been passive, it has been massive for quite a bit now. He needs to find a creep to eat. Massive Midas, never good.
Oh no. Where are the creeps? Where are the creeps?
He's literally been searching for something for like a minute.
Oh no. Well, he finally finds something now. And he is still sitting with this Warstorm from the Centaur Conqueror, making sure that his team has additional initiation. I also love that he's sitting with the Quickening Charm in his inventory, but he finally swaps it out for the Martyr's Plate.
Yeah, it's pretty good, right? Like a quarter of HP, no, a fifth of all damage goes to you. It's not bad.
Given how tanky he is, 24 armor, 3k HP, certainly gonna soak up quite a bit. Middle lane, we might have a fight here as New was getting charged up. Nether Strike will be there, and Fly just jumps in. Yule Scepter will come out though, as the Global Silence is also available. Shiro wants to try and bring down Frisk. At the same time, Fly succeeds in taking out New. The Underlord is dead, and LGD need to retreat. A stun being triggered out by the Alchemist. You'll just have to tank eating it inside the base. So they're not going to be available to force Picky Killer away from the tier 2 tower. And PK should get it very safely without losing anybody.
Just another fight that they take very comfortably. And Spirit Breaker as well. Like, he got jumped on by the Alchemist, but it didn't really work.
Oh boy. Well, this is one of those games where we get to see now what PSG LGD is made of.
Yep.
And how they can recover in this situation.
Yeah,
we know what they're like when they're on the front foot, but we don't get to see them in this situation all that often.
Yeah, we don't, right? Like the last game lasted literally, 25 minutes more or less? Charge in, Doom.
Oh my gosh.
Just kidding.
Yo, whoever made that call on the team to back off is actually a genius. I'm like, this is an insane fight to take, y'all. Like, I know you're very far ahead, but I don't know about this one. They're actually going to smoke on LGD. I don't know about this one either, them leaving the base right now.
Yeah, Underlord is up, so maybe they can catch someone off guard.
They're going on to the Spirit Breaker. They actually get 2 heroes stunned, but the Echo Shell, it makes sure that Alchemist gets stunned as he blinks on the high ground. He gets himself doomed up right now. Him and New, though, trying to deal with this doom, but sadly, XM jumps into the mix as well, throws in a Sonic Wave. Fly finally makes his presence known, and with a couple of right clicks, they bring down Shiro. New will probably be suffering the same fate very slowly as he's surrounded by PK heroes. And I think this might be the game, Lizard.
Yeah, this definitely looks like the game. This looks like we're going to Game 3.
All right.
Alchemy is still dead for 70 seconds. They do have the glyph, so they can defend a little bit longer with the Kotl, with the Pango. It's not completely over yet. Like Pango with the nullifier as well, being very pesky, with the lucky shot as well. They don't have creeps, so it still does look like we're gonna eventually get to that Game 3, but not for now.
Creep Wave finally arrives. That will allow them to take the tier 3 tower and start putting in work onto the racks themselves. Still 39 seconds before Alka's up. So that might be multiple lanes of racks at this point. Silencer up in 10 seconds. But without the Alchemist, there's no threat for these heroes like Fly and Doom. So there should be 2 lanes, Liz. And from this position, LGD, a lot of work to do. And with their supporting cost, I just don't know how they can do it.
Yeah, it's one tower, not 2 sides. So they still back out. They don't want to risk it. They're being extremely disciplined on the side of piggy killers. And yeah, I mean, it's the right choice to make, I would say. Why risk it when you can just wait them outside, get a pick off with Ursa, with the Doom, Spirit Breaker? The problem is you're playing versus a Spirit Breaker. You're not going to be able to rat.
No. The Doom that come out though here onto the Alchemist, and Alk is dead without buyback. Oh no. 85 seconds in the grave. Nether Strike connects onto this Underlord, but Frisk is alone on the high ground. Nice little Pit of Malice connecting on the 2. There's going to be a jump as well. Fly, he's here. He wants to bring down New, and he should be able to do so. Ripping through him. He gets the kill. No buyback available. He just gets it back. And they just call GG. Although NCS is in the fight, he's trying his best. They realize very quickly that the options are completely up. And Piggy Killer, they finally make LGD bleed. GG is called, and LGD suffer their first loss here in the DPC thus far.
Yeah, you wanted to see it. You got to see it. You got to experience it. They did manage to drop a game, or Piggy Killer. Damn, like definitely not a team that I expected to be taking a game off of LGD this soon, considering how they were playing and what they were doing in the previous series. But there's a ton of potential from these players. So it's also not surprising that they can take games off of the biggest teams. Nicely done to really pressure Nothing to Say on the mid lane. And something that you probably mentioned the most times, the supports, right? The supports of LGD.
Not much that they can just do. Like the play that you mentioned, that like Frisk can combo up with Mercy, the 2 of them can go do something together and make something happen. Not really possible on the LGD heroes. To make matters worse, we got to that point eventually for the Silencer where he just felt like a global bot. It was like, if I don't have global silence, what's my actual impact in the midst of these team fights? Turns out not that much. Love to see it from PK, and that I do love to see, especially. For me, the reason I'm very glad that they won this game isn't just because I wanted a Game 3. Those are always fun. But looking at the draft, we liked their draft, right? And I think it's always very important for teams to win with good drafts and not just get beaten out just because the other team is better than you. You know, to demonstrate that, yeah, ideas can sometimes overcome just pure raw skill in this game.
Yeah, it looked pretty good though. Like up to this point, up to 24-minute mark, even though they didn't have an amazing gold advantage up to this fight. Like this fight literally turns everything, and from this moment onwards, I feel that Piggy Killer, they were in control. And yeah, like the two supports definitely not being able to accomplish a lot, but I would say that the Ursa was just way too good of a pick. It not only, well, Ursa was a good pick before because it was picked into Alchemist, right? And then they pick Underlord into the Ursa, so they make his game even better. Then the Alchemist goes for Butterfly, which makes the MKB even better on Ursa, so all things kinda came together for Piggy Killer.
Piggy Killer find themselves very happy with this. And before that fight that you outlined was change the game, you know, they found themselves, Ursa couldn't get into a fight, he was so sad. But here, this last fight, it turns out Gaben turned against LGD. Because Shiro, I'm sure you were just so sad. Did you jump up on the high ground, your own stun hits you? You're like, seriously? This just happened? Okay. Just get me out of this game, get me into the next one, boys. I can't play this anymore.
Maybe at that point, I think you're kind of expecting it as well. There's too many Lotus Orbs on the other side, and he has experienced that stun fly back towards him earlier. Yeah, he had a couple of really, really rough engagements. Like the one on the bottom lane around the Roshan as well. When he jumped in onto the high ground.
Jumped high ground.
Without the stun. Yeah, that was... they weren't in a really good spot in that moment, but that kind of as well didn't help them.
It certainly did not make the difference that they needed it to. And why you smile? After he calls the GG, Piggy Killer should be very, very happy with themselves for claiming that Game 2 victory and forcing us to a determining and deciding Game 3 here. And we have to remember that they need this game. If they lose here, all hopes and conversations about going to the major immediately end. So they have to show us why they belong in Division 1. And a lot of these players were supposed to be here, or they thought they were going to be here in 2-2. So they need to show us that, hey guys, we came up the right way this time around. No outsiders nonsense. We're just playing some really good Dota. Game 3, if they have another good draft like this for Piggy Killer, this could be a very interesting affair. And, you know, speaking about the draft from LGD as well as some of the itemization from Shiro and stuff, as we think about an MVP, I think it should probably go towards our Frisk Spirit Breaker, who was everywhere. Oh, actually, who would you give it to, Liz? Who was your MVP for this one?
Yeah, we already gave it to Frisk. It's fine. I think he did well. I think him, Fly, and Dexam just did a ton of work. I think the way they played the early game was also really important. Like constantly going on mid lane, so getting all the attention on mid. Meanwhile, putting Ursa against the Alchemist and Doom on top lane after like, I don't know, 8-minute mark. So Doom couldn't be zoned out and Ursa was owning Alchemist down on bot lane. So the way they approached the game was really damn smart. I enjoyed it quite a lot.
Piggy Killer with a smart approach, smart play, good itemization, and very good drafting, and more importantly, find themselves with a victory here against LGD. I mean, massive kill participation for Frisk. We yet again see why the Spirit Breaker is as valued as he is, and we're probably going to be seeing more of him as this tour continues. For now, though, LGD, they're the ones that have to go back to the drawing board. They've experienced their first loss, so before they even get to the drawing board, they have to go walk past Jawade, get yelled at a little bit, and then they'll come back ready for the third and deciding game. So join us in just a few minutes to see how this series all wraps up between Piggy Killer and PSG LGD. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with some more Dota action. Welcome back, one and all, here to the Chinese region. DPC action is about to wrap up for the day as we have one more game between Piggy Killer and PSG LGD in the third and decisive game of this series. Lizard, Piggy Killer surprised us both by being able to make that run back. Definitely surprised LGD. So from the LGD side, what do you want to see Zhao Wei respond with? What supports do you think he should be picking that allow them to do stuff and not just be held in the same position we saw in game 2, where it's like, well, the enemy team is coming and there's not much we can do about it?
I think their supports were fine. It's just that not together, right? But then again, I have seen Keeper of the Light and Silencer work before in the same draft. So it's kind of hard to blame it completely on them. But they will switch things up immediately. They already have the Magnus and the Crystal Maiden. I feel this Magnus can be played anywhere, like from the safe lane to the off lane. And it works just as well. This universal hero that dishes out 400 damage at minute 15. Yeah, it's a scary sight to behold.
Yep, it certainly is. This Magnus hero. Another hero that has been quite scary, though, has been this Beastmaster. We saw him deployed in game number 1 to some very fierce effect by the side of LGD. Neo was, of course, playing that one that time. Now we're going to be seeing the other Beastmaster. It's intriguing they went for this because the Doom was still in the pool at the time, but to be fair, game 2, they only picked Doom at the very end of the draft. So maybe they value Doom if he's allowed and available that deep in rather than earlier on instead.
I think Beastmaster is just as important as Doom, if not even more, to be picked. I think the hero just dominates games, so yeah, it gives you that disable. It also gives you a ton of farm potential. Farms as fast as Doom at some games. And but Rubik, however, is an interesting one. Like this used to be old school counter to mag, right? Like you steal Empower at any given point in the game, and then you can steal RP, because it's not that easy to use anything after the RP. Also, you can steal spells from Crystal Maiden, so it seems like a good Rubik game overall, just not a very popular hero at the moment.
No, not at all.
Yeah, some other supports definitely have taken his spot, but okay, Magnus comes into the meta, he brings back Rubik with him. Does make sense.
This Rubik hero is going to be his 8th game within our DPC, so not as much as you've seen in previous years. It might not sound like that bit deep, but China loves Rubik and has historically loved Rubik. So if even we're not picking it, then you know that something is up with the hero. But I do definitely like him here. Like you mentioned, good steals, laning prowess is good. And we saw this last patch as well, right? When Lina's Nature's Prophets, these heroes were dominating every other game, you'd pick Beastmaster Rubik or Lycan Rubik to deal with them in the laning phase. So we know that this duo works very well together.
Yeah, maybe you could have actually picked what else? You could have picked the Spirit Breaker instead and instead of banning it. But okay, they banned the Spirit Breaker in the second stage. One other thing that Piggy Killer has to worry about is the versatility of Magnus that we mentioned earlier. So don't be caught thinking that this Magnus is offlane 100%. It could be safe lane, and then PSG LGD could pick something like a Visage on that offlane position. I almost said XXS. He's just in my mind all the time.
I mean, he is the players MVP, and you're a former player, so I understand. I get it. Don't worry about it.
Has he played Visage so far? I can't remember. Maybe in a game or two, but he's more of a one hero player, you know, just one unit player. That's what I meant. Some Timbersaws, some Magnuses, yeah.
Timbersaws, Magnuses. He even played Vipers and stuff in the offlane. I don't think I've ever actually seen him play Visage. I know I've seen him play, the only like Zooish hero I've seen him play was Lycan a couple times on Vici. But I'm quickly gonna go check. Let's see. He's played 4 Visage games, 50% win rates, but the last time he played it was 8 months ago. So I imagine I was probably at the last chance qualifiers at CI.
Okay, but he still plays it. That means he can still play the Visage.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He does indeed play it.
So we'll see which lane the Magnus is going to attend, because I saw a lot of carry Magnuses, and yesterday or in the last day of Chinese DPC, we have seen Aster play it. They played the Mask of Madness, Harpoon, Magnus, and he just did so well. But it was versus Bright. Still, it doesn't matter. I think the hero can be played on safe lane.
Yep. You could also have this being played by NTS, so that he can reprise himself on one of these strength cores through the mid lane.
Oh yeah, like what's am I even talking about? NTS loves Magnus as well.
Yeah. He indeed does. So we're going to find out exactly what ends up happening here. They go in for this Keeper of the Light pick. So this is the cardle itself, like you said, the hero itself is fine. And paired with the Crystal Maiden, this can actually work quite well. They have so much mana, dude. Whatever hero they pick for the mid lane, now I hope it's not Magnus. It must be a hero that uses mana because you're going to have all of it in the game, my friend.
Yeah, and Kotl plus Magnus on the offlane is pretty solid. But Crystal Maiden and Kotl are a little bit different than Kotl and Silencer, because you are bringing at least some disables as Crystal Maiden, some slows, some disables. The Frostbite is neat to have versus some spirits and stuff. So I think this is still, even though it's very similar, I think it's a little bit better than what we had in that game one.
I agree. I also like the fact that they have some more damage outlay as well with the CM. Just a team fight, like RP into Freezing Field. Eventually, Keeper of the Light can get an Ags as well. I'm seeing some good stuff that could come out of LGD here. For Piggy Killer, XM still wants to have a favorable matchup through the mid lane. Won't be playing Queen of Pain in Game 3. It would have been fun to see him do the whole run, but opts instead to get the Ember Spirit. Ember Spirit. How do you feel about the Ember for a game like this, not knowing what the matchup is going to be for him?
I think the hero overall is very strong, like especially versus some Pangoliers and stuff. It has fallen off a little bit, but most of the time when it's a good game and he's not picked, it's because he's banned, right? Like, I think Ember is still pretty damn good. Maybe Void Spirit has a little bit of a higher priority, for me at least, when it comes to the mid lane. Some Wind Ranger or Void Spirit feel way too good because of that universal stat, but yeah, Ember is still solid.
Like I was saying in the pre-show, XM has been number 1 on the MMR leaderboard in China, literally spamming 4 heroes. So this is one of them. The others are not involved in this game. So I'll trust him to know what the right circumstance for this is. I think this might be, I think, his 3rd most played hero. I'll have to go and check. I like the fact that they paired this with Skywrath Mage. The one thing I didn't like in the previous game was that it did feel a little bit difficult for Mystic Flare to reliably land on heroes. This game, that's not going to be a problem. They have Beastmaster, Ember Spirit, Rubik. So many ways of ensuring this damage guarantees does come out. But a Wind Ranger for LGD, is this going to be going through the mid lane? I imagine, right? I can't think it goes anywhere else.
Yep, it will be the mid. And yeah, what I mentioned, the Wind Ranger and the Void Spirit. Wind Ranger also just really damn good. Into the Ember, the build is the Athos, right? So with that Athos, you get some extra control against him. You can solo kill him as well. Overall, the right clicks are really difficult to deal with. So she dishes out way too much damage way too early on. It's like all these mid laner universal heroes, like your Dark Willow, your Wind Ranger, your Winter Wyvern, like all these heroes they hurt way too much, way too early on. It just doesn't feel right. You know, when he hits you, it doesn't feel right how much damage it takes away.
Yep. For me, the scariest part about Wind Ranger core is when she shows up just with Javelin, that's all. And you're just like, what is this? This is so much damage in such a small piece of time. And sadly, Ember, all you have is Magic Absorb. You have no way to deal with the physical damage output. It's going to be a decent game for her. That being said, there are ways to deal with her. They have silences, they've got burst magic damage, they've got disables, they've got quick ways to be able to jump on top of you as the Wind Ranger.
Yeah. Let's see what they pick for Fly as well. There are a couple of options. Some Bloodseeker comes to my mind. Actually, they ban out Ursa.
He's picking Alchemist.
For Fly?
Yeah.
I mean, okay.
I think so.
Yeah.
As it feels the most natural after you ban both TB and Ursa, and then you ended up the previous phase removing Dusa.
Yeah, it does. But Bloodseeker for me sounded maybe even better. They ban it out. So we'll see. I do like the Alchemist as well. Maybe a bit difficult versus the Wind Ranger. I feel like she can just rotate in, snap you out. Maybe something like Faceless Void would be good. With Skywrath as well, brings you even more control. But I do definitely like the Alchemist call too. The hero just isn't having a good time. Like, he is having a really bad win rate recently, at least. Like he was really good at the beginning of the major and throughout the major, and now he's dropped down, I believe, significantly.
Yes, he has, sir. Globally, he's been picked 43 times after the previous game, and he enjoys himself a 38% win rate.
Yeah,
Definitely not what you want to be seeing on that hero.
Yeah, that sounds pretty damn bad.
However, in China, he's been played 6 times in China, right? And across the Chinese games, he's won 50% of them. So it's not so bad within our region.
Yeah, and he lost once in the hands of the strongest team of the region. So that paints a really grim story, bleak story of Alchemist. Anti-Mage.
Okay, so we're getting lots of new stuff today. All right, I'm excited about this. We did have an anti-mage game early on in the tour. It did not necessarily go so well, but it was the only one, and it came from Team Bright. So a bit difficult to judge the relative strength of the hero just based on that game. Overall, globally, it's only been played 4 times. What do you make of this here? Alchemist versus Anti-Mage. Which team would you rather have carrying you, and overall, which draft do you prefer between these 2 lineups?
I mean, if you can get online with AM, it feels pretty damn good. But the problem usually with AM is that Alchemist comes online way too fast. Like he gets his items and you're still farming. So you lose the game like 25-30 minute mark before you're even enabled, before you can do anything. And their heroes are a tiny little bit greedy. Like you have the Magnus, you have the Wind Ranger as well. On top of that, the Anti-Mage. Yeah, new and nothing to say. They're going to have to do a lot. They have a lot of work in that mid game to pressure the Alchemist and at the same time create enough space for the AM.
Yeah. Creating space for this AM is going to be rough. We'll need a lot of work to come out of NTS as well through this mid lane on this Wind Ranger. I'll be honest, Liz, I love the composition of the Piggy Killer draft. They have ways to be able to push buildings. They have some team fight. They have some decent laning prowess. And they just overall, I think, itemize and deal well with what I see from LGD. So game 2, I know I was skittish about backing their draft just because of how well they performed on the LGD side. But this third game, not only will I back Piggy Killer's draft, I will also back their team, my friend. Let's go 2-1 for Piggy Killer.
Oh, damn. 2-1? Piggy Killer?
2-1, baby. Let's go.
Okay. That is braver from you. Last game you went with LGD. This time around, you're listening to your heart. I can see.
But I did say I like their draft better on Piggy Killer.
You did. That's true. I'm not sure. Like this time around, they do have the Magnus and Wind Ranger. I feel like these 2 heroes are one of my favorites. Like 2 of my favorites in the current meta. Have they been answered properly? Not really. Not that much. So I think it's on nothing to say to do with this Wind Ranger what, I don't know, Sumail has done in the past.
So just be Sumail, bro.
No, I mean...
It's not hard.
He doesn't have to be a Sumail. He has nothing to say. Like, he's just as strong. It's just that he needs to perform on the Wind Ranger because I haven't seen him recently do on Wind Ranger as much as some other players. That's all.
I was just, my mind was being cast back towards CI. Poor mind control. What do I do, Captain? Just be Seb, dude. It's super simple. Don't worry about it. So horn will sound now. And we're going to have our third and deciding game underway. For LGD, their hopes of staying in the division are not under jeopardy. Hopes of the major aren't under jeopardy. The only thing that might be under threat is easily getting to the top of the leaderboard. But for Piggy Killer, they need this win more than anything else.
Yeah, more is on the line for sure for them, right?
They need the dub. The big dub.
Yeah, XM will be playing that Ember, so maybe he can put them on his back. I'm really interested in the AM pick because the hero has been changed quite a bit. Like Anti-Mage right now has one of the highest base regions, I feel like, overall. It's ridiculous. So in the laning stage itself, he should do fine versus the Rubik and the Beast. And I'm wondering just what item build will he go for. He is actually queuing up the Vanguard.
I was also curious about this. Is it going to be Vanguard that stays a Vanguard? Or is it going to be Vanguard that turned into a Battle Fury. I suppose he might not be 100% sure just yet. We'll see as time goes on.
Yeah, most of the time it does get switched up, right? Like it goes into a casual booster and Battle Fury.
Yeah. Not sure if he'll think this is one of those rarefied games where we get the Radiance build out of him. Doesn't feel like it, but we'll see what Shiro decides to do as time goes on.
Yeah. Do the Radiance build against the Radiance Alchemist. Let's see. Let's see who's gonna win that battle.
Speaking of Alchemist, he's about to find himself a potential kill, but the kill comes in the opposite direction first. There's New gets first blood by taking out Mercy in the top lane. Alrighty. Magnus Coddle, mate. Good start to the game for themselves in the top lane for LGD.
Just way too much power coming from the two of them. Like the double shockwave, the skewer as well. 70 damage on one. Magnus. It's a lot. Plus the magic wand start helps so much against the Mercy Skyrat.
Yeah. It's a very good idea to show up to the game like this. And we're already starting to get to that point of these Magnuses just being allergic to anything resembling consequences and death. Has a ring of health coming in. So you maybe have like, what, one more wave, one more level perhaps to try and put pressure on him before he starts to become legitimately unkillable from the side of the map.
You know what's interesting as well? They allowed this hard camp to be pulled on bottom lane. Like, because of that, Eva is getting a bit more. He's farming under the tower. He's even denying a couple of creeps away from AM. Like a mistake that you don't really usually see from Y.
Oh boy, Innocence struggling to contain this Beastmaster, and we saw what can happen. You know, we were speaking about wanting to see this, but honestly, Liz, the difference in Piggy Killer when Ava has a game versus when they don't, it's almost like a tier. Like the team is a tier stronger when he's allowed to play Dota.
It's almost like they have another core, right?
Almost. We saw that stark difference between game 1 and game 2. And this time around, they're getting him off to a good start as well. You see middle, XM is also doing a fairly decent job against the NTS Wind Ranger. They're even in the CS department right now, but for XM, he's probably going to be the one to make the first bigger move, so he's just happy to get off to an even start. He'll catch up later.
Yeah, these right clicks from the Windrunner aren't really hurting just yet. So, at least for now, he can just chill and farm. When it comes to the Water Rune, though, Mercy rotates in, snatches that one very nicely away from Nothing to Say, so he'll be a sad boy.
So Sag. Down bottom. Without Crystal Maiden showing her face, they don't really have kill threat on Anti-Mage. But Whitey Smile just has to play very carefully to stay alive. And then the top side of the map, feels like it's going to be quite it feels like it's actually hard for anyone else to die, honestly, outside of like the Crystal Maiden on the map right now.
Yeah, maybe Crystal Maiden, maybe some Skyrat if he gets caught with Blinding Light into Skewer, but that's it. Like, the game is very slow. I don't know, I've been spoiled recently. Mercy, he might die here. With the Blinding Light.
Let's see. Blinding Light, one more right click. They're coming over with this Magnus. Illuminate Blast thrown out, and Mercy does not have a Fairy Fire, so he does end up taking a tumble. Planet catches him out and kills him off.
Yeah, Planet's like, thank you, New. You know, I had it. You can go back to the lane. Let me have the XP, it's fine. But the bottle, yeah.
Yeah. I was about to make the same point that he just came in for a bottle refill, and instead, if XM had level 6 here, NTS would have been in a lot of trouble, but that is not the case. So he's allowed to escape on the Wind Ranger.
Yeah, what's really unfortunate for Nothing to Say is not only did he zone him out, maybe the runes will not be there when he gets back into the lane. As XM can go with his level 6 and pick one of those up.
XM's doing a smart thing of actually just posting up in front of the Wind Ranger's face so that you can't just run into the river. They have both of the supports camping these runes. So which side is it going to spawn here? It spawns on the top half of the map, and it's a shield rune as well. Very, very useful for XM. He might have preferred a haste to try and make something happen, but this allows him to stay in this mid area.
He can stay on the mid, continue just messing with Nothing to Say. Nothing to Say had a good start, like he's finding the CS, but I feel like this lane could have been better for him if they just secured the runes a little bit more. So he's been forced to rotate quite a bit, and he will rotate top. Look at this. Skewer back.
Let's see if this is going to succeed. As they're going on to Fly, they did skewer him back. Chemical Rage does come out, but they get the shackle shot. And the right-click damage finishes him off. XM coming in to look for revenge as Frisk is here as well. He's already committed the Fade bot, does have telekinesis, lifting back onto this Wind Ranger. RP will come out though from New, catching out the Skywrath Mage and killing him off. Mercy and Frisk are now both dead. And XM, unfortunately, not able to find a way to make his influence felt in this fight. Will just have to back off.
Yo, what was that? Why did they commit so hard on the Windrunner? Like, she had 17 Magic Wand charges. Like, you were never gonna kill her. There was no way they had enough control. Ember doesn't have Searing Chains yet, so you truly could not kill the Windrunner. They committed after losing Alchemist, thinking, okay, at least this is gonna be some sort of return comeback kill, you know, revenge kill, but yeah, they just get punished even harder, and a lane stage that looked pretty decent so far from Piggy Killer kind of, yeah, doesn't look that great anymore.
Things have certainly started to take a turn for the worse after that kill. And unfortunately, Piggy Killer, things aren't going excellently for them on the map. They are still doing okay in terms of their buildings. So not losing map control just yet, but certainly not where they want to be. XM thought about jumping onto planets. He's actually going to go for it now. XM, I don't know about this one, mate. This shackle shot will be there as well. Why? Listen, why?
Yeah, I don't know. I think he's feeling a little bit too confident when it comes to amount of control. Like in that last game, they had Kotl plus Silencer. You can see a significant difference now with the Crystal Maiden. Just level 3 Frostbite on her. That's a lot of control. That's 2.5 seconds on a hero. Long-ass stun followed up by a shackle. Like, you're not getting away. Top?
Well, top lane, they're going to hope that this Magnus can't get away, and it doesn't seem like he'll be able to. He does skewer, but he drags the Alchemist with him. They actually put the Alchemist on the low ground, and then he's on the high ground here. XM, though, has the requisite spells, will be able to chase him down. That was really nicely played, though, even though he doesn't end up living.
It was nicely played, but they have a really nice ward as well, planted by Frisk, like in the enemy triangle, and they pinged the stacks out. So could they risk it? Is there a way? Is there a world in which they risk that? Probably not, right?
Nah, it's too risky. I mean, if they had the Radiance, maybe, but prior to that, it does feel...
Yeah.
I think it'll take them a bit too long to kill off completely.
Yeah, and they would have to bring the Alchemist. There's no way they do it without him, so...
Yeah, definitely. Middle, XM might be dead again. Shackle shot on him. They do overlay their stuns a little bit, and that's actually going to save his life, as he's able to remnant himself away to the tier 1 tower. You know, you mentioned a Ray mistake earlier on from Why You Smile. Another one. Very rarely do I see this guy overlapping any kind of stuns.
Yeah, he makes a lot of really good plays. Very rarely does he make even a small mistake such as that one. But secures the haste now for Nothing to Say. XM is going in, trying to maybe finish off the CM.
Nice little shackle shot going in by NTS to deny the jump in from XM. That will enable Why You Smile to just stay alive. And lots of contestation around this mid lane. Like, we've been having people poke and prod each other. Lots of small skirmishes. Both buildings are still very, very healthy. And it's just turned into a heads-up 2v2 lane in this mid lane.
Yeah,
all right, let's go.
Do you know why that's the case? It's because you have these two offlaners that have just been farming the Ancients. So there's nothing to do as supports. Like, what can you do? You can't really help out the offlane. You can't really do anything with your safe laner because he's just farming. So you just go and you play where there are heroes, and that's mid.
They're going to try and make a play down bottom, though, as they smoked up with 3. Shiro could easily be the one there. Oh my God, Shiro blinked in. What a madman. He's so lucky that Ava wasn't right there next to him with the primal roll. XM can't find the slide chains combo onto him. It's going to be a jump back in by the anti-mage. Skywrath falls very low. NTS, he's here as well, looking for Frisk with the focus fire. The primal roll will hold him in position, and NTS might have gone too far forward, but the heal from Illuminate allows him to stay this far forward. Blinding Light pushing back both Ava and XM. Somehow nobody's died outside of the Crystal Maiden. And we will have a pause. Oh no. Oh, DC, DC.
Whoa.
Magnus is DC.
Yeah,
what's happening?
They're messing it up. One of them is pausing, the other one is resuming it. Also trying to pause. Yeah, they messed it up. Yeah, nothing to say. Actually missed a couple of power shots there. Else he would get the kill on Frisk. It was also so deep from him to go in, but he understands, yeah, I am a Wind Ranger, but I have 1300 HP, casual, you know. Gets roared, but still doesn't die.
Still doesn't die, still alive. So let's see what this fight's gonna look like now, right? There's 4 heroes here for PK. Everybody pretty much except for their Alchemist. New showed up for this engagement, but he's still fairly far away, all the way down south by the Twin Gate. So technically this area is a 4v3. But they're also very low on health on the both supports on PK. So foresee the future, Lizard. Who's winning this fight?
There's no more fight. That's how I foresee it. I foresee Frisk just moving back, maybe getting gate tossed and killed. But I just feel them running away. Power shot, perhaps? Okay. Yeah, it misses.
Well, your prediction came true. Everybody's just like, oh, well, shout out for the pause, allows all to breathe and be like, we don't actually want to be here, do we? Okay, let's go home.
Pretty much. Even the Magnus using the Twin Gate back home. He came in to visit, but nobody was there. Goes back, continues farming. He has that Echo Saber to work with. Harpoon next or the Blink next. Doesn't really matter. All feels good. Smoke up.
They found Mercy. Not the biggest target in the world, but it might still open up some space for a tier 1 tower.
Shackle.
They end up getting a beautiful shackle from Frisk onto the Crystal Maiden, who latches onto NTS. And honestly, Shackle Shot on Rubik is a phenomenal spell. So he's going to be very happy to have stolen this.
Yeah, it is. It's only level 1, but it's still pretty damn good. And he instantly puts it to good use.
So they have the Alchemist on the side of PK, and they're still not getting as much net worth as they would like. Unfortunately, that's because the Beast and the Ember struggling to connect and farm as much as they want to. We did have a 3-hero smoke, but sadly, PK, they did this underneath an Observer Ward. So LGD, fully aware that this move is coming. NTS, using an Invis rune, will break the smoke on the high ground. Just give his team all the information they need and maybe even set up for a kill onto Mercy. Indeed, Mercy gets Shackle Shot and killed. There will be an RP potentially. No! Primal Roar comes first, but Fly held in position with the Frostbite, and he should end up dead on the Alchemist, and indeed he does. XM went in and found the 2 heroes with the slide chains, but didn't make his full presence known in that fight.
Man, New is just such a player. Frisk will die in the end.
Frisk is dead.
And you know what he died? He died with Skewer. Do you know why he died with Skewer? Because New went in with Magnus and he pump faked the RP first. Yeah, he doesn't get 2 of them instantly in the RP, but he doesn't give it away to Rubik as well. It's such a nice... yeah, like right now, if you're Rubik, okay, now you have to be careful when to use when to actually steal the spell.
Very nicely done by LGD.
Yeah, cool. I'm just loving these little plays. Impressed. Actually, Shiro is going for Radiance, by the way.
Is it?
Yeah, he is.
My man.
He's got Empower to farm with, so he's going for Radiance.
Yeah, that's true.
He's cosplaying Alchemist.
I thought when them having Empower, they might use that Empower to accelerate his Battle Fury timing, but no, just gonna get the Radiance. I wonder if we're gonna see Alchemist buying MKB, or how they're gonna choose to deal with this anti-mage under these conditions. The Rads for Fly is already up. He's building in towards getting the Blink Dagger. We'll probably need a BKB in this game because outside of this RP, you still have to worry about these Illuminate blasts. Why Smile's been doing well with his spell usage. Neo's also getting pretty farmed. This BKB is not that far away. Cleaning up these Ancients right now, he might even be able to get this additional stack. No, he's not going to get the stack. Still a lot of gold that he's gotten for himself in the last 90 seconds.
That was like a 4-stack of Ancients. Like he almost has that full BKB completed.
Oh, he has it.
He has it, right? Like disassemble the Echo. Yeah.
There we go.
Do you need it that much that you disassemble? Like, what's the value? That's what I'm thinking. Like, what's the value of BKB right now? You don't have a blink. Like, you can be the front line, I guess.
Well, we do often see some of these teams get themselves into that position, right, where they buy BKB and they spend 3-4 minutes just passively farming, and you're like, well, why did you buy BKB right now?
Yeah.
But we'll see. His team is already smoked up. They're heading down to the bottom side of the map, so it looks like a fight is brewing, and you might have an opportunity to pop this item.
Yeah, this game was kind of striking me as one of those. That's why I was wondering why disassemble. I even thought he might be going for blink instead. Shiro?
Shiro was silenced up with the Ancient Seal, but still in a good position. XM, Rod of Atos directly on top of him, but hops the Blade Mail. Will stay alive here. Fly. He doesn't get the stun. Stuns himself. But LGD, they don't want to make the jump just yet.
I think he scared you more than he scared himself with that self-stun.
Oh, I thought he was dead, dude. Yeah. I thought he was going to get skewered back to the tier 1, shackled behind it, and just get blown up.
I have to say, I loved that reaction from you, but yeah, not a lot of things happening because they don't really have initiation on LGD. That's a big issue too. Like, nothing to say, yeah, he can run in with Wind Run and Shackle Shot, but it's not that huge. It's not your big Blink RP. And you won't have a Blink RP for a long time.
Blink RP still being built up. One thing that is concerning me, though, is that XM on this Ember Spirit, look at his net worth. And I was like, why does he have such low net worth? This Blade Mail that he built up, he doesn't have a farming item. So the fact that they haven't been connecting on fights for the Ember means that his progression seriously curtailed as a result of this.
Yeah, it's a pretty good item build, I think, for this game. Like the Blade Mail, Orb of Corrosion. You actually dish out a ton of damage in these early game skirmishes, and let's be real, this is their timing. This is when they want to fight. They have the Blink, they have the Radiance on Alchemist. Perhaps you can wait a BKB, but with that BKB, you should be ready to start making moves.
They've also almost finished their Hammer, their Overlord on this Beastmaster. So then once he has that, we should start to see Piggy Killer make bigger moves on the map. And Shiro still just farming away. Yes, he has the Radiance, but I think he wants Manta style as well before he feels fully ready to commit himself to fights.
Yeah, another hero that's buying Manta is Windrunner. Wind Ranger, I'm sorry, is gonna have that Manta very soon. And it's a good item for all these universal heroes. She's not buying it only because she's playing into Skyrat and there's silences and whatnot. It's actually a good item. Top lane.
Seeing a lot more of these heroes just buy Manta. Manta. Right now, NTS and the crew just want to finish off the tier 1 tower in the mid lane. Piggy Killer, no real interest in defending that right now. And they're not that far away from the BKB on Alchemist. I really hope they're not going to spend more time farming after they get this item. I do want to see them do stuff on the map. You mentioned when we were looking at the draft that generally these Alchemists can come online a lot sooner than the Anti-Mage can. But it doesn't really matter if you give the Anti-Mage the space to farm up anyway. And he's going to get a bit more space since they just picked off Mercy. So Piggy Killer going to be even less likely to make a move on the map at this moment.
Yeah, I think it's not only about the Alchemist and the Anti-Mage. There's also this Magnus who will play a big part. He's got that Echo Saber back, moving towards Harpoon. With that Harpoon, they'll have a way of initiating properly. It doesn't have to be a blink. Like, you can still pull a target towards you, right? Pull a target, skewer it back. It's a good build. But bottom line is, he will be another core. He's literally like an extra carry for LGD. So, like you said, once he gets the BKB, which is right now, they need to start making some moves.
BKB, Blink Radiance on the Alchemist. Time to do some stuff, boys. Roshan is also coming down to the bottom lane, so they might actually start this off by going for a quick Roshan attempt. LGD, though, will they be aware that this could potentially happen? Yeah, they're going for Rosh right now.
LGD, they're not really moving. They're not moving in position. This
is not a slow Aegis.
Yeah, this is going to be too late. They can't respond to it. Damn.
Alrighty.
Okay.
Biggie Killer. The game was looking quite dire for them, but they find themselves ways to recover. Sort of similar to what we were talking about at the end of game number 2. Ideas can overcome just pure execution at times. Biggie Killer, they smoke with 3 though in this area. Skyreth Mage went all the way back home. I don't know about this one, boys. Fly, channeling the stun, throws it in onto Planet. Planet is stunned up, but New is right there, ready with the RP, ready with the skewer back. And Fly realizes this is not the smoke he wants, but the rest of his team are still on the high ground. Frisk getting a telekinesis out. Biggie Killer, leave! Please go home!
Yeah, they're still waiting for the Skyrat, for the Ember. Ember actually going in.
Oh my gosh. This is literally shortening my lifespan by about 3 years with how much anxiety this is causing me.
I don't know, I think they could have taken that fight. They had the BKB, ulti on Alchemist, Blink and Aegis. I feel like he could have jumped in. If they roared the Kotl, maybe they could have killed him even. If the RP is used, okay, it's used, so what? You can still take the fight.
And they're gonna come back in right now though on the side of LGD. Magnus has a harpoon that he would love to reveal to the world. XM is the one that's standing on the front lines. He does have quite a lot of beef to get through.
look at New. He has full vision on them. He knows exactly where everyone is. Atos.
Atos onto Mercy, but Ancient Seal goes back in the opposite direction. So should still be A-okay.
Why didn't he skewer plus harpoon, I wonder? Like, he had enough. I guess you're afraid. At that area where Magnus is right now, you have a ward, you see everything. But if you go a bit to the right, you don't know if they have cliff ward, you don't know where everyone else is. Committing on the Skyrat would be scary.
Chooses not to make that kind of big jump. And XM, while all of this is happening, finishes off his Sanjin Kaya elsewhere, so also a lot more difficult to bring down. And a lot of the success in this game so far for LGD has been found by being able to just force these Biggie Killer heroes away. But with items like SNK, the BKBs out, Biggie Killer might not feel the need to be as timid as they smoke up again. 3 heroes, XM is nearby, hoping to try and find a viable target. Sadly, though, they don't have much offensive vision of their own, so they don't exactly know who's farming the triangle at the moment. Fly. Dude, Fly actually has no chill this game. Goes in again with an unstable concoction without even having a clear read on the hero.
I think this guy doesn't want to lose. He kind of demonstrated that in the last game with his Ursa and now with Alchemist as well. Just understanding, I think, that he's also on a slight timer, I think, and they do need to play this game as fast as possible. Keep in mind that Shiro has just been farming. He has his Manta, he has his Radiance now as well. Like, he's becoming bigger and bigger. These supports are going to melt under the Manta Radiance.
Manta Radiance, Heart is coming soon for this anti-mage. So Shiro is a very farmed on the map. Mercy is about to die here to New. Power Shot will be there. He does not have a 4-star, so there's no way out of this for him. Shockwave ensures that he's held in position as well. And Unstable Concoction, stunned out again. Fly. Dude, Fly does not want to lose this game. Risking it all, no matter what, to get these kills, but he's getting them. Mid lane, XM, beautiful dodge on the run of Atos. Won't be able to do so for the Shackle Shot, so might still be in danger. Nice little roll to make sure the RP doesn't come out in time. But XM, he might still die here, trying his utmost to just try to juke his way out of danger. But unfortunately, they have a bit too much
Alchemist.
mobility on the side of LGD. Alchemist, though, has shown up for this fight, forces a BKB out of New, and manages to kill off the Wind Ranger while he's at it. So turns this affair into a 1-1 in the mid lane. With the kill he got earlier on, it's a 2-1 overall.
Yeah, it's him
Good
and
stuff from Elk.
yeah, him and Rubik that got the Wind Ranger, and realistically, it's a bigger kill than the one on Ember. Plus, the amount of damage that he took, like nothing to say, almost died to the blade mail of Ember. Like he got really, really damn low just by the blade mail. 3.2k damage done by Ember. And he was controlled for the majority of that fight.
If anybody around the Ember Spirit, if they had like a Guardian Greaves, a Force Staff or something, and then they TP it into that situation, he'd probably end up saving his life. So despite losing his head in that situation, he probably feels good overall about what this could mean for the game. And Fly, I think if Planet hits out this blast, he might die soon. Okay, thankfully it hits Fly. Because otherwise, Fly would have just blinked at him too. This guy has no fear in game 3.
It's all because of that Illuminate that hit him in the last game where he couldn't blink. Now he's returning the favor. Another one.
He's like, how does it feel, buddy? How does it feel, mate? His Planet gets taken down on this bottom lane. Ava on this Beastmaster, starting to slowly but surely also climb the net worth charts. He's number 4, not far behind the Magnus. And it's like you keep saying about this hero, he just keeps finding net worth somehow on this beast.
Yeah, and most of these jumps that are happening because of Ava. Like he sends his Call of the Wild Hawk, the Hawk scouts things out. Becomes way easier for Fly to just jump any target, really. Why you smile? Might be the one.
It's coming in. Get the Frostbite out onto Rubik. New is here as well. Blinks out to the high ground. They want the RP. Primal Row will hold him back. But here comes Fly on the back end. There's been a BKB pop by him. As they bring down Rubik, RP goes out onto the Alchemist. Alk is being freezing fielded as well. But he does manage to walk away, at least for now. He's channeling up the stun. Throws it out onto the Wind Ranger. But he just wants to run away from this fight. New, he's going on to Mercy in the meantime, ensuring that at least somebody's gonna die here. 2 hero shackle shot onto Ava and XM. Leads into the death of Ava as he's brought down by New. In the meantime, XM gets yet again shackle shotted by NTS. Will he be able to escape this fight? I do not think so. He really wants someone. Oh, he actually has a remnant down. He goes over to it. New wants him though. Shockwave in 5 seconds. NTS is there. In the meantime, Shiro catches and kills Fly in the mid lane. Okay, so XM survives, but the rest of his team simply does not. 4 for nothing. LGD strike back very hard inside the Radiant jungle.
Yeah, he was chasing that Alchemist for felt like an eternity, but he does take him down in the end. Why did the fight go so badly for them? What do you think? Is it the Rubik? I feel that Rubik has a blink, but he was too up front, so they managed to get on top of him too easily. And then RP can come, and you can use it. Like, Fade is the actual hero they initiate on. I think that's a big, well, let's not call it a mistake. A great thing that PSG LGD did. They identified which target did they need to jump on, and they jumped him.
I think for me, it's that, and also the fact that going into the fight, we just saw Fly. He spent a significant portion of time very far away from the rest of his team. So he spent his entire BKB duration, most of his Chemical Rage, just trying to run away. And without him hitting people, they still do have some damage problems on the side of Picky Killer. XM shown in that fight that him by himself is not enough. So Fly, there was that. And the fact that after Fly is retreating, the rest of the team is still going in. So there's this like push in, pull out type of situation. The team's not on the same page fully. You get super punished under those circumstances. Well, now we have to see what they've got on the side of Piggy Killer, because LGD have shown that they can play from a disadvantageous position. They're the ones that now hold the net worth lead. Alchemist is second to this anti-mage now. Shiro is the undisputed boss of this game at the moment.
Yeah, he's been farming really damn well, choosing his fights as well very carefully, not joining for the majority of these skirmishes. And he's about to finish off a Butterfly. Heart, Butterfly on Anti-Mage together with the Manta and Radiance. Like, he's basically Well, one more item and he'll be done, but it already feels like he's very much ready to fight.
Yep. Dude, he's even tankier than the Alchemist right now. Has more HP than him. Does more damage than he does. Just a very good game overall for Shiro. Once he gets the Skadi, he wants to round out his itemization. Maybe he finishes off with a Abyssal Blade to replace like boots or something. But for now, they smoke up. 4 heroes heading out. DD Rune activated by NTS as well. Oh no, Ava's the one that's found. He doesn't have a blink or anything, but the blink goes past him. He, unfortunately, will still get slowed down by the Crystal Nova. Will pop BKB and attempt to escape. There is not going to be lasting forever. The RP will come out and they just kill him off. They don't care about BKB or anything. Shiro now feels not just ready to fight Lizard, he feels invulnerable as he's just jumping in. Doesn't care about what damage Piggy Killer can dish out. He knows they can't kill him at this moment. So 2 heroes are dead. Tier 2 tower is going to follow them.
Yeah, such a rough spot to be in. You can't roar him because if you do, he's just going to counterspell you. And you can't run away because you're going to get RP'd. So even with the BKB, it doesn't matter. This could be a high ground push right here from Shiro. Instant blink. Why the hell not? Beastmaster still dead for 10 seconds. Forcing that glyph.
Big glyph to force out in that situation. On the bright side, they are doing the right thing of cutting waves as much as possible. Ember Spirit, though, might get punished for this. Oh no, he is indeed going to get punished for this, Liz. Blade Mail will be there. NTS took a lot of damage and punishment from said Blade Mail, but XM, he is dead for sure. He's going to at least try to take Nothing to Say with him, and he will be able to do so. That's actually huge because that gave him a bump of gold. And he had buyback money already, but it's still very nice to bring down a Wind Ranger.
No, that was a great trade for him. 4.2k gold is now what he's sitting on. And I loved how he faked like he was running, but he wasn't. He was actually getting closer for the Blade Mail to connect on the Wind Ranger. So basically what happened is Nothing to Say killed both of them, right? He killed himself and he killed XM. Roshan, however, is up. New and Shiro slowly but steadily working through it. There is a smoke, but it's going to be late.
It's too late.
Hawk is there. Maybe Rubik can steal it. He has Blink.
They see the vision. He does blink in. Rubik is in, but it's too soon. The Roche is alive. Not only do they kill off Frisk, but Shiro also gets the Aegis. Bro, had he gone 1 second later, just 1 second later, he probably gets the Aegis.
Yeah, such a nice attempt. Did he snatch cheese? He snatched cheese. He got cheese away from them. Well, that's kind of worth it, at least. The cheese.
Wait, where did the cheese go? Did he eat it?
No, it's dropped in the fountain. It's in the dire fountain.
Oh, it's in the fountain.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, yes, yeah.
He dropped it for someone to pick up. Probably Alchemist or Ember.
Well, they still have to deal with this Aegis, though, as they mount a high ground push. On the bright side, Alchemist has just finished off an MKB, so there's some tool for fighting here. They have popped an early BKB from this Beastmaster, so that's going to be a bit of a problem for them. New waiting in the wings, hoping to try and jump in. His Blink Dagger is still being kept away from usage right now. But here's Shiro on posting up on the high ground. They've taken the tier 3 tower. Melee Rax in jeopardy. What can they do for Piggy Killer? Looks like the answer is nothing, Liz. They're not going to do anything. Instead, they're actually just going to have the fight start onto them. RP lands onto Fly alone, but they get the burst out onto this Wind Ranger. Fly with Chemical Rage trying to fight into Shiro, but there's too much damage between New as well as Shiro. They blow up this Alchemist. Frisk with the Frozen Freezing Field helps to kill off the Crystal Maiden, but they need help elsewhere as Mercy was getting jumped on. He does survive for now. Shiro gonna go in to try and finish the job. They're just running headlong away on Piggy Killer. But 2 heroes caught with a shackle shot. They turn that into a triple kill for Shiro. Make it another as they bring out the life of Ava. He won't be able to get an Ultra or a Rampage, but it doesn't matter. He got his Rampage in Game 1, and more importantly, he gets his victory in Game 2 and ensure that PSG LGD stay undefeated in terms of their series here in the DPC, and unfortunately, making Piggy Killer very, very afraid of relegation.
Yeah, it was a scary one. Like, Game 1 was really good for LGD. They dominated very hard, but second game they lost in a very similar fashion. This last one, they got their stuff together. I think Alchemist was not really having a game. He had good farm, but that farm never really was converted it into anything big. Anti-Mage was just dodging the fights. Shiro was just farming up. He found his farm really damn nicely. And once he got his Manta, he was just ready. Every single time he just jumps into the fight on any one of these heroes and he eliminates them. Magnus as well from the offlane, getting that harpoon after the BKB, just giving them some nice bonus initiation. Nice play there as well, fake pumping the RP. Didn't really matter too much. Rubik was still, he had to run away anyway, but yeah, making sure that they give them no opportunity to come back into this one.
Yep. Here's another disastrous fight that we saw. Fly, the damage dealer, the big boss of the squad, just kept away from his team and unable to contribute meaningfully in that engagement. One thing that was also complicated, I think, for the side of Piggy Killer, unlike in Game 2, where they had really good vision all throughout the game, there were several times where we'd see them smoke, try to make something happen, and then they'd realize, guys, we don't see anything. Like, the map is dark for us right now. We are just losing the vision advantage that we need to try and force these fights. And you need that vision against heroes like Anti-Mage who are very elusive. These Magnus heroes who buy Blink Daggers, even Wind Ranger who's hard to kill. If you don't have a clear line of initiation, it's super difficult to reliably bring these heroes down. And sadly, they just never had that. Even though this Beastmaster did a really good job with his Hawk to set up a lot of these pickoffs, you know, Hawk is not permanent vision on that area.
Yeah.
It does eventually elapse, and you can't necessarily use the same Hawk to make the same play happen multiple times.
Yeah, I feel like they had a lot of vision and they had those pickoffs, but they couldn't convert them into anything big after. Right? Like, I feel that was the biggest issue for Piggy Killer. Like, they were getting pickoffs, but then, okay, you get the pickoff, and then what? Nothing really. There's no one to catch the Anti-Mage. There's no one to prevent him from farming. These 3 cores on the side of Radiant, eventually they're going to win the game no matter what. Like, you have 2 of the best cores in the game and Anti-Mage. So, like, it's a nice attempt from Piggy Killers. It's a shame that they didn't manage to take a series so far, but yeah, relegation is looking likelier and likelier. I hope they make it through, because they have so many good names like Fly, XM, Fade as well. You kind of want to see these players in Division 1.
Absolutely. With LGD, though, these players have been in Division 1 for quite some time, and they get themselves a victory here in this game. Who do you flag as your MVP? Who impressed you the most on LGD side here, Liz?
I think it's Shiro. Like, knew he had a good Magnus game, don't get me wrong, but I'd still say it's Shiro, like on the on the Anti-Mage, sorry. Like, he farmed well, went for the Radiance build, and just did what an Anti-Mage should do, pitch perfect. Like, he joined every fight that was his to join, and he dodged every other fight that was kind of looking not that great for his teammates. Nothing to say this time around. He had a rough one. Like, the laning stage wasn't easy. They killed him a couple of times, and knew, even though he did accomplish a lot, he was also given a lot. Like, he had the biggest amount of stacks that I've seen in a while taken by a Magnus. Like, they stacked the Ancients twice in a row for him.
Yep. They gave him Ancient stacks. He was the beneficiary of the first few rotations from the mid lane. In fact, he was the beneficiary of a rotation right after NTS was supposed to be in an awkward place that helped him recover, helped kill the Alchemist, changed a lot. But I'm with you that Shiro definitely deserves plaudits for this one, given just how well he played, how difficult it is to always be in the right place at the right time as Anti-Mage, and to be patient. Several fights we saw heroes on like 50, 80 mana. Lesser Anti-Mages would have been like, this is my fight, boys. I'm going to jump in, pop the R. But he understood when his timing was, reaches it, and as a result is able to deliver a victory, making it a 2-1 affair in favor of PSG LGD. Of course, earlier on today, we did see Team Aster winning 2-0 against Aster Ares. So that means that Aster, they're at the top of the division, but they're the only team that has not lost a single game thus far. LGD lost game 2 today, so they still very clearly showing that they're not the final product just yet. There's still some adjustments to be made to this LGD roster before they can claim to be at full strength. I really can't wait for that last game, dude. That Aster LGD game is going to be so high level, Liz.
Yeah, it will be. One other team that I'm also actually looking forward to watching versus the big guns is Azure Ray. Like, them versus PSG LGD is going to be an interesting one as well. I think Aster is maybe a cut above everyone, even PSG LGD, but Azure and LGD, I think it's coming up very soon, and that one is going to be very hype.
Yeah, definitely a series I really want to watch. Somnus versus Nothing to Say, and just seeing what Azure Ray is able to present towards us. Of course, they have already lost the series. So has IG, so have Extreme Gaming, but all of them still maintain very high hopes towards going to the major. And even as the Aries aren't completely out of it just yet. 4 is the magic number. From that point onwards, you start being concerned about relegation and not major promotion. Only Picky Killer and Team Bright have found themselves with 4 losses up until this point. And it's very scary for both of them because for Picky Killer, that's 5 games they've played right now, only 2 left, only 3 remaining for Team Bright. And it's not like there's anything that resembles easy opposition left for either of them. So good luck, have fun if they're going to still stay in the division right now. What do you want to see adjusted from Picky Killer? Because there were some glimmers of hope, especially in game number 2. What do you think it is that's stopping them from being able to play in that same fashion more consistently, game in, game out?
Yeah, I feel like Fly is trying to pull them into a certain playstyle, but they're all a little bit... I don't know, like in this last game, Fly is just doing so many things on his own that he's almost considered crazy, right? Like he's just jumping in all the time. But I don't think it's him. It's just that his teammates aren't following fast enough, so far at least.
Well, they basically need to take the advice that Team Aster delivered to us. When we hear our mid laner say go, we go with him. Of course, we already saw Team Aster when we just saw LGD win, so we should probably catch up with LGD a little bit as we have Planet, their position 4 player, joining us for a quick interview after the game. Planet, congratulations on the victory. But talk to us about this, because Picky Killer hasn't been doing so well, but game 2 seemed really, really difficult for you guys. What happened, in your opinion, that led to that game being a loss? And then how did you adjust going into game 3 to make sure that that situation wasn't repeated?
首先恭喜你拿下了胜利。那其实 PK 的话，最近状态也不是特别好，但是今天在第2局的这个小局里面，还是给到了你们很大的这个压力。那你觉得你们第2局是哪里出现了一些问题，然后后续又是怎么调整拿下了系列赛的胜利的？
第2把阵容选的不是很好吧，然后中期失误比较多，强势性没有抓住，给他们拖到了他们阵容的后面吧，就后面也会比较难打。
Yeah, I think we had some problematic draft in game 2, and we didn't really get the momentum we want in the early game. We didn't snowball the mid game, and we let them farm to the end game where their lineup is better. That's the problem we made. It's a mistake we made.
Okay, makes sense. As a position 4 player, I'm curious, right? You haven't played techies yet in this particular DPC tour, yet that is the hero that's been played the most globally and within the region, has been the most contested. When are we going to see the techies from you?
那我想问一下，作为4号位选手的话，还没见你玩过这个炸弹人。然后这英雄的话，现在全球范围也很强，然后在我们赛区的话玩的也很多，大家都争着选。就什么时候我们能看到你来玩比赛里玩一下这个英雄？
对面不 ban 的时候应该可以玩到的。
Yeah, as long as I can pick it, as long as the opponent team don't ban it, I think I will show it.
Okay, I can't wait. Brother Liz, what do you got for the man?
Congrats on the win once again. I'll ask you a simple one first. This second game, what went wrong? How come you guys dropped it and it looked like a mess?
我想问一下第2场详细的你觉得能跟大家分享一下，你觉得哪里就是你说没做好，哪里没做好吗？
一个是出装的问题吧，就是各个位置的出装问题，然后还有就是太急了吧，就是上路上高太急了。
Yeah, I think first of all, everyone has some item issue. Build the wrong item, have the wrong choice, and then the second crucial part is in the top lane we try to push to. We were too eager to push to the high ground, and that's another mistake we made.
Okay, yeah, kind of what we thought as well. And my second question is, like, you've been playing with Shiro for quite some time. You were together in eHome as well. Are you two the ones leading the calls in the game as well, or is it more maybe Y and someone else?
那想问一下，就是你跟 Shiro 一起打的时间也比较久了嘛，从1Home 打到现在，然后游戏里面的话，是不是你们两个默契比较好，有时候会多做一些指挥方面的事情，还是说会有外队啊，会有其他人来做这个游戏内的指挥？
都有吧，一般都是谁比较厉害的话，就谁说的比较多一点，然后都会说一些话。
Everyone talks. It's up to the hero who is the strongest on the lineup. Who will talk more?
Yeah, okay, like most of the teams. Snare?
Exactly, like most of the teams. I have 2 more questions for you before we wrap up here. The first one, I want your opinion on who do you think is going to get the 4th slot out of this region. Right now, it's looking like yourself and LGD, and then Team Aster definitely going to be going to the major, probably Extreme Gaming as well. So can you tell us out between IG, Azure Array, and maybe Piggy Killer, who do you think is going to be getting that 4th slot coming to the major?
想问一下，你觉得这赛季的话 ，DPC 前4去到 Major 的队伍是哪些
？Aster 吧 ，Aster、XG、AR，还有我们吧，应该是这样。
I think Aster, XG, AR, and us.
Okay, we're putting Azure Array into the mix. All right, over IG. I like to hear it. And the last thing I want to ask you, of course, right now, the region here in China is still in a bit of transition. We're still trying to develop the new breed of players. As somebody who's been playing for a while and is in LGD at the moment, can you talk to us about what do you think are things that up-and-coming support players should be focusing on in order to improve and get themselves to the level that you're at right now?
那现在的话，其实中国赛区也在这个新老交替的过程里嘛。那作为一个已经打出来的4号位的话，你对新的4号位选手，你觉得就是哪些方面是他们可能如果想要打职业的话，是他们最应该去注意去提升的？
感觉是英雄方面吧，就是精不精那种。
I think it's about the hero pool. It's not about how much hero you can play. It's about how well you can play the certain hero.
Okay, definitely makes sense. So quality over quantity. We certainly like to hear it. Thank you so much for your time, Planet. Good luck, have fun for the rest of your games, and we can't wait to see LGD playing again.
感谢你接受我们采访，希望你们后面好运。
Thank you.
That is, of course, Planet, support player for LGD, former representative of eHome, and right now just all-around god in the position 4 role. With LGD having taken this win, I find it very interesting, Liz, that he mentioned that he thinks AR is going to get in over the side of Invictus Gaming, because that means that that particular game is going to be even more important to watch because it could legitimately determine who gets that 4th and deciding slot.
No, from the games that I have seen so far, I'd actually rank AR over IG as well. I think that they're looking extremely strong. They're looking, for me at least, just as strong as LGD at the moment. But I also love the Planet's answers and the way he's conducting the interview, right? He's a little bit of a Haaland, if you know the football player. He's like, yes. Why did you lose? Bad item choices.
Yes. Actually, we should just spend a day doing football analogies here. We can do this. Get everybody.
I mean, I'll always be there with you, Snare. You'll never walk alone. Let's go.
Hey, my man, even though Liverpool suck. Anyway, the next day of Godota is on your screens right now because today we are done with all the games we have to present to you. Aster and LGD are sitting at the top of the leaderboard, both from 2-0 and 2-1 wins respectively. The next day, we do see LGD in action again as they take on Team Bright. A bit of a reward here, Liz. You get to play a difficult series, a best of 3 versus PK. Now you get rewarded with a bit of an easier time against Team Bright. I'm saying that only half and just because Team Bright are in trouble. If they lose that one, mathematically, it's almost guaranteed that they will be relegated from Division 1. And of course, the second series is where things start to get a bit more interesting. Witnessing Extreme Gaming taking on Aster Aries. Extreme Gaming, of course, wants a ticket to the major. Aster Aries just want to stay in the division. And then that last series, IG versus Azure Array. You say you're rating Azure Array higher than IG. What is it about how they have played that have made you so confident in that lineup?
No, I'm not too confident in them. I just feel that they are looking a little bit more solid. I think that the strategies that they have brought aren't that different from the ones that IG are bringing. It's just that they look a bit faster, you know, like their beats per minute are 20% faster than the ones that IG are playing with. So because of that, I rate them a little bit higher. We'll see though in this last series of the next day of Chinese DPC if I'm right or wrong, but it's going to be an interesting one no matter what happens, no matter who wins.
No matter who wins. It's just been an interesting season so far of Chinese Dota. Today, the game against Piggy Killer, that was our 4th best of 3. So thankfully, we're already close to matching the 5 we had in the previous tour, which tells us that this is a lot more competitive than it was the last time out. With that, though, we are going to be done and dusted for the day. So from myself, Snare, from the Luscious Lizard, from our boy Marshall on the translation, and of course the PGL production crew, we say thank you for giving us your time, attention and energy over the last few hours. Please remember to hydrate before the next set of games. Make sure that you're also remembering to look yourself in the mirror, stare yourself in the eyes, and remind yourself that you're worth loving, worth being kind to, worth caring for, and worth sharing your love with us the next day of Dota action. So peace out. We'll see you then for some more Chinese Dota here at PGL. Bye-bye. Till then.